Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by MizuToriWP on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku sat in a wooden chair in Recovery Girl's office after attempting the entrance exam. Unfortunately, his performance had left him feeling broken and battered, with no points to show for it. Recovery Girl, while examining his reflexes and joints, insisted that he was not fine. She acknowledged that although she had used her quirk on him, the injuries he sustained were more than just minor. She urged him to rest for a few more minutes to recover from the exhaustion. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Present Mike, who greeted Recovery Girl with his usual enthusiasm. He quickly moved aside to reveal another student who had just entered. Izuku's heart raced at the sight of her. She was slender yet athletic, with deep purple short hair that featured a natural soundwave-like streak. Her violet eyes held an intense gaze that seemed to pierce through him. Dressed in a red tank top with "Deep Dope" printed on it, layered over a black spaghetti strap top, and paired with black joggers and stylish tennis shoes, she exuded a captivating presence. However, what caught Izuku's attention the most were her ears, adorned with long headphone jacks, one of which appeared injured. Concerned, Recovery Girl asked about her injury. The girl explained that she had accidentally gotten her jack stuck in one of the robots during the exam, and when it fell, it landed on her jack. Recovery Girl quickly tended to her, using her quirk to heal the injury and wipe away the BLD. Before the girl could respond, she was guided to a chair next to Izuku. His body tensed up at her proximity, and he felt overwhelmed. Despite feeling better, he considered leaving. Recovery Girl, however, insisted that he stay and offered him some gummies, but she realized she had run out. She promised to return shortly, leaving Izuku alone with his racing thoughts. He sat wide-eyed, paralyzed by anxiety. Talking to girls had never been his strong suit, and now he found himself in a situation that felt insurmountable. He reflected on his past interactions with girls, realizing he had never truly spoken to one before. The weight of this realization sent him into a spiral of self-doubt. He thought about how he could simply remain silent until Recovery Girl returned, but then he noticed the girl testing her jack by plugging it into her phone to play music. The analyst in him was intrigued, but the thought of speaking to her felt daunting. Despite his best efforts to remain quiet, he found himself unable to contain his curiosity. In a moment of impulsiveness, he blurted out a question about her quirk. She seemed surprised but began to explain. Her quirk allowed her to channel the sound of her heartbeat through her jacks, creating vibrations and sound waves. She could even capture sound. As she spoke, Izuku's excitement grew, prompting him to grab a pen and paper to take notes. She continued to describe her abilities, mentioning that her heightened sense of hearing could be both a blessing and a curse. Izuku listened intently, realizing how her quirk could be advantageous in various situations, especially against sound-based villains. In that moment, he felt a spark of connection, realizing that perhaps talking to her wasn't so impossible after all. Izuku pondered the potential power of vibrations and whether she could enhance them with speakers similar to present mix equipment. He was lost in thought when he noticed the 𝗵𝗃 staring at him in surprise as he began to mutter to himself. Having lived with vocalists, she recognized that Izuku possessed remarkable breath control. He snapped back to reality and apologized for his rambling, acknowledging that he often went off on tangents. She teased him about his sudden shifts in speech, likening him to a cartoon character one moment and a rapper the next. He appreciated her patience and returned to his own thoughts, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Inside, Izuku was ecstatic. He had actually conversed with a girl, a real conversation. He couldn't wait to share the news with his mother. Yet, he quickly realized why girls might hesitate to talk to him. He needed to keep the momentum going and engage in small talk, but he was unsure how to initiate it. Reflecting on his past, Izuku acknowledged that he had never truly had a friend, especially not since his childhood. Katsuki had never seen him as anything more than a follower, and Izuku had always felt the weight of being quirkless. Even after gaining one for all, doubts lingered. But perhaps this girl could be his chance at friendship, especially as he prepared for high school. He shook off his nerves, reminding himself to think of something to say. He noticed her deep dope t-shirt, punk bracelet, and music-themed phone case, and an idea sparked. Gathering his courage, he attempted to engage her. Their eyes met, and he could sense her shyness mirrored his own. He needed to avoid messing this up. He awkwardly asked if she liked jazz, instantly regretting it as he watched her eyebrows raise in surprise. It was not the right question, but fate seemed to grant him another chance. To his astonishment, she burst into laughter, clutching her sides. Confused yet relieved, Izuku joined in her laughter, trying to play along. As she calmed down, she reassured him that she found his question amusing and appreciated his shyness. Izuku admitted that he struggled with social interactions, especially with girls. She empathized, sharing her own experiences of coming off as cold and indifferent. The teasing felt lighthearted, a refreshing change for him. Curiosity piqued, she asked for his name, insisting that she couldn't keep calling him by a nickname that didn't suit him. He introduced himself, and she reciprocated, playfully using his full name. Their conversation flowed naturally, and Izuku found himself enjoying her company. She was not overly energetic, but her humor and calm demeanor made him feel at ease. As they talked, he wished that Recovery Girl would take her time returning to the office, relishing the moment of genuine connection. Kyouka was surprised by her own enjoyment of this interaction, grateful that a broken jack had led her to meet someone like Izuku. She found him endearing, even if the term adorkable made her cringe. Curiosity sparked again as she inquired about his shirt, recognizing the band Deep Dope. Izuku blushed, admitting he didn't have a favorite band. The conversation continued, and with each passing moment, their bond grew stronger, illuminating the potential for a true friendship. Kyouka pretended to be sympathetic as she spoke to Izuku. She plugged one of her jacks into her phone and pressed the other against his head, just in front of his ear. Izuku was taken aback by the sudden contact and asked what she was doing. Kyouka reassured him to just listen, and when she hit play on her phone, music began to flow through his mind. Izuku was surprised by the sound and asked how it worked. Kyouka explained it was bone conduction technology, and he nodded as he listened. Punk rock was not a genre he would have expected to enjoy, but the song was surprisingly good, even if the band's name was a bit odd. The SEC Pistols, he remarked, to which Kyouka playfully shushed him, insisting they were good. Izuku clarified that he was only commenting on the name, not the music itself. Kyouka chuckled in agreement, and they shared a smile, unconsciously moving closer together to share the phone. As Kyouka observed Izuku, she noted that he didn't stand out much in a crowd, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In a world where quirks could drastically alter appearances, those without flashy quirks often blended in. However, his green hair and unique freckle pattern were certainly memorable. Kyouka found herself thinking he was cute, perhaps even handsome. He didn't possess the typical masculine features, but she could see the potential for a strong jawline beneath the baby fat that would likely fade soon. She recalled how different her parents looked at his age after just a few months. Her gaze lingered on his eyes, and when he briefly opened them, she was met with shimmering emerald orbs that captivated her. His tousled green and black hair framed his face, creating a combination of features that would only improve with time. Kyouka also noticed that he was quite fit. The top of his tracksuit was off, revealing a black t-shirt that showed off his toned arms. It was clear he put in a lot of effort at the gym. Kyouka had never been one to fawn over guys. She had too much to focus on and assumed no one would be interested in her. Yet, it seemed this quirk enthusiast had caught her attention in a way she hadn't expected. After 15 years, the first guy she started to notice was the one who had asked her if she liked jazz. As the song faded, they continued to gaze at each other, their close proximity becoming apparent. Izuku hesitated before speaking, but Kyouka interrupted him by singing a line from a song, her eyes widening as she suddenly threw her phone across the room in panic. She quickly returned to her chair, staring at Izuku, who looked equally surprised. She shot her jacks out and pressed them against his throat, insisting he hadn't heard anything. Izuku quickly complied, both of them sitting stiffly and ignoring what had just happened, Kyouka out of embarrassment and Izuku out of a longing to stay safe. After a moment, Kyouka asked about his quirk, reminding him that he had asked about hers first. Izuku squirmed in his seat, his discomfort evident. Kyouka wondered if his quirk was weak, so weak that it embarrassed him. Then she realized he might have struggled during the test. When she asked if his test had gone poorly, Izuku looked down, rubbing his hands together. He admitted that he had a lot riding on passing but hadn't scored any points. Kyouka felt a pang of sympathy. She had just started to like him, and now it seemed she might never see him again. She suggested he could apply for the general studies or support course, but Izuku shook his head, explaining that he needed the hero course for more personal reasons. He had dreamed of taking this test and attending the school his entire life, and now it felt like everything was over. Kyouka frowned, insisting it couldn't be the end. There had to be more to the test than just destroying robots. She asked if he had helped anyone, hoping that would count for something. Izuku mentioned he had saved a girl from being crushed by the 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, which piqued Kyouka's interest. When she asked what he did, he revealed that he had destroyed the robot. Kyouka was taken aback and asked him to repeat himself, her disbelief evident. Izuku confirmed that he had indeed destroyed the 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, the massive battle robot. Kyouka was astonished and pressed him for details. He explained that his quirk was a body enhancer, and he had jumped into the air and punched it. Kyouka couldn't understand how he had failed the test after such a feat. Izuku explained that his quirk had a significant backlash. He couldn't control his strength yet, and using it resulted in injuries. Kyouka acknowledged that it was a serious drawback but insisted that the school was meant to teach them how to control their quirks. If they didn't accept him, they weren't doing their job. She argued that he deserved to be there more than anyone, especially compared to another candidate who had recklessly used his quirk without regard for others. Kyouka's disdain for that candidate was clear, and Izuku realized then that Kyouka was destined to be his friend. He expressed hope that she was right, and Kyouka assured him he would get in, feeling confident about it. They both wished to be in the same class. Just then, Kyouka's phone vibrated, and she retrieved it from where she had thrown it. After reading a text, she turned to Izuku, explaining that her parents were wondering where she was and that they should leave before Recovery Girl got lost. Izuku felt a wave of sadness wash over him as he realized his time with Kyouka had come to an end, possibly for good. Uncertainty loomed over him. He didn't know if he would see her again, but he held on to a few important thoughts. She was the first girl he had ever spoken to, his first friend, even if their friendship was brief. She was the first person his age to treat him kindly in over a decade, and he knew he would never forget her. As they gathered their bags and exited the building, they made their way to the front gate. Izuku glanced down the street and sighed, contemplating whether he should search for her, just in case she had truly gotten lost. Kyouka, however, had other commitments. She expressed her regret about not being able to accompany him. Understanding her situation, Izuku took a moment to express his gratitude. He thanked her for everything she had done, emphasizing how much it meant to him, especially since he was uncertain about his acceptance into you. Suddenly, Kyouka moved a piece of paper into his hands, catching him off guard. He looked down, puzzled, and asked what it was. With a teasing tone, Kyouka revealed that it was her phone number. She had no intention of letting him go after their time together, especially since he had discovered a song on her playlist that she loved. Izuku chuckled, but Kyouka's serious demeanor reminded him that she was not joking. She continued to express her appreciation for him, noting that there was something special about him. She wanted someone to hang out with while they anxiously awaited their test results and also hoped to expand his musical horizons. As they playfully bantered, Izuku found himself laughing as she playfully attacked him. It was a refreshing change. He felt no fear, no tears, just the joy of a light-hearted moment. It was a feeling he could easily get used to. Eventually, Kyouka caught him and playfully shook him, warning him not to regret giving him her number. He promised to try his best. Kyouka then asked if he would join her at the karaoke club that Saturday. Izuku, feeling bold, declared that he would walk 1,000 miles just to be with her. Kyouka playfully told him to stop, but he retreated with laughter, promising it would be the last time he made such a statement. As she walked away, he called out to her, apologizing. She continued on her path, but he quickly suggested they could hang out at a karaoke place where he would sing all the songs she chose for him. She paused, turned around, and smirked, giving him the details of their meeting. As she disappeared from view, Izuku couldn't help but smile. Even if he didn't pass the exam, Kyouka had made everything feel much brighter. For the first time, he had a friend, a girl he was going to hang out with, just the two of them. The realization struck him. Was this a date? Meanwhile, at the 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 residence, Inko noticed her son staring at the piece of paper for an extended time, looking somewhat dazed. Concerned, she asked what was on it. When Izuku hesitated to share, fearing her reaction, Inko's curiosity only grew. She gasped when she realized it was a phone number, and her excitement escalated upon learning it was a girl's number. Inko's joy was palpable as she embraced Izuku tightly, celebrating this new development in his life. It had been years since she had seen him make a friend, and the fact that it was a girl made her heart soar. She eagerly encouraged him to call her, insisting he do it right away. Izuku, feeling the pressure, retreated to his room, pulling out his phone and the piece of paper once more. As he sat at his desk, he marveled at the significance of the moment. He had received a girl's phone number, and it was from someone he found truly special. After confirming he wasn't dreaming, he entered the number into his phone, his heart racing with each keystroke. The contact name, 𝗬𝗂𝗧𝗪, stared back at him, filling him with both excitement and intimidation. At the same time, Kyouka was at her home, playing her bass guitar while glancing at her phone with a smirk, knowing Izuku was likely feeling overwhelmed. Back at the 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 residence, Izuku faced the blinking message bar, feeling the weight of the moment. It should have been simple, just a casual "hey" or "hello" would suffice. But the pressure of reaching out felt monumental. He had become quite skilled at conversing with her back at you. Where had that confidence disappeared to? Perhaps it was the fact that it was his first time speaking to a girl on the phone. Or maybe it was the realization that this could mark the beginning of a new chapter in his life. He shook his head and lightly slapped his cheeks, questioning his own thoughts. He was supposed to be focused on becoming a hero, yet here he was, caught up in sending a text. Izuku picked up his phone, typed his message, and pressed send. Midoriya sent a message to Jirou, who quickly responded, expressing her surprise at how long it took him to reach out. He apologized, and she reassured him that it was fine, asking what he was up to. A smile crept onto Izuku's face. The conversation felt casual. The warmth and calmness he had experienced in the nurse's office returned, and the nervousness faded as he imagined Kyouka's smooth, unamused voice. He replied that he was doing nothing, to which Jirou responded that she was in the same boat, except for sending him a message. A notification chimed, and a picture appeared on his screen, showing Kyouka in a large blue and white striped shirt and black leggings, a bass guitar resting in her lap. Her expression was a blend of boredom and slight amusement. He found himself staring at a girl's picture on his phone and questioned if that was inappropriate. Jirou then suggested he needed a contact photo for her, which eased his mind. Izuku felt a bit embarrassed when she sent a picture of broccoli, and he playfully acknowledged her sense of humor. He found himself trying to decipher whether Kyouka was genuinely laughing or simply exhaling lightly while texting. She then asked if they were still on for Saturday, to which he confirmed, unless his mother had other plans. When she inquired why that might be, he shared a light-hearted story about his mother hugging him tightly upon learning about his new friend, wondering if that sounded lame. Jirou revealed that she also had overbearing parents, mentioning her dad's tendency to sing loudly during significant moments. Izuku felt relieved that Kyouka took his comment well. Social situations had always been daunting for him, requiring careful analysis of every sentence. Yet, with Kyouka, he felt free to express himself without the usual pressure. He had known her for less than a day, but it felt liberating. He shared a humorous story about his mother crying so much that they flooded the apartment below, and Jirou responded with a tale of her dad shattering windows when she received an A on a test. They discussed their families, and Izuku excitedly mentioned his collection of notebooks filled with information on quirks, which Jirou found impressive rather than weird. She pointed out that knowing about heroes and villains was essential for their future at U, and he felt grateful to have found such a supportive friend. As their conversation continued, Jirou mentioned that her parents were calling her for dinner, and while she would have liked to chat while eating, she preferred to avoid her father's interrogation. She signed off with a playful nickname for him, which made Izuku laugh despite his frustration at falling for it. He felt a sense of joy from their exchange, which contradicted his previous experiences. After their conversation ended, Izuku felt a sense of longing. It had been a while since he had wanted to talk to someone so much. He found himself eager to continue their dialogue and couldn't wait for Saturday to arrive. For days later, he found himself in a bit of a panic. He had already changed shirts 3 times due to nerves, having forgotten that he would be alone with Kyouka. Although he didn't think of it as a date, the thought of spending time with her was both exciting and daunting. He recognized that they hardly knew each other, and while dates were meant for getting to know one another, he felt uncertain about his own attractiveness. Just then, his mother, 𝗵𝗃, appeared in the hallway with a laundry basket, looking at him with concern. She asked if he was okay, noting his frantic movements and the multiple shirt changes. He assured her he was fine but requested her opinion on his outfit. He stood in a dark green zip-up hoodie with rolled-up sleeves, a t-shirt, black jeans, and red shoes, seeking her approval. Izuku had initially considered wearing nicer clothes, but he remembered that the event was meant to be casual. He had never really participated in something like this before. His mother, 𝗵𝗃, noticed him and commented that he looked just fine, asking if he was going somewhere. Izuku froze, realizing he hadn't informed her that he was going to hang out with Kyouka. He hesitantly mentioned Jirou, and 𝗵𝗃's basket dropped to the floor in surprise. She exclaimed that it sounded like a date, but Izuku quickly clarified that it was not a date. 𝗵𝗃's shoulders slumped, expressing disappointment. Izuku insisted they were just hanging out and hardly knew each other. 𝗵𝗃 reminded him that she hadn't known his father well before they started dating, suggesting that sometimes people just know when there's a connection. Izuku turned away, muttering about how one of them was across the globe while the other was raising him alone. When 𝗵𝗃 asked what he said, he brushed it off, stating he needed to leave to avoid being late. He hugged her goodbye and left the apartment, shaking his head as he descended the stairs, pondering where his earlier thoughts had come from. Meanwhile, Kyouka was in her room when her mother, 𝗵𝗃, entered and remarked on her wearing lipstick. Kyouka shrugged, explaining she wanted to try something different. 𝗵𝗃 pointed out the eyeliner and red nails, teasing her daughter about going out. Kyouka insisted it wasn't a date, but 𝗵𝗃 playfully acknowledged that she knew better. Kyouka rolled her eyes, stating they were just friends who had met a few days ago. 𝗵𝗃 noted that Kyouka had never laughed or texted so much with a boy before, and Kyouka shot back that her mother was invading her privacy. 𝗵𝗃, sitting on the desk, encouraged Kyouka to embrace her feelings if she liked this boy. Kyouka stepped out of her closet, unimpressed, and questioned why her mother assumed she had feelings for him. 𝗵𝗃 pointed out Kyouka's outfit, which consisted of a violet off-shoulder t-shirt, skinny black faux leather breathes, and combat boots. Kyouka defended her choice, but 𝗵𝗃 teased her about bending down in front of him, suggesting it could speed up their relationship. Kyouka glared playfully, but her mother urged her to leave before she was late. Izuku stood outside the 𝗬𝗵𝗿 karaoke club, pacing nervously. He regretted suggesting karaoke, especially since he had agreed to let Kyouka choose his songs without any limits. He felt he was in for a challenging night. When Kyouka arrived, Izuku was taken aback by her presence, feeling his heart race. She playfully asked if he was ready to sing, and he stumbled over his words, complimenting her appearance. Kyouka returned the compliment, and they shared a light moment before heading inside. Once in their private room, Kyouka wasted no time and handed Izuku the microphone. He hesitated, suggesting they order food first, but Kyouka insisted he couldn't stall. She excitedly asked if he had heard of BTS, to which he replied that he didn't speak Korean. Kyouka then chose a song, and the title, "I Want It That Way Backstreet Boys," appeared on the screen. Izuku pleaded with her, but she assured him it was a catchy song. As the music began, Izuku felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Kyouka couldn't help but laugh at his performance, and he slumped against the couch, questioning if it was really that bad. Kyouka managed to calm down, admitting it wasn't terrible but teasing him about a voice crack that had made him sound ridiculous. Izuku recalled the moment, feeling a mix of humiliation and amusement. When he suggested Kyouka could prove she was better than him, her laughter stopped abruptly. She hesitated, admitting she wasn't that good and only sang to herself. Kyouka had kept her singing private, only performing for her parents when she was younger, and she wasn't ready to share that part of herself with anyone else. If she wasn't willing to sing in front of them, then she certainly wouldn't sing for someone she had just met. It wasn't as if anyone was particularly interested anyway. Kyouka thought about her family of musicians and how everyone expected her to be incredible. They were at a karaoke club after all, wasn't it somewhat obligatory? However, most people Kyouka had just met weren't as cute and optimistic as Izuku. She hesitated, unsure of herself. Izuku, sensing her reluctance, reassured her that he didn't want to push her if she truly didn't want to sing. But he genuinely wanted to hear her voice. Kyouka crossed her arms and looked down at her lap, contemplating his words. He really wanted to hear her sing. She could tell that Izuku wouldn't judge her. In the short time they had known each other, it was clear he had a pure heart. There was something soothing about him, as if his own anxiousness somehow calmed her own. He was like an eager puppy, excited to explore new things. She found it hard to resist. It wouldn't be that bad, would it? Finally, she agreed and hopped up from the sofa, making her way to the front of the room to grab the microphone. She playfully challenged Izuku to pick a good song for her. Izuku's eyes widened as he scrambled with the touchpad, finally settling on a song that wasn't punk rock but was still quite good. As the first notes of piano began to play, Kyouka smiled at the choice. Slowly, her nerves began to fade as Izuku flashed her a confident smile. Taking a deep breath, she started to sing. Her voice flowed smoothly, filling the room with warmth. The lyrics spoke of love and hope, and as she sang, the world around Izuku faded away, leaving only Kyouka in focus. He watched her intently, captivated by the way her throat moved with each note and how her eyes closed as she lost herself in the rhythm. As she finished the song, Kyouka returned to the couch, curious about his reaction. Izuku remained in a daze, staring at the spot where she had just stood. She leaned over, playfully cupping his chin and squishing his cheeks together, pretending to speak for him. She thanked him for his encouragement, but he was still in awe, insisting that she was the best singer he had ever heard. Kyouka blushed and looked away, feeling flattered yet humble. It was the second time he had showered her with compliments, and she suspected he was simply being genuine. Then, her stomach growled loudly, prompting laughter from Kyouka. They decided to order food, and as they waited, it became clear that more songs would not be sung that night. Instead, they found themselves engrossed in conversation, enjoying each other's company far more than the karaoke itself. Izuku shared that he had practiced a song, and Kyouka was amazed by his talent. She asked if his friends knew about his singing abilities, but he hesitated, looking down. He admitted that he didn't really have any friends, which surprised Kyouka. She quickly reassured him that he had her, revealing that she too lacked close friends outside of school. They had only known each other for a few days, yet they had already shared a special experience together. In fact, Kyouka revealed that Izuku was the first person she had sung in front of besides her parents. She smiled at him, declaring him her friend. Izuku's heart soared at the thought, but then Kyouka quickly added that they were best friends. This made Izuku's heart swell again, and he raised his glass to hers, affirming their bond. They shared a moment of joy as they clinked their glasses and took a sip of their drinks. However, Izuku's happiness was soon overshadowed by Kyouka's mischievous smirk. Kyouka set her drink down and playfully pulled Izuku to his feet, urging him to follow her. When he asked where they were going, she replied that they could go wherever they wanted, emphasizing that they didn't have to stay in one place all night. As they stepped outside, Kyouka held Izuku's hand, feeling a new excitement within her. She noticed the thrill on his face, which reassured her that this was a good thing. They arrived in the bustling center of the city, surrounded by crowds and illuminated by giant video billboards. Kyouka playfully asked Izuku where he wanted to go, but he admitted he didn't know. They both realized they needed to explore more. Kyouka smiled at him, noting that now they had friends to venture out with. As they wandered, Kyouka's attention was caught by a billboard featuring a model showcasing a dress. She scoffed at the idea of flaunting oneself like that, while Izuku suggested that Kyouka could be a model too. She was taken aback by his compliment, realizing he believed she was pretty enough for it. Kyouka pulled out her phone to take a selfie, questioning what he saw in her. She joked about modeling jobs for punk outfits, and Izuku, flustered, expressed disbelief at the idea of him modeling. Kyouka playfully pointed out his impressive physique, but then noticed they were still holding hands, which made her heart race. She thought about her mother's advice regarding feelings, but decided to brush it off. As they walked through a music store, Kyouka saw an opportunity to expand Izuku's musical tastes. When he mentioned wanting to look at records, she playfully hit his hand away from a band she disapproved of. Izuku, embarrassed, apologized, and Kyouka led him further into the store, hoping his lack of music knowledge wouldn't ruin their outing. They reached the instruments section, where Kyouka began to explore. She handed Izuku a 𝗬𝗨, but after examining him, decided it wasn't the right fit. She explained that since they were best friends now, they should find activities they could enjoy together. Kyouka offered to teach him how to play an instrument, noting that he needed help if he wanted to spend more time with her. Izuku expressed interest, and Kyouka listed the instruments she could play, only to realize she had forgotten about the piccolo. When Izuku mentioned he watched anime, Kyouka hesitated, admitting she had watched some as a child. She felt a wave of vulnerability, as sharing her interests was not something she often did. She had always kept her passions close to her heart, feeling disconnected from others. Despite her reservations, Kyouka felt a sense of warmth in their growing friendship, hoping it would lead to more shared experiences and deeper connections. Kyouka had never felt a strong longing to connect with others. Her interests simply didn't align with anyone around her. As a result, she kept her doors locked, guarding her thoughts and feelings. This habit made sharing her interests feel awkward and private. Yet, here she was, excitedly revealing to Midoriya that she enjoyed cartoons. He responded with enthusiasm, expressing his surprise at her interest. Kyouka felt a rush of warmth at his excitement, and despite her reservations, she found herself agreeing to watch something together. The moment his eyes lit up, she knew she couldn't resist. They discussed their preferences, and Kyouka made it clear that they should avoid lengthy shows like One Piece. She appreciated the connection they were forming, even if she teased him about their friendship being by default. Izuku, though slightly deflated, maintained a smile, eager to deepen their bond. Kyouka then guided him to her guitars, explaining the differences between acoustic and electric. She compared the instruments to their personalities, noting how both could be soft yet powerful. She suggested that he could learn both a guitar and a piano, which intrigued him despite his initial doubts about affordability. Kyouka reassured him that he could use her instruments, and they would have plenty of time to practice before school started. When he asked where they would practice, she pointed out that it would be at her place, which made him pause. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness about entering her room. As they continued their day at the mall, Kyouka noticed Izuku's curiosity about the shops and the people around them. His warm smile sent a pleasant sensation through her, and she thought that despite his dorky demeanor, he was quite cool. When Izuku asked where to go next, Kyouka encouraged him to choose, leading to a playful exchange about figurines that made her laugh. They approached a mall map, but their moment was interrupted by voices behind them. Izuku instinctively pulled up his hood and lowered his head, prompting Kyouka to question his actions. He urged her to keep his name quiet as they overheard Katsuki and his friends discussing their plans. Kyouka was surprised to learn that Deku was Izuku's nickname, and she couldn't help but wonder about the implications of their conversation. As Bakugo and his friends moved on, Kyouka turned to Izuku, wanting to understand more about his earlier comment regarding how others viewed him. She gently asked him to clarify, sensing that there was more to his story than he had shared. Izuku hesitated, pulling his hood down as he prepared to reveal more about his experiences. Izuku felt hesitant about the situation and suggested they leave, confident they could find a better place to enjoy themselves. However, a firm grip on his jacket sleeve held him in place. Kyouka insisted they could go, but he couldn't distance himself from her. She reminded him that she was his best friend by default and urged him not to be foolish. Izuku found it amusing how her comforting words were both heartfelt and blunt. Kyouka led him outside the mall and onto the sidewalks, determined not to let an unpleasant encounter ruin their day. As they walked, the streets became less crowded, prompting Izuku to consider speaking up. However, Kyouka interrupted him, insisting he wait. Confused, he complied, and they eventually settled on a bench at the train station, waiting for their ride. When the train arrived, they boarded and continued their journey. After a brief ride, they stepped off the train and found themselves outside a modern house that seemed suitable for a well-off family. Kyouka pulled him inside and started heading for the stairs, ignoring his protests about taking off his shoes. As they climbed the stairs, they spotted Kyuka's parents at the dinner table. Kyouka whispered for Izuku to move slowly and act as if they couldn't be seen. Her father suddenly pointed at Izuku, exclaiming about a boy being in the house. Kyouka quickly urged Izuku to run up the stairs to avoid any awkward questions. Her father called after them, wanting to know who Izuku was and what he was doing with his daughter. Kyuka's mother intervened, suggesting they let the kids be and that Izuku could introduce himself later. Kyuka's father hesitated but eventually relented, knowing he was outnumbered by the two strong-willed women in his life. Once in her room, Kyouka reassured Izuku that he wasn't intruding. The room was a vibrant space filled with musical instruments and band posters, a stark contrast to Izuku's own hero-themed room. He marveled at the setup, feeling a mix of awe and nervousness about being in a girl's room. Kyouka directed him to sit at the piano, explaining they were there to start his music lessons. Izuku was puzzled, wondering if she had forgotten about their earlier encounter. Kyouka seemed to sense his hesitation and explained that she understood he didn't want to discuss what had happened. She acknowledged that bullies were terrible but respected his boundaries, noting that they hadn't known each other long enough for him to share everything. Izuku admitted he had never had friends before, let alone someone he could confide in. Kyouka reassured him that she wouldn't pressure him to share anything he wasn't ready to. She explained that she had brought him there to ensure he didn't go home upset and that music was her way of calming down. Izuku chuckled, appreciating her thoughtfulness but expressed concern about starting their friendship without open communication. Kyouka reminded him that sharing something personal about himself was different from discussing deeper issues. Izuku insisted that his interests were important to him, especially because she mattered to him. He awkwardly confessed that aside from his mother, Kyouka was the only person he felt close to. When she asked about his father, he explained that he lived far away and that he had a complicated relationship with his mother. He took a deep breath, feeling vulnerable as he shared his feelings with her. He turned to Kyouka, noticing her wide eyes. He apologized, explaining that sometimes his thoughts raced ahead of him, making it hard to stop talking. Kyouka playfully blew a raspberry and placed a hand on his shoulder, acknowledging that it was a lot to absorb. She admitted that she couldn't fully grasp his feelings, considering how unique his situation was. Izuku reflected on his life, from being quirkless to meeting All Might, to the moment he gained incredible power, and chuckled softly, realizing she had no idea of the full story. He then expressed that while he might not be much, he would be everything she needed. Kyouka teased him about making a big promise to a stranger, reminding him that they weren't strangers anymore. This brought a small smile to Izuku's face, and he reciprocated her sentiment. Kyouka playfully called him a sappy nerd, to which he stammered a response. She nudged him, saying that being sappy was good, as it contrasted with her calm demeanor. Izuku found it amusing that she referred to herself as calm and cool, pointing out that people usually don't describe themselves that way. Kyouka insisted it was honesty, which made Izuku raise his hands in mock surrender, his smile widening. She had a way of lifting his spirits. As the conversation shifted, Kyouka expressed her longing to know more about him, stating she had one question. Izuku anticipated what she would ask, knowing it would concern why Kaken had called him quirkless. Kyouka confirmed that it was a significant point in the hurtful comments directed at him and inquired about Kaken's identity. Izuku explained that Kaken was the nickname he had given to his childhood friend, who had changed after discovering Izuku was quirkless. Izuku felt a mix of relief and frustration. He was relieved that he didn't have to fabricate a story, as he and All Might had already crafted a believable backstory. However, he felt frustrated because he had just vowed not to start his first friendship on lies. He couldn't reveal the truth about One for All, at least not yet. All Might had hinted that if the situation required it, he could confide in someone he trusted completely, but Izuku understood that this was likely meant for his mother. He knew All Might would be upset if he revealed everything to someone he had known for only a few days. Izuku decided that one for all would be his compromise. He found solace in the fact that much of the story was true, even if some details were altered. He began recounting his past, explaining that he had been diagnosed as quirkless at 4 years old, showing no signs of his parents' quirks. Kyouka grimaced, realizing this had likely made him a target. He confirmed that the nickname Deku, given to him by Kaken, meant useless. Kyouka winced at the thought, and Izuku continued, explaining that his quirk had not awakened until he was physically capable of handling its power. He shared that he often broke his bones when using it, as his body was still adjusting. Kyouka couldn't fathom her own abilities being dangerous, but she appreciated Izuku's strength, which contributed to his impressive physique. She asked if there was any way to stop the bone breaking, to which Izuku reassured her that with training he would be able to use more of his quirk without injury. Kyouka expressed her concern, emphasizing that he would be attending a hero course where quirks were frequently used. Izuku smiled at her worry, feeling grateful that someone cared about him. Curious, Kyouka wondered how he had managed to fight giant robots without powers. Izuku sheepishly admitted that he hadn't known there would be robots. Kyouka scolded him for being reckless, and he reflected on his frustration with feeling useless. He believed that if he could get into you, he could prove everyone wrong and shed the Deku label. Kyouka felt a pang of regret for her earlier comment, realizing how many people must have told him he couldn't be a hero. She quickly clarified that she didn't mean to imply it was impossible, sharing that she had seen a girl with the quirk of invisibility pass the entrance exam. Izuku was astonished, questioning if he could have passed without a quirk. Kyouka pointed out that he sounded as if he didn't believe in himself, to which he admitted he hadn't had anyone rooting for him. Kyouka admitted she had forgotten a part of their conversation, resting her head on her arms atop the piano. Izuku reassured her that it was fine, claiming he didn't let things bother him. Kyouka raised an eyebrow and turned to him, expressing her disbelief. She acknowledged that Izuku, having fought to get into you, without a quirk, was undoubtedly stubborn. However, she pointed out that negative thoughts could linger in one's mind regardless of their intentions. Izuku insisted he was alright, but Kyouka noted that he had referred to himself as Deku. She observed the discomfort in his eyes when certain individuals appeared, suggesting he wanted to escape. Kyouka emphasized that while he could try to cut out the negativity, unless he addressed the root of the problem, it would continue to resurface. Izuku offered a weak smile as he played random keys on the piano, clearly uneasy. Kyouka suddenly recognized a potential song lyric and quickly jotted it down on a sticky note, prompting a laugh from Izuku before he returned to a serious expression. He asked what he should do, and Kyouka suggested he confront the negativity head-on. She encouraged him to take ownership of what others said and turn it into a source of strength. By embracing the name Deku as a badge of honor, it would lose its power over him. Instead of being called useless, it would become a testament to his achievements. Izuku was taken aback by her perspective, realizing that if he accepted the name, it could transform into something positive. He found that the name sounded much better when Kyouka said it. Kyouka was surprised by his acceptance and celebrated the moment. She teased him about her various nicknames for him, including one she felt she should retire. When Izuku asked which one, she playfully laughed and suggested that she might stop calling him Midoriya in favor of using his first name. Izuku blushed at the thought of being on a first-name basis, realizing that they had already established a close friendship. Kyouka leaned on Izuku's shoulder, presenting him with a choice. They could start his music lesson or he could face her father's wrath. Izuku opted for the lesson, and Kyouka began teaching him how to read sheet music. As she searched for the materials, Izuku felt a sense of excitement about the changes happening in his life. Kyouka retrieved the sheet music, and Izuku focused intently on the keys, his fingers hesitating as he sought to play the correct notes. To his surprise, he successfully played every G key, and Kyouka praised him for being a fast learner. She encouraged him to practice pressing the keys in the right order and rhythm to create a song. Kyouka's laughter filled the room, but as she glanced at the clock, she realized how late it had become. Both teens felt a twinge of disappointment as they acknowledged that the day had passed quickly, filled with meaningful moments. Izuku reflected on their friendship, recognizing how much he valued having someone to confide in. He understood that their bond was still new, and he worried that he might have rushed things. He felt as though he had found a refreshing source of companionship after a long period of solitude. In a fleeting moment, he glanced at Kyouka, appreciating her presence and the way she carried herself. He felt a deep sense of trust in her, something he had never experienced before. Kyouka's acceptance of him and her longing to be friends demonstrated her incredible character. She had transformed the name Deku, which had once filled him with shame, into a symbol of pride. She had confronted the darkness that had lingered in his heart, helping him reclaim his identity and confidence. In that moment, he realized how much she had already done for him, solidifying his trust in her. Izuku felt grateful to have someone like Kyouka to embark on his new journey. It suggested that they could start learning something new together, like the guitar. Kyouka smiled at him, teasingly reminding him that he couldn't avoid her father forever. Izuku sighed and rose from the piano bench. As they reached the door, Kyouka placed a hand on his shoulder and gave him a quick warning about her father's quirk, voice box, which allowed him to change his voice for various effects. She mentioned that he often used a dramatic tone to intimidate others, just to prepare Izuku for what was to come. As Kyouka opened her room door, they began to descend the stairs. At the bottom, they were greeted by Kyotoku, Kyouka's father, who sat in a dark cloak surrounded by flickering candlelight. An eerie violin played in the background, adding to the atmosphere. He dramatically proclaimed that they had entered his home without permission, suggesting dire consequences. Kyouka quickly interjected, clarifying that she had already warned Izuku about her father's voice. Kyotoku expressed his frustration at their interruption, but the lights flickered on to reveal Mika, Kyouka's mother, holding the violin. She playfully apologized, reminding Kyouka that she had to introduce her friend. Kyouka crossed her arms and looked away, introducing Izuku as someone cool, while she dismissed her parents as not cool. Kyotoku raised an eyebrow at the casual introduction, and Izuku, still flustered, bowed respectfully, expressing his gratitude for meeting them and acknowledging Kyouka's friendship. Kyotoku chuckled, finding Izuku's nervousness amusing. Mika approached Izuku with curiosity, inspecting him closely and playfully examining his features. She asked for her husband's opinion, and Kyotoku, crossing his arms, reluctantly admitted that Izuku was acceptable, but warned him to keep his intentions pure regarding Kyouka. Just then, Kyouka, sensing the tension, declared it was time for Izuku to head home before his mother grew concerned. She took his hand and led him toward the front door, prompting a humorous outburst from Kyotoku about their hand-holding. Kyouka turned to her father with a fierce look, brandishing her jax, which made him reconsider his approach. She wished Izuku a good night as they stepped outside onto the porch, bathed in moonlight. Kyouka apologized for her father's protectiveness, and Izuku, understanding the sentiment, expressed his longing to meet them again. Kyouka assured him that he would have plenty of opportunities since he would be around often for lessons. Izuku was surprised by the prospect of spending more time with her and playfully questioned what else she had to do besides being with him. Kyouka responded with a light-hearted dismissal, and they shared a laugh. As they stood on the porch, Izuku hesitated, wanting to express how much the day meant to him, but Kyouka cut him off, suggesting they had enough sentimentality for one day. However, a small smile betrayed her serious demeanor. In a playful twist, Kyouka suddenly pushed him down a step, bringing them to eye level. She admitted that the day had meant a lot to her too and thanked him for trusting her. Overwhelmed by the moment, Izuku felt tears welling up. It was the first hug he had received from anyone other than his mother. He embraced her tightly, inhaling her sweet fragrance, which captivated him. Kyouka's scent was surprisingly pleasant, reflecting her unique personality. As they shared this moment, Kyouka playfully warned him not to tell anyone about the hug, teasingly tightening her jax around his neck but ensuring he knew it was all in good fun. Izuku laughed, asking if she was ashamed of him, to which she jokingly replied that she kind of was. After a light jab, she urged him to leave, and he stepped off the porch with a smile. Once on the sidewalk, he turned back to ask when they would hang out again. Kyouka shrugged, saying it could be whenever they were both free or bored. Izuku suggested the next day, but Kyouka playfully warned him not to push his luck before closing the door behind her. As Izuku walked down the street, a text from Jirou buzzed on his phone, asking what he was up to. He chuckled and shook his head, heading toward the train station. He plugged in his headphones and started listening to a song, but found himself skipping to the next track, realizing that Kyouka had overshadowed the music with her presence. Meanwhile, Kyouka smiled at the text she had sent him, pleased with her playful banter, before returning to the main room to rejoin her parents. Mika chuckled and assumed that her daughter hadn't mentioned her new friend to her father. She was curious to see how he would react, especially since she hadn't expected her daughter to bring him over so soon. It had been a spontaneous decision, and 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧 wanted to avoid any further embarrassment from the two of them. He pulled out 3 pairs of earplugs and handed 2 to Mika, who inserted them into her ears while he prepared the third. With a nod, he signaled for her to proceed. 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧's voice rose in disbelief as he expressed his concerns about a boy entering their home and possibly dating their daughter. He was overwhelmed and frustrated, struggling to understand why she would bring someone like him into their lives. Mika and 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧 exchanged glances, knowing their daughter was typically quiet and reserved, especially when it came to sharing her feelings. It was a significant effort for her to express her longing to become a hero, but when she was angry, she found her voice. Eventually, Kyouka calmed down, and her parents removed their earplugs. Mika asked if she was finished, to which Kyouka reluctantly replied that she was. Mika explained that 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧 took his role as a protective father seriously, which included being wary of her romantic interests. Kyouka quickly corrected her mother, insisting that the boy was just a friend. Mika smiled and walked over to her daughter, holding her shoulders gently, and remarked on how cute she thought the boy was. 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧 jumped up in surprise, feeling betrayed by Mika's comment. He insisted that they should judge the boy with an overprotective bias, as any parent would. Mika countered that they hadn't even spoken to him yet, and 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧 questioned whether the boy played an instrument, which Mika dismissed as irrelevant. Kyouka, feeling overwhelmed, abruptly left the room, slamming her bedroom door behind her. Once Kyouka was gone, Mika turned to 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧 and asked how he truly felt about the situation. He slumped onto the couch, admitting that it was difficult to dislike someone who seemed so innocent. Mika reminded him that their daughter valued their approval, and they needed to ensure she didn't feel opposed by them. 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧 sighed, realizing that Kyouka was growing up, and he couldn't deny that the boy would likely become her boyfriend. Mika reassured him that they needed to support Kyouka's future, which included her romantic interests. 𝗧𝗪𝗪𝗧 raised his hands in defeat, promising to get to know the boy. Meanwhile, Kyouka listened from her room, feeling relieved that her family was already accepting of Izuku. She knew her father could be dramatic but had a soft heart. Now that the initial hurdle was cleared, she needed to address her own insecurities. Rushing to her mirror, Kyouka scrutinized her reflection, questioning what Izuku saw in her. She felt far from breathtaking or model-like, viewing herself as a flat-chested, boyish punk. The only thing she appreciated was her makeup, which she used to hide what she perceived as flaws. Frustrated? She removed her combat boots and wiped off her makeup, hoping to see something different in the mirror. After removing her makeup, she still felt dissatisfied with her appearance. Standing in just a tank top and briefs, she hesitated to remove her belt, realizing it wouldn't change how she felt about her body. Kyouka sat on her bed, her head in her hands, feeling a familiar ache in her chest. Izuku was the first person outside her parents to compliment her, and his words felt genuine. Yet, she struggled to believe him, feeling that her parents' compliments were obligatory. She recalled his kind words, but each time she looked in the mirror, she couldn't understand why he thought she was appealing. The pain in her chest tightened as she shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts. Eventually, she decided to shut down her mind and go to sleep. She kicked off her briefs and slipped under the covers, turning off the lights. Despite the darkness, her thoughts kept her awake, and she hated nights like this. Kyouka was supposed to be tough and resilient, but she found it difficult to escape her own insecurities. She could handle external challenges, but the struggle with her self-image was relentless. Just as she began to feel uncomfortable in her own skin, her phone buzzed on the bedside table. Reluctantly, she reached for it, pushing herself to confront whatever awaited her on the screen. She squinted at the light, and as her eyes adjusted, Izuku's name appeared on her screen. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that while they had shared their general thoughts, he still felt the need to say something more. He thanked her sincerely, emphasizing that he didn't want his past to be a source of pity. He appreciated that she accepted him without judgment, something he had never experienced before. He promised that even if he didn't make it into you, and she went on to achieve great things, he would still be the best friend she needed. He doubted he could ever be as remarkable as she was, but he would certainly try. Kyouka read the message, and the tightness in her chest eased a little. It was still there, but it felt less constricting. She wondered how that cute, awkward, and kind-hearted boy always managed to lift her spirits. The adjectives she used to describe him made her smile. She scoffed softly to herself, reminding herself that having crushes was not her style. After all, who would be attracted to her? Yet, Izuku seemed to appreciate her looks. A flicker of hope ignited in her heart, only to be quickly extinguished by her own doubts. Surely he was just being polite. He wasn't the type to comment negatively on someone's appearance. She resolved to be content with their friendship. Kyouka hugged her phone to her chest and buried herself under her blankets. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived home, greeted his mother, Inko, who was watching TV in her pajamas. She noticed he was home later than expected and expressed her concern. He explained that he had stopped by Kyouka's house for a bit, which made his mother perk up with interest. When she mentioned Kyouka's name, Izuku felt a rush of nervousness. Inko teased him about using her first name and inquired about his time with her. Izuku hesitated, feeling a bit flustered, and tried to downplay their outing, but Inko was curious and persistent. As he retreated to his room, he reflected on the evening. Kyouka was truly remarkable, and everything felt right when he was with her. After years of waiting for a friend, he felt rewarded. She was not only appealing but also talented, funny, and someone he could genuinely talk to. The feelings he had for her were undeniable. He liked her a lot. He couldn't shake the image of her expressions from his mind, from her bored look to her smile. She made him laugh and feel good about himself, and her aspirations to be a hero only added to her allure. To avoid any awkwardness the next day, he decided to watch light-hearted videos before bed. However, he couldn't shake the thought of being Izuku. There was one thing he needed to find out about her. He quickly booted up his computer and searched for popular sweet perfumes, wondering if it was strange to be curious about what she smelled like. Despite his reservations, he continued typing and eventually found a flower-based perfume that caught his eye. The description mentioned violets, and he realized he had never thought he would have a favorite flower. The following week, Kyouka texted him, playfully threatening to be impatient if he didn't arrive soon. Izuku hurried out of the train station, clutching an envelope from 𝗬𝗎 that had arrived that morning. They had promised to open their acceptance letters together, though he feared his would be a rejection. The thought of the zero pointer still weighed heavily on his mind, and he considered calling All Might to find out his fate. However, he remembered his promise to Kyouka, who had initially thought the idea was cheesy but had agreed to it. They had managed to see each other every day that week, even if only for a few hours after school, until the sun set and the moon rose. During school hours, he noticed people looking at him differently. As the quirkless outcast, he was used to strange stares, but this was different. He realized it was because he had been smiling. He had been thinking about Kyouka constantly and sneaking in texts during class. His newfound happiness confused his classmates, especially since he had rarely smiled before. Even Bakugo had looked at him oddly. Kyouka's influence on his life was already profound. It was almost unsettling how quickly everything unfolded. As Izuku approached Kyouka's house, he hurried to the front door. Just as he was about to ring the doorbell, the door swung open, revealing Kyouka, who stood there with her ripped jeans and a striking red SEC Pistols shirt. She teased him about his speed, noting that for someone with a body-enhancing quirk, he was surprisingly slow. Izuku protested, worried about injuring himself, but Kyouka shrugged it off and pulled him toward the stairs, insisting she had been waiting forever. Before heading up, Izuku waved at 𝗬𝗪𝗪 and 𝗵𝗃𝗲, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. Spending time at Kyouka's house was always a challenge, especially when it came to interacting with her family. Once inside, Izuku was abruptly pulled into the living room and seated on the couch, where 𝗬𝗪𝗪 stared at him with an intense gaze. The silence was palpable, and Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Just then, Kyouka's voice echoed from upstairs, asking if Izuku was there. 𝗬𝗪𝗪 remained unfazed, continuing to scrutinize Izuku. Feeling the pressure, Izuku gestured toward the stairs, suggesting he should leave. However, 𝗬𝗪𝗪's glare intensified, and a high-pitched tune began to play, adding to the tension. Confused, Izuku turned to see 𝗵𝗃𝗲 playing her violin behind the couch. She greeted him and explained that 𝗬𝗪𝗪 liked to create an intimidating atmosphere. She encouraged him to go up to Kyouka, as 𝗬𝗪𝗪 was determined to scare him away. Izuku, determined to stay as long as Kyouka was around, made his way past 𝗬𝗪𝗪 and up the stairs, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. Kyouka soon joined him, exclaiming her disbelief at the situation. Entering her room, Kyouka led him to her desk, where they both took out their envelopes. They exchanged glances, and Kyouka asked who should go first. Izuku, wanting to spare her the anxiety, pushed her envelope toward her, but she playfully insisted on opening his first, confident he had succeeded. Suddenly, a large image of All Might appeared before them, announcing his presence in a promotional video. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, realizing he had never been informed of All Might's new teaching role at U. Kyouka, equally surprised, noted how incredible it was that All Might was settling down to teach. As the video continued, All Might delivered the news that Izuku had scored 0 hero points on the written exam, which meant failure. Izuku felt a wave of despair wash over him, tears threatening to spill. Just then, Kyouka erupted in frustration, expressing her anger at the school and its unfair standards. She grabbed her guitar, raising it in a dramatic gesture, ready to smash it down in protest. However, the video continued, revealing a girl Izuku had saved during the exam. She spoke up, advocating for Izuku and requesting that he be awarded some of her points for his heroic actions. Kyouka felt a pang of guilt for her earlier thoughts about Izuku. The video revealed that true heroism was valued, and to Izuku's astonishment, he was awarded 60 rescue points, granting him a passing grade. The moment was overwhelming, and as the image flickered off, Kyouka turned to him with a teasing smile, ready to say, "I told you so." Izuku stood up, wiping his tears away, and embraced Kyouka tightly, grateful for her support. In that moment, he realized that someone truly believed in him, and it felt different from the admiration he had for All Might. Kyouka's faith in him was a turning point, one that filled him with hope and determination. With All Might, Izuku had to demonstrate heroic actions that nearly put him in danger just to earn the hero's approval. With Kyouka, it was simply about being himself. For once, someone believed in him, and finally, it became a reality. Kyouka playfully asked if hugging was going to be a regular thing, and Izuku, feeling a bit embarrassed, pulled his arms back. However, Kyouka immediately wrapped her arms around him, indicating she wanted the embrace to continue. She was just as thrilled as he was. A hug felt comforting, and whenever Izuku held her close, everything felt right, as if two puzzle pieces had finally found their match. A week later, Kyouka expressed her disappointment over the phone, feeling guilty that Izuku had likely missed training time to be with her. She understood he needed to focus on his training to avoid further injuries. Despite her disappointment, she decided to join him for a workout, realizing she hadn't exercised since the entrance exam. Izuku suggested they train together, and Kyouka found the idea appealing. She knew she needed to stay in shape for U, and training with Izuku, who was clearly experienced, would be beneficial. As Kyouka prepared to leave, she hesitated at the sight of a yellow bikini her mother had bought her, which she had no intention of wearing. She felt it wouldn't suit her, and swimsuits in general made her uncomfortable. Shaking off her thoughts, she grabbed her bag and headed out after informing her parents of her plans. Upon arriving at Dagobah Beach, Kyouka was surprised to find it pristine, unlike the pictures she had seen. Izuku was already doing push-ups in the sand, and she couldn't help but admire his dedication. As she approached, she overheard him counting, realizing he had already completed over 200 push-ups without slowing down. She teased him about his choice of location, wondering if it was inspired by a movie, and he responded with a light-hearted joke. Kyouka set her bag down and prepared to join him, playfully asserting that she needed to contribute more to their dynamic than just being the girl character. They exchanged playful banter, and as they prepared to train, Kyouka felt a sense of excitement. The day promised to be filled with fun and camaraderie as they embarked on their training together. Kyouka's laughter interrupted Izuku's panic. She teased him, claiming she could hear how many push-ups he had done, admitting she couldn't handle that level of intensity. Instead, she suggested a lighter version, one that wouldn't be too overwhelming for her. Izuku smiled, rubbing the back of his head, and agreed to modify the workout. He explained that while what he did was still challenging, he had built up to it over time. Today, he could take it easy and do a simpler version alongside her. Kyouka playfully challenged him, pointing out his impressive physique, comparing him to a Greek statue. Izuku protested, but before he could finish, Kyouka playfully punched him in the chest. He barely flinched, which led her to question if she was weak or if he was just incredibly fit. Determined to prove herself, Kyouka began stretching, ready to start their workout. After an hour and a half of intense exercise, Kyouka lay half buried in the sand, groaning about her exhaustion. She expressed her frustration, feeling that the workout had been more torturous than beneficial. Despite being in good shape, she realized there was a significant difference between being fit and having a physique like Izuku's. Kyouka lamented her situation, feeling betrayed by her friend for putting her through such a grueling routine. Izuku reassured her, recalling how he had struggled to complete even 10 minutes of his initial workouts. He was genuinely impressed by her performance, acknowledging that All Might's training could be brutal, even for him. Kyouka had shown resilience, pushing through despite the challenges. Feeling a bit guilty for zoning out during their session, Izuku recognized that Kyouka had done more than he had. He had a lot on his mind, but he quickly dismissed any distractions. After a moment, he declared that they had done enough for the day. Kyouka, too exhausted to argue, would have retaliated if she could move her arms. Izuku helped her up, and they made their way to a stone wall at the beach, where they could rest. The sun was climbing higher in the sky, approaching noon. He mentioned that there were snacks and water in his bag, but his legs felt like jelly. Kyouka agreed to fetch them, and Izuku jogged over to her bag. As he rummaged through it, he froze at what he found. Kyouka noticed his reaction and asked what was wrong. Flustered, Izuku quickly handed her the bag, trying to act casual. He admitted he hadn't packed his own swimwear, not expecting to swim at the beach. Kyouka opened her bag to reveal a yellow bikini and a note from her mother, suggesting she might want to wear it. Kyouka groaned, clarifying that her mother had packed it, likely thinking they would swim. She set the swimsuit aside and handed Izuku a water bottle. He opened it, still blushing, and commented on how it was a reasonable assumption given their location. The idea of swimming began to sound appealing, but he quickly remembered he didn't have his trunks and felt unprepared to see Kyouka in a bikini. As thoughts of her in the swimsuit flooded his mind, Izuku's heart raced. He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, but ended up spitting out the water he had just taken a sip of. The liquid had a strange metallic taste, and he realized it was tinted pink. Quickly checking under his nose, he found BLD, a result of his flustered state. He wiped it away before Kyouka could notice, pretending nothing had happened. Kyouka relaxed in the sun and asked if he was ready for you. Izuku expressed his excitement about attending the school with her and having All Might as a teacher. Kyouka admitted she felt nervous about not being in the same class and worried that her quirk might be deemed useless. Izuku reassured her, pointing out that he was the one who often broke his bones when using his quirk. Kyouka chuckled at his comment and insisted that her quirk was impressive, prompting Izuku to pull out his notebook. He flipped through the pages, searching for a specific one. Kyouka recognized it as one of the notebooks he had mentioned and expressed interest in seeing it. Izuku hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed, but handed it over. Kyouka was surprised by the quality of his drawings, particularly a sketch of Empty Lady. She praised his talent, leaving him flattered and a bit shy. The protagonist had been honing their skills since the age of 5, leading to a wealth of knowledge. Kyouka, flipping through the pages, expressed her astonishment at the extensive planning laid out. She noted the meticulous details regarding zoning, evacuations, and more, clearly impressed. When she pointed out a particular bullet point, Izuku quickly waved his hands in defense, insisting it wasn't what she thought. Kyouka teased him about his opinion of 𝗵𝗃, leading to an amusing exchange where Izuku stumbled over his words, trying to clarify his admiration for her hero work rather than her looks. Kyouka found his embarrassment hilarious, her laughter echoing across the beach, and Izuku couldn't help but join in, realizing the humor in his own phrasing. As they shared a light moment, Kyouka found herself captivated by a sketch of herself in Izuku's notebook. She questioned whether that was truly how he saw her, and Izuku, confused, affirmed that he thought she looked great. Kyouka felt a blush rise to her cheeks, appreciating his perspective. She then discovered notes on gear ideas, which intrigued her. Izuku explained that he had come up with concepts that were feasible, even if he wasn't an expert in design. Kyouka excitedly shared her own hero costume design, which impressed Izuku. They discussed the functionality of her costume, particularly the speakers in her boots, which would enhance her sound waves. As they delved deeper into the details, Kyouka pondered the potential of her quirk in various situations, and Izuku encouraged her creativity. They engaged in a lively discussion about the effectiveness of her jacks in combat, with Izuku emphasizing their potential as extra appendages. Kyouka had never considered that angle before, intrigued by the idea of using her quirk in a fight. Izuku shared a story from his childhood about how he had once struggled to control his jacks, leading to a humorous mishap. Kyouka found his experiences relatable and asked if he could help her with combat training. Izuku, having learned some basics from All Might, agreed, though he admitted he couldn't afford extensive martial arts classes. Kyouka decided to combine everything they knew, including online resources, to enhance her skills. She expressed her gratitude for Izuku's support, and he smiled warmly, happy to assist. As they continued their brainstorming, they noticed the time, realizing it was almost noon. Should they go eat something? Izuku considered it but noted that they were all sweaty and he needed to shower. Ignoring the thought of Kyouka in the shower, he shifted his gaze. Kyouka narrowed her eyes at him and insisted on feeling his forehead. Before he could protest, she pressed her forehead against his, her hands moving around him. The closeness made him flustered. She exclaimed that he wasn't sweating at all and accused him of just watching her struggle for 2 hours. Izuku defended himself, saying she had asked for it. Kyouka feigned annoyance and began packing her things, suggesting they head back to her place so she could shower. As she attempted to stand, her legs wobbled, and she leaned against the wall. Izuku quickly realized what was happening and recalled how tough that workout routine could be. He shared a memory of his first week of training when he had to roll home on a skateboard because his legs felt useless. He offered her help. Kyouka initially insisted she was fine, but when she tried to stand again, she stumbled. Izuku caught her before she could fall, and they both felt the heat of their bodies pressed together. She asked if he still had that skateboard, but he apologized, saying he didn't. After a moment of thought, he suggested she hop on his back since he knew she wouldn't get far on her own. Kyouka hesitated, shaking her head, but he reassured her that he didn't mind helping. She finally relented, easing herself onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck as he lifted her up and began walking off the beach. Izuku found it challenging to focus with Kyouka's warmth against him. She felt the strength in his back and the way he held her securely. To distract herself, she mentioned that now that he had helped her with her quirk, she needed to help him with his. Izuku chuckled, jokingly asking if she had a way to stop a quirk from being too powerful. She replied that he was on his own with that one. He assured her he would eventually manage it, explaining that he trained hard to make his body strong enough to handle his quirk. Kyouka was curious about his training, asking what had happened when he started at the beach. He proudly told her he had cleaned it all up as part of his training, which surprised her. When she inquired about his mentor, Izuku hesitated before mentioning Mr. Yagi, the man who first encouraged him to pursue being a hero. Kyouka acknowledged that he sounded like a good guy, and Izuku smiled, affirming that he was the best. She then jokingly remarked on the intensity of the workout routine, and they both laughed as they continued walking toward the city. As exhaustion from training set in, Kyouka felt herself drifting off. She nestled her face into the back of Izuku's neck, her breath warm against his skin. As her grip tightened around him in her sleep, he decided to walk the entire way home, cherishing the moment. Meanwhile, Mika, Kyouka's mother, left her home studio for lunch. As she walked through the living room, she noticed Izuku carrying her sleeping daughter with a smile. Instead of pushing for a relationship, she recognized that the two teens were naturally growing closer, like rivers merging. She quickly grabbed a few items from the fridge and made herself scarce, allowing them some peace. Mika still felt satisfied with her decision to buy a bikini for Kyouka, knowing it was more for Izuku to see than for her daughter to wear just yet. When Izuku entered the house and closed the door behind him, it was time to wake Kyouka. He gently shifted his shoulders to rouse her from slumber, announcing their arrival. Kyouka groaned, complaining about being shaken awake. After he set her down, she thanked him for the lift and stretched, causing Izuku to avert his gaze. She noted that her legs were starting to feel better and announced her intention to shower, inviting him to help himself to anything in the fridge while she got ready. As Kyouka wobbled up the stairs, Izuku sank onto the sofa, allowing his heart rate to slow. The workout had been the best of his life, igniting a fire within him that filled his mind with emotions. He longed to say something to her but held back, knowing he had to focus on one for all and All Might wouldn't want any distractions, and he was 𝗧𝗵𝗲 after all. Kyouka might be open to being friends, but feeling attracted to him was another matter entirely. Even the girl who had tried to give Izuku her points during the entrance exam had said it. He was plain, forgettable, uninteresting, and dull. Perhaps his mind was just making excuses because he was scared. He preferred to remain friends rather than risk rejection and alter their friendship. Yet, wasn't part of being a hero facing one's fears, no matter how daunting. Like telling a stunningly appealing girl that he liked her, and that he couldn't stop thinking about her in her yellow bikini. Izuku shook his head, trying to dispel the thoughts. Being antisocial for most of his life had made PBRY less embarrassing. He didn't speak much, so he avoided voice cracks, and he was largely invisible to others, which spared him from their scrutiny during awkward moments. However, he had never interacted with girls or developed crushes on them, mainly because they either avoided him or didn't know he existed. He often spent his school days staring at his feet or his notebook. But now that he had developed a strong attraction to someone, all the feelings he had missed out on came rushing back, hitting him hard. He knew vivid dreams would come. He had experienced them before, usually about some female hero he had seen. But he never felt anything significant towards them. They were just fleeting fantasies. But Kyouka was different. He didn't have enough time in a day to describe all the dreams he had about her. The biggest difference was that when he woke from a dream about Kyouka, his heart felt peculiar, leading him back to the same thoughts he had just moments before. It was a relentless 𝗧𝗍𝗍. He knew he would eventually give in. It was only a matter of when. Izuku chuckled to himself. He would face physical challenges without hesitation, yet he couldn't muster the courage to express his feelings to a girl. Two situations he didn't know how to resolve. Moments later, he heard Kyouka call from upstairs, urging him to come up. He quickly bounded up to the second floor and entered her room, where she was dressed in black sweatpants and a deep blue shirt. Her hair was shiny and wavy, still damp from her shower. Izuku found himself captivated by the sight, but he quickly punched his chest to dispel the pleasant sensation. He took a seat next to Kyouka on the piano bench. After a few minutes, Kyouka instructed him to repeat her movements for the first verse of a song. As she began to play the piano, Izuku watched intently. She sang about opening one's mind and letting love in, encouraging him to sing the lyrics in his head to help maintain the rhythm. Izuku nodded and started playing, but some notes sounded off. He furrowed his brow, convinced he was pressing the right keys. Kyouka reassured him that he was, but then leaned back to point at the piano pedals. She explained that he was too focused on his arms and needed to incorporate his entire body into the music. Izuku froze, her words echoing in his mind. He asked her to repeat herself, and she emphasized that his whole body was an instrument. He looked at her with wide eyes, realizing the significance of her advice. As he processed this, he stood up and began pacing the room, excitedly connecting the dots. He realized he had been concentrating all his power into his arms when he should be using his entire body. Kyouka watched as he glowed with reddish-pink lightning, intrigued by the sight. She had never seen him use his quirk before, and while she found it fascinating, she hoped it wouldn't cause any damage in her room. Izuku pulled back his fist, ready to test his newfound understanding. He took a small percentage of his power and delivered a punch. A gust of wind rushed through the room, but his arm remained unharmed. He couldn't believe it, he had done it. Kyouka stared at her untouched room in shock, impressed by his achievement. He thanked her profusely, expressing how much her guidance had helped him. Kyouka thought Izuku was incredible, one of the most remarkable people she knew. Yet, he was still an enigma to her. Here he was, solving his quirk problem and thanking her for it. Even after achieving something significant, he was directing his gratitude toward her. She recalled his notebook and how he had drawn her, seeing her potential. Somehow, she had assisted him with something he couldn't figure out on his own. Izuku had a way of making everything better. Kyouka smiled warmly, wrapping her arms around him and resting her head on his chest, expressing her appreciation. A few days later, Izuku raised his hand to knock on the door of the Jirou residence, but it swung open and he was pulled inside by Kyouka, who was bursting with excitement. She exclaimed that her letter had just arrived. Izuku laughed, waving at her family as he was dragged upstairs. They reached Kyouka's room, where she eagerly lifted her letter and asked if he had brought his. Izuku pulled out his letter from his back pocket, ready to share the moment with her. You had finally sent out the packages containing the necessary documentation for parents and students to sign, along with uniforms and class information. Izuku found himself puzzled as to why they hadn't simply included this with the hologram disc. Kyouka smirked, suggesting that if the entrance exam was any indication, this would likely be the least confusing and most straightforward decision you would make. Izuku reflected on everything that had transpired that day, including the fact that All Might would be a teacher. He sighed, acknowledging Kyouka's point. They decided to find out what class they were in together, counting down in unison. When they revealed that they were both in Class 1A, their faces lit up with joy. Kyouka expressed her relief, feeling grateful that she wouldn't have to put in extra effort to meet new people. She added that the only way the situation could be better would be if a certain hot-headed classmate wasn't in their class. Izuku shared his complicated feelings about that classmate, admitting that while he didn't dislike him as much as that person disliked him, he still found him insufferable. Kyouka raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear Izuku express such strong feelings about someone else. He shrugged, trying to explain that while he admired the other's strength and confidence, he couldn't overlook his abrasive personality. Kyouka laughed at Izuku's candidness, playfully claiming that she was a good influence on him. She reassured him that if that classmate was in their class, he would have to deal with her first. Izuku appreciated her confidence but expressed concern about the other's tenacity. Kyouka was undeterred, insisting that she would make him regret crossing her. After a light-hearted exchange, Kyouka shifted the topic and asked if Izuku had brought his notebook. He retrieved it from his jacket pocket, curious about her intentions. Kyouka flipped through the pages until she found the sketch of his future hero costume. She noted that since he had helped her with hers, she would return the favor. Izuku was skeptical about how they could improve his design, but Kyouka was determined. She pointed out that there were several issues with his sketch, starting with the peculiar resemblance to bunny ears. Initially confused, Izuku soon realized the truth and felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration. 2 weeks later, Izuku and Kyouka found themselves staring at sand spilling out of their newly purchased punching bag. They had bought it for Kyouka to practice her fighting style, but neither had considered that her jacks would puncture it. Izuku suggested they come up with a new plan, but Kyouka insisted that their current method was the most efficient, even if it meant some discomfort for him. 45 minutes later, they were back at Dekuwhatif with a fresh punching bag, which amusingly resembled Izuku himself. They had chosen this location because it provided a private space for training away from the house. The beach had become special to them, especially after their recent experiences together. As Kyouka finished securing the bag, she checked in on Izuku's comfort, who was wrapped in pillows for protection. Despite the absurdity of the situation, they both understood the importance of training. Kyouka, readying herself in a fighting stance, prepared to spar with Izuku. He mirrored her stance, feeling the familiar glow of his power. After revealing his abilities to all might, he had been cautioned to keep his power in check, making this training crucial for both of them. Percentages and such remained somewhat unclear, especially since Izuku had no true measure of his full power. He decided to keep his strength to the smallest portion he could manage without feeling discomfort. Kyouka quickly initiated the sparring session with rapid jabs aimed at Izuku's chest, which he blocked with his arm. While she distracted him with her punches, her right jack shot out and made contact with his side. He flinched slightly from the vibrations, giving Kyouka the chance to deliver a right hook to his body. The impact was softened by the pillows, his full cowl, and Izuku's sturdy frame, allowing him to remain steady. He deflected one of Kyouka's jacks that was aimed at his shoulder and retaliated with a punch of his own. However, it seemed Kyouka had anticipated this move. As his hand connected with the jack, it wrapped around his wrist and pulled it away from him. She then targeted his knee with her other jack, causing his leg to momentarily give way. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kyouka pushed Izuku onto his back, pinning him down with her foot on his forearm while her other jack restrained his other hand against his chest. Izuku felt a rush of warmth at their closeness but chuckled, acknowledging her progress. He complimented her on her improvement, noting that it had only been less than a week since they began sparring. Kyouka released her hold and settled back onto his pillow-covered chest, attributing her success to having a good teacher and teasing him about his reluctance to fight back. Izuku apologized, but she reassured him that it was fine. She requested that once she felt ready, they would engage in a real fight. After their training, they found themselves on a train, the sun having set and the moon shining brightly. Kyouka slumped in her seat, groaning about her fatigue. Izuku laughed, pointing out that he had been the one taking the hits. She playfully argued that he had the advantage of armor, while she sank further into her seat. Izuku suggested that Kyouka should focus on the speed of her jacks, humorously questioning how one could make their earlobes move faster. Before he could continue with his curious musings, one of her jacks pressed against his lips, silencing him. Kyouka explained that she wanted to prevent him from rambling throughout the train ride. As they relaxed, Kyouka expressed her excitement for the upcoming start of school at 𝗧𝗏, the institution they had both aspired to attend. Izuku acknowledged his own excitement but admitted he had been distracted by the rapid changes in his life. He reflected on how much had happened in just over a month, from gaining a quirk to forming a close friendship with her. Kyouka playfully nudged him, noting how much of his recent experiences involved her. Izuku smiled warmly, affirming that she was a significant part of his journey. Kyouka blushed at the compliment, but before she could deflect it, Izuku expressed how he couldn't envision his dream without her. Kyouka smiled back, appreciating his words but feeling unaccustomed to such praise. Izuku continued, sharing his relief at having her by his side, especially considering his earlier missteps during the entrance exam. He felt fortunate to have her support as they embarked on this new chapter together. Kyouka responded with her own affirmation, but Izuku playfully teased her about her brief reply. Kyouka's surprise turned to playful annoyance as she called him a little jackass, to which he sheepishly admitted she was a bad influence on him. They both laughed, enjoying the light-hearted banter. As they settled into their seats, Kyouka expressed concern for Izuku's mother, hoping she wasn't worried about their late return. Izuku reassured her that it was fine. His mother was used to him being out late with her. He mentioned that as long as he checked in with a text, she wouldn't fret too much. Kyouka laughed at his comment about confirming he was alive, but Izuku's expression shifted momentarily to something more serious before returning to normal. Kyouka noticed but chose to let it go for now, focusing instead on the comfort of their companionship as they traveled through the night. The subject at hand, however, was intriguing. Izuku felt a slight tension as he pondered when he would finally meet Kyouka's mother. He was uncertain and hesitant, unsure of how to respond to her question. Kyouka had already met his parents, much to his embarrassment, and now it was his turn to feel the same way. He thought about how Kyouka had raised him, and it made sense that she would be somewhat similar to him in nature. As he fiddled with his fingers and looked down at his feet, he admitted that he hadn't really thought about it. Going to her house seemed more practical. It had more space, the instruments were there, and her room was much less embarrassing than his own. Kyouka teased him, noting that his reluctance only made her want to visit his house even more. Izuku felt a twinge of regret for his words, and Kyouka laughed as the train finally departed from the station. The compartment was mostly empty, with a few passengers scattered about, absorbed in their phones or music. Kyouka acknowledged that sharing personal things with her mother was challenging for Izuku, but she was determined to meet her eventually. She pulled out her phone and plugged in her headphones, playfully placing one jack against his temple, reminiscent of their first meeting at Recovery Girl's office. The energetic music began to play, and Izuku was taken by surprise at the intensity of the lyrics. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder, and the jack slipped away. He looked down to find Kyouka asleep against him. It was late, and the training must have worn her out. He marveled at how she could fall asleep to such loud music, but there was no response from her. Despite his usual shyness, he felt a warmth in his cheeks. Kyouka had rested on him before, so this was not entirely unfamiliar. As time passed, he carefully considered how to move without waking her. He jabbed at her lightly, only to receive a sharp response as she stirred awake, rubbing her eyes. She sensed their arrival and lifted her head, still drowsy. Izuku stood up, stretching his arms and confirming that they had reached their destination. He offered to walk her home, knowing she was tired and it was late. Kyouka insisted that he didn't need to accompany her, but Izuku wanted to. He expressed concern for her safety, even if it was just a short walk. Kyouka chuckled, pointing out that it was only a 5-minute stroll, but Izuku reminded her that a lot could happen in that time. As they walked, Kyouka yawned and wrapped her jacket tighter around herself. She acknowledged his protective nature and recognized it as part of his longing to be a hero. This realization led her to ponder why they both aspired to become heroes. Izuku was taken aback, realizing they had never discussed their motivations. Kyouka decided to share first. She spoke about her longing to bring smiles to others, especially during tough times. Unlike Izuku, she didn't consider herself optimistic, but she wanted to make people happy, just like he was making her feel in that moment. Izuku found her words inspiring and admired her resolve. She recounted her experience of telling her parents about her dream, fearing they would be disappointed since she didn't want to follow in their musical footsteps. To her surprise, they were supportive, which encouraged her further. When it was Izuku's turn, he shared that his motivation was somewhat similar. He admired All Might not just for his powers, but for his ability to save people while maintaining a reassuring smile. That smile symbolized hope and kindness, qualities Izuku aspired to embody. He reflected on his own struggles and the harsh realities he faced, but he also recognized the moments of kindness that kept him going. Kyouka listened intently, her expression shifting as she absorbed his words. He expressed that despite the challenges, meeting her had changed his life for the better. She was astonished by his resilience and optimism, marveling at how he remained hopeful despite everything he had endured. Izuku simply believed in waking up each day with the hope that things would improve, and he felt grateful for the positive changes in his life, especially having Kyouka by his side. It was a long journey, but there was always something waiting at the end. Kyouka nudged Izuku's arm, playfully acknowledging his optimistic nature. While many might label such optimism as foolishness, Kyouka considered herself different from most people. Izuku, with a smile, agreed that she was indeed unique. As they approached the Jirou residence, Kyouka climbed the first step and turned to Izuku, declaring that she had created a monster. She teased him about being a good influence, but she felt that her actions only corrupted his pure nature. Izuku shook his head, insisting that she was amazing, which made Kyouka pause in thought. Perhaps it was her exhaustion that made her doubt herself. Just then, she stumbled forward, landing against Izuku, who instinctively caught her. Kyouka chuckled, explaining that she knew he would catch her, further proving his purity. She complimented him, saying he was a great guy. Izuku, feeling a mix of emotions, admitted he tried his best. Kyouka confidently stated that he would become the best hero, and if anyone disagreed, he should simply give them a gesture she pretended to make. They both laughed, and Izuku felt a warmth in her words. Kyouka, despite her tiredness, meant every word. Izuku wiped his eyes, grateful for her support. He admired her strength and the softer side she occasionally revealed, which made him feel special. He expressed his belief that she would also become an outstanding hero, and they would achieve their dreams together. As Kyouka opened her front door to step inside, she looked back at Izuku, affirming their shared goal. With that, the door closed, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. For the first time, he eagerly anticipated the start of school. A week later, on the first day of school, Kyouka found Izuku struggling with his tie. She rolled her eyes and fixed it for him, questioning how he could be so helpless. Just then, Kyutoku and Mika arrived, with Mika capturing the moment on her phone. Kyuka's bored expression contrasted with Izuku's nervous smile, which made the picture fitting in a humorous way. Kyuka's mother urged them to leave, and they quickly set off for the train station, excited about the day ahead. As they approached high school, Izuku felt a sense of wonder. The school was filled with students showcasing their unique quirks, and he was eager to explore. They soon found their classroom, and Kyouka was impressed by the door. However, upon entering, they were greeted by a familiar face, Bakugo, who was being scolded by another student, Ida. Ida approached them, introducing himself and acknowledging Izuku's performance during the entrance exam. He apologized for his earlier behavior, recognizing Izuku as the better candidate. Kyouka whispered to Izuku, curious about what had happened during the exam, but he admitted he was unsure. Just then, a voice interrupted them, and they turned to see a plain-looking boy who recognized Izuku. He praised Izuku for his earlier actions, and Izuku felt grateful for the acknowledgement. However, their conversation was cut short by the arrival of a disheveled man in a sleeping bag, who demanded silence from the class. The students quickly quieted down, intrigued by the unexpected sight. To anyone else who plans to waste precious time, you can leave as well. Aizawa, the homeroom teacher, instructed the students to change into their gym uniforms and meet him outside without delay. As the class began to exit the room, Kyouka turned to Izuku, wondering if he recognized their teacher. He admitted that Aizawa looked familiar but couldn't quite place him. Suddenly, Aizawa addressed them directly, reminding them to move along, prompting both teens to comply. Kyouka found the start of the first day to be quite unusual. As she finished changing, she noticed the other girls in the locker room. Among them was a girl with a black ponytail and another with pink hair. Looking down at herself, Kyouka felt a pang of frustration and sighed quietly. When Ochako, a girl at a nearby locker, asked what she had said, Kyouka quickly brushed it off as her thoughts allowed. Ochako then introduced herself, recalling that she was Midoriya's friend. Kyouka confirmed her identity and noted that Ochako was the girl Midoriya had saved during the exam. Ochako blushed, recalling how impressive Midoriya had been in that moment. As Ochako excitedly recounted the story of her rescue, Kyouka listened with a smile, proud of her friend's heroism, even if it came at a cost. When Ochako expressed her admiration for Midoriya, Kyouka revealed her nickname for him, which led to a brief discussion about its meaning. Kyouka insisted that it was a term of endearment, and Ochako seemed to understand, expressing her longing to be friends with both of them. Kyouka appreciated Ochako's gesture of trying to help Midoriya during the exam, acknowledging how much it meant to him. As she zipped up her jacket and headed toward the door, she reminded Ochako not to call Midoriya plain, realizing too late that her comment had slipped out. Outside, the class gathered on the field as Mr. Aizawa approached, instructing them to line up for a quirk apprehension test instead of the usual opening ceremony. He explained that they would be testing their skills through various exercises, allowing the use of their quirks. He called on Bakugo to demonstrate first, tossing him a softball and asking for his previous score. Bakugo confidently launched the ball, sending it soaring far into the sky, earning an impressive score. Aizawa then directed the class to the running lanes for the 50-meter dash. Mina expressed excitement, but Aizawa reminded them that hero work was serious and dangerous, warning that the lowest scorer would face expulsion. The class reacted with disbelief, but Aizawa stood firm, emphasizing the importance of potential in their future as heroes. As the students took turns running, Izuku felt nervous when his name was called alongside Bakugo's. Kyouka encouraged him, assuring him that he could handle it and expressing her eagerness to see Bakugo's reaction when he discovered Izuku's quirk. Izuku, feeling the pressure, took his position at the starting line, trying to calm his nerves. As Aizawa signaled the start, Kyouka silently cheered him on. With determination, Izuku activated his quirk, feeling the familiar energy coursing through him as he prepared to give it his all. Even if it would cause a bit of discomfort, it would be worth it. Katsuki turned his head to look at Izuku, his eyes wide with disbelief. He shook his head, preparing himself and choosing to ignore the unusual situation to his left until he had secured his victory. With a signal given, Izuku and Katsuki launched forward from their starting positions. In mere seconds, it became evident that Izuku was pulling ahead. He crossed the finish line in just 3.76 seconds, while Katsuki followed at 4.13 seconds. Standing tall, Izuku rubbed his arm, trying to ease the lingering ache in his body. Suddenly, Katsuki rushed toward him, demanding to know how he had performed so well. Izuku struggled to find a response, but before he could say anything, Aizawa intervened, ensnaring Katsuki in his scarf and binding him. Katsuki, realizing who had captured him, acknowledged Aizawa's authority. Ignoring Katsuki's protests, Aizawa warned him that any further misconduct would result in immediate expulsion, regardless of scores. Katsuki ceased his struggles and begrudgingly agreed. Aizawa released Katsuki and instructed both boys to return to their classmates, positioning them on opposite ends. As Izuku walked back, his heart raced, and he noticed Kyouka trying to stifle her laughter. Her amused expression calmed him, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. She wished him luck, and the training continued as expected. Thanks to Izuku's guidance, Kyouka completed the dash in an impressive 6.85 seconds. Izuku scored 79 kilograms on the grip test, while Kyouka achieved 38 kilograms. They both passed the sandbox challenge, and the remaining events went smoothly. Izuku excelled in every activity, except for the toe touch, where he struggled a bit. Kyouka was thrilled to see her hard work paying off, her scores significantly higher than at the beginning of her final year in middle school. As they approached the softball throw, Kyouka had already achieved a distance of 82 meters using her jacks effectively. Izuku felt nervous about his turn. Kyouka questioned his hesitation, reminding him of his impressive scores throughout the exercises. Encouraged, Izuku jogged up to the platform, contemplating how to throw the ball while managing his quirk. Mr. Aizawa, observing Izuku, pointed out that he was holding back. Izuku attempted to explain his quirk's limitations, but Aizawa insisted that he needed to demonstrate control over his full power without becoming a liability. Izuku reflected on Aizawa's words, realizing the importance of using his strength wisely in critical situations. A sudden idea sparked in Izuku's mind. He pulled back his arm, channeling his power through to his finger. With all the strength he could muster, he threw the ball, using his powered finger to propel it. The impact sent dust and wind swirling around, and when the commotion settled, the class saw Izuku standing with a broken pointer finger. He glanced at Aizawa, who revealed the impressive distance of 705.3 meters. Izuku felt a surge of pride, believing he had demonstrated his potential. For the first time that day, Aizawa smiled and instructed him to visit the nurse's office to get his injury treated. Izuku wanted to see the scores first, and after receiving permission, he returned to his classmates. They began to compliment him, which made him blush. However, he focused on Kyouka's astonished yet proud expression and Katsuki's intense glare. Yaoyorozu approached him with medical tape, offering it until he could see Recovery Girl. Kyouka took the tape and wrapped it around Izuku's finger, beaming at him. She praised his throw, calling it both foolish and impressive. Izuku smiled back, admitting that while it was painful, it had been worth it. As Kyouka secured the tape, Izuku winced and questioned his decision. Aizawa then revealed the final scores, displaying the names and numbers of the students. Izuku Midoriya Momo Yaoyorozu Shoto Todoroki Katsuki Bakugutenya Ida Fumikage Tokoyami Mizo Shoji Mashireo Ojiro Ejir Kirishima Ashido Kyouka Jirou Ochako Uraraka Koji Koda Rikido Sato Tsu Azui Yuga Aoyama Hanta Siro Denki Kaminari Toru Hagakure Mineta Minoru. Izuku's jaw dropped when he saw his name at the top of the list. Kyouka was pleasantly surprised by her own score, while Katsuki's frustration was evident. Mineta, overwhelmed, dropped to his knees in disbelief. Aizawa then revealed that no one would be expelled, explaining that it had been a strategic move to motivate everyone. With that, he declared the training session over. Izuku had some forms to complete back in the classroom, and the teachers for his other classes would arrive soon. Aizawa instructed him to take care of his injured finger before leaving the grounds. For a brief moment, Izuku thought he spotted All Might at the gate, but when he glanced back, he was gone. His attention was drawn to Kyouka when she placed her hand on his arm, urging him to get his finger fixed quickly before Katsuki lost his temper. Izuku glanced back at Katsuki, who appeared ready to explode. Realizing the situation, he suggested they run, and the two dashed into the school. With his finger taken care of, Izuku found himself at lunch. He had successfully avoided Katsuki since the tests, and he hoped the blonde wouldn't act out in public after Aizawa's warnings. After leaving the lunch line, he scanned the room for Kyouka and finally spotted her. However, before they could meet, Kaminari pulled Izuku toward a different table, while Mina dragged Kyouka to another. Izuku ended up at a large table with most of the 1A boys, excluding Katsuki and Shoto. He glanced back at Kyouka, who was similarly seated with the 1A girls. Confused, he asked why he had been brought there. Mineta, sitting at the head of the table with Kaminari and Siro, declared they had an important matter to discuss regarding the 1A girls. The other boys exchanged puzzled looks, and Sato raised his hand to inquire about the topic. Mineta boldly stated they needed to discuss how attractive the girls were. Most of the boys groaned and stood up to leave, expressing their disinterest in the conversation. Izuku, Siro, Kaminari, and Ida remained seated, with Izuku unsure of what to do and Ida determined to reprimand Mineta. Mineta's comments were labeled as vulgar and inappropriate by Ida, who insisted they should not engage in such discussions. Kaminari argued that they were merely complimenting the girls, which Ida countered by stating it was harassment. The debate continued, with Mineta asking who the boys thought was the most attractive. Kaminari pondered, mentioning several names, while Siro added his thoughts. Ida shook his head in disapproval, urging Izuku to leave with him. As Izuku stood to gather his tray, Kaminari asked about a girl with purple hair, seeking their opinions. Mineta dismissed her, commenting negatively about her appearance, which caused Izuku to freeze in anger. Ida noticed Izuku's reaction and called out to him, but Izuku was momentarily lost in his thoughts. When Ida pointed out that his tray was broken, Izuku looked down to see the mess and quickly excused himself, heading toward Kyouka's table. A few minutes earlier, Kyouka had been taken aback by Toru's suggestion to discuss the boys. Mina insisted it would be fun and lighthearted, prompting Kyouka to stand up in protest. Momo joined her, but Mina pleaded with them to stay, assuring them she wouldn't mention Izuku. Kyouka hesitated, but Mina and Toru's confusion about her relationship with Izuku led to a flustered response from her. Suddenly, a loud snap drew their attention to Izuku, who was standing at his table with his tray broken. The girls watched as he awkwardly disposed of his food and made his way outside, gesturing for Kyouka to follow him. She picked up her food and followed him, insisting that the situation wasn't what it appeared to be. Outside, Kyouka found Izuku sitting against the wall. He greeted her, and she joined him, leaning her head back in frustration over the day's events. They shared their thoughts on the boy's behavior, agreeing that it was uncomfortable. Kyouka offered to share her food, and Izuku hesitated but accepted when she insisted. As they ate together, they discussed their experiences and the challenges of socializing. Kyouka suggested they walk to the train station with Ida and Uraraka, feeling they were the closest friends they had made so far. Izuku agreed, feeling grateful for the new connections. They shared a laugh, and soon Izuku felt Kyouka lean against him, surprised to see her eyes close as she drifted off to sleep. "Is this all right?" "Yes, definitely." Overall, It had been a good first day. A really good one. Izuku opened the door to begin his second official day at U. The first day had been unusual. Not bad, just unusual. He had actually made friends. Granted, it was only 2 people, but that was a significant improvement for him. He was relieved they liked Kyouka. If either Uraraka or Iida had shown any dislike toward her, Izuku would have struggled to maintain their friendship. He would have done his best to ensure everyone got along, but if it came down to a choice, it was clear which side he would choose. It was a bit strange, though, because Izuku sensed that Kyouka might not be as fond of the other 2. It wasn't Iida who seemed to make her act differently, it was Uraraka. Whenever the brunette was around, even if it was just a little since they had only known her for a day, Kyouka appeared slightly more tense. This was especially noticeable during their walk to the train station after school. Instead of resting casually on her shoulders, her jacks were constantly in motion. Izuku had no concrete evidence to support his feelings, but he decided he would ask Kyouka about it directly. If Uraraka had said something, he wanted to understand what it was and why it made Kyouka uneasy. Was it a threat? Uraraka certainly didn't seem threatening. If there was an issue, Izuku would do everything he could to resolve it. How difficult could it be to mend the relationship between 2 people who barely knew each other? Oh, Izuku. Before you go, a letter from your father arrived in the mail. That made things a bit more complicated. Izuku sighed and rolled his shoulders back, deciding he would read it later. From her spot on the couch, Inko could sense her son's disinterest without needing to see his face. Her heart ached at the thought, but she knew he would keep his feelings to himself. Being overly emotional was a trait in her family, but Izuku could be as closed off as a vault. There were some things he simply didn't want to share, and they would remain unspoken unless he chose to voice them. However, Izuku rarely changed his mind. Alright, I'll leave it on your bed. Be safe. Love you. Love you too, he replied as he stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Leaning against it, he ran a hand down his face. He didn't need to read the letter. It was the same generic questions with money attached, just like every time. Izuku had a passion for many things, but he felt empty whenever he received a letter from his father abroad. He appreciated everything his father did for them, but he couldn't pretend to feel the same love for him as he did for his mother. As he descended the steps of his apartment building, he made his way to Kyouka's house. It was strange. He had known Kyouka for barely 2 months, yet he felt a deeper connection with her than with his father. True, he had latched onto Kyouka out of social awkwardness and attraction, but their friendship was so strong that it was impossible not to compare it to his relationship with his dad. His relationship with Kyouka was entirely different from what he should have had with his father. He didn't have a father figure, well, except for All Might. Izuku paused his thoughts and shook his head. That was a different topic he didn't want to delve into right now. Clearing his mind, he focused on the train station ahead. He needed to concentrate on the relationships he could actually improve, like his newfound friendships with Uraraka and Iida, or perhaps getting Kyutoku to ease up on his overprotective tendencies, or maybe even finding the courage to confess his feelings to Kyouka. Amend his low self-esteem. Kyouka closed her eyes as the hot water cascaded over her one last time before she turned it off. Showers were a mixed experience for her. On one hand, she loved the sensation. The only thing more relaxing was listening to music. One could only imagine how long she lingered in the shower when she played her favorite songs from the speaker on the sink. On the other hand, she dreaded when they ended. It meant she would have to face her worst enemy. Kyouka slid the glass door open and glanced at her nemesis, the mirror. Ugh. Fortunately, she took hot showers with the door closed, so steam obscured the reflective surface. She quickly grabbed her towel and dried herself off. Once finished, she wrapped the towel around herself and picked up her moisturizer as she walked into her bedroom. Spotting the mirror on her makeup table made her grimace. Averting her gaze, she walked over to her bed and picked up her uniform. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Picking it up from her nightstand, she didn't even need to guess who was texting her. The one I have far too many nicknames for, on my way over. That certainly brightened her mood. He always had a way of doing that. The bond between them was stronger than ever, and each passing day seemed to elevate their relationship even further. However, Izuku felt like a temporary lift in her spirits. Whenever he was near, she felt a surge of happiness, but once he left, her mind would slip back to its usual state. He would build her up, only for her emotions to crumble at night. Kyouka was tired of falling into that pit of heart-wrenching, hollow feelings. She found herself glancing at her reflection in the mirror, recalling all the compliments Izuku had given her during their first outing. She could vividly remember the look in his eyes when he saw her. That day had been on her mind more and more lately, as the green-haired boy had nestled himself into her thoughts and made his way to her heart. She had accepted her feelings some time ago, but she hadn't fully acknowledged them to herself. She realized she was truly infatuated with him. This was no secret. It was impossible to deny after the previous day. The real question lingered: would she take action? Mika had encouraged her to go for it, but it wasn't that simple. Kyouka wasn't naive. She understood that their relationship was blurring the lines between friendship and something more. This had been evident during lunch the day before. Kyouka had rested her head on his shoulder, and they had shared a long, comfortable silence, something she hadn't thought was possible. They simply sat against the wall, enjoying each other's presence without jokes or teasing. It was a new experience for her, feeling closer to Izuku than she had ever felt with anyone else. There were moments when she felt more herself with him than with her own parents, which was unusual considering they had only known each other for about 2 months. Yet, Izuku felt like someone she could trust completely. It certainly helped that he would rush in to save the day without hesitation. From the start, they had formed a strong connection. For two socially awkward teenagers, one who thought asking if the other liked jazz was a good icebreaker, they had done remarkably well in their relationship. The fact that he was an endearing mix of nerdy and charming was just a bonus. If Izuku could make her use the word adorable twice, it had to mean something. Izuku trusted her just as much as she trusted him. Kyouka had no trouble sharing her thoughts with him, for the most part. However, there were personal issues she felt she could never reveal. She believed she simply had to endure and move on. What could she do about it anyway? She held onto 2 hopes. First, that her body was still developing and she had room to grow. Considering she was only second, if that didn't happen, she hoped Izuku was already content with her appearance. Kyouka sat at her desk, tightening her towel around herself as she looked into the mirror, feeling disheartened. She doubted her chances of growth. On the other hand, Izuku had expressed that he found her attractive, using various compliments. It was hard for her to believe him, as her mind made her take every compliment with skepticism to avoid disappointment. After all, he had only seen her dressed up in her best outfits. Frustrated, Kyouka slammed her head on her desk and rubbed her temples, questioning why she was fixating on whether a boy liked her when it was so obvious that he did. She realized how far she had fallen. Izuku wasn't subtle about his feelings, and she knew she wasn't either. But did he realize it too? Probably not. Despite his intelligence, he could be oblivious to certain things. They had literally held hands on their first official outing. It didn't matter if he didn't think she felt the same way. If Kyouka spoke up first, he would understand. So, Izuku wasn't the problem, her own self-esteem was. Whenever things seemed to be heading in a positive direction, her insecurities would pull her back. Her mind often created its own reality, making her doubt opportunities. She lifted her head and slid her hands down her face, deciding to take action. She grabbed her phone and opened her messages, ready to type. However, her fingers seemed to freeze. Frustrated, she tossed her phone aside and buried her head in her hands. In an instant, her familiar chest pain returned, her stomach felt empty, and her thoughts became clouded. Fear and insecurity overwhelmed her once more. Every thought was second-guessed, and she felt completely out of control. The discomfort she felt reminded her of the time she tried to tell her parents she didn't want to pursue music. This felt even worse. It had taken her 3 years to overcome her insecurities and tell them she wanted to be a hero. If this was somehow more challenging, Kyouka shook her head, realizing it wasn't the right time or method. A random text on the morning of their second day of school, when they needed to focus on their education. She was relieved she hadn't gone through with it. That wasn't how she wanted to confess. Would she even be able to make the relationship work? Because Izuku. He would do everything in his power to ensure Kyouka was the happiest girl alive. Kyouka, however, was uncertain if she could contribute as much as Izuku did. Whether it was emotionally or physically, she felt inadequate. Today needed her full attention, especially if it was anything like their first encounter. Strangely enough, Izuku would help. Once he arrived at her doorstep later, he would clear her mind and help her feel better. With him around, her thoughts wouldn't overwhelm her. She plugged her jack into her phone, turning up House of the Rising Sun. Kyouka cracked her knuckles and stood up, making her way toward her uniform. She encouraged herself to push through. As they walked through the front doors of U, Kyouka asked Izuku what he thought they would do that day. He seemed a bit distracted, running a hand through his hair and shrugging. He mentioned receiving a letter from his dad that day, which he hadn't opened but already knew contained the same old questions about school and friends. Kyouka placed a hand on his back, suggesting that his father might be trying to connect more. Izuku expressed his frustration, explaining that he had been answering those same questions since he was 5 and didn't see the point anymore. Kyouka sighed, feeling unsure of how to respond. Izuku was always so hopeful, but when it came to his dad, it seemed he had given up, choosing to focus on those who were present in his life. Izuku then suggested they discuss it later, preferring to concentrate on school for now. Kyouka nodded, assuring him she was there for him. He smiled genuinely, and they reached their classroom, where Ochako and Tenya waved them over to their desks. However, Mina grabbed Kyuka's arm and pulled her toward her desk, where Toru stood. Izuku chuckled and waved goodbye, saying he would talk to her later. Kyouka playfully protested, feeling overwhelmed by the sudden attention. She reminded them that she had only known them for a day and wasn't ready to share her love life. Mina understood and apologized for her eagerness, promising to respect Kyuka's boundaries while offering help if needed. Kyouka glanced at Izuku, who was engaged in conversation with Ida and Uraraka, noticing how close Uraraka was getting while excitedly chatting. Mina smirked, teasing Kyouka about needing help. Kyouka stood up to join her friends, but just then, All Might burst through the door, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm. The classroom fell silent as everyone quickly took their seats. Kyouka looked back at Izuku, who seemed excited but not surprised, giving her a knowing look that suggested he had anticipated All Might's appearance. All Might announced that they were going to have a special day of battle training, which excited everyone, especially Katsuki, who wore a mischievous grin. He revealed that they would need to change into their training gear, which appeared from the walls in metal cases labeled with their desk numbers. As the students rushed to grab their cases, Katsuki sprinted out first, followed closely by the others, with Kyouka and Izuku trailing behind. Kyouka smiled at Izuku, suitcase in hand, and joked about her help in redesigning his costume. He expressed concern about whether they had managed to incorporate her tech, as they had submitted their forms last minute. Kyouka reassured him it would be fine, teasing him about the ears he had kept on his costume. Upon entering the locker room, Kyouka was taken aback by the sight of the other girls in their skin-tight outfits. She felt out of place in her loose-fitting breathes and oversized shirt. While she appreciated her costume, especially since Izuku had helped design it, she couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy as she compared herself to the others. Shaking her head, Kyouka rolled her shoulders back and closed her eyes, reminding herself that Izuku liked her costume, and that was what truly mattered. Kyouka felt a mix of confidence and disbelief as she closed her locker and walked out the door, securing her gear. She turned to see her friend approaching from the entrance tunnel, who exclaimed how amazing she looked. Kyouka chuckled, teasing her friend about resembling a rabbit. Izuku stood before her, his outfit still reminiscent of his original design. He wore a green jumpsuit with white lines running down the arms and torso, complemented by red shoes and white pads at his neck and shoulders. The light green had transformed into a deeper forest green, as Kyouka had suggested to match her own hair. His knee pads and elbow pads featured white lines down the center, while black shoulder pauldrons were held together by a strap across his chest, also adorned with a white accent line. His utility belt had black material connecting the pouches. Despite Kyouka's efforts to convince him otherwise, Izuku insisted on keeping his cowl, even if he likely wouldn't wear it. She was pleased, however, that he had agreed to remove the teeth from his mouth guard. His white gloves were reinforced with hard plastic on the knuckles, a suggestion from Kyouka to enhance his punches and minimize bruising. Izuku, concerned about causing unintentional harm, had hesitated, but Kyouka argued that his existing power could already be overwhelming. In the end, she won him over, reasoning that some added protection wouldn't hinder him against formidable foes. Kyouka complimented Izuku, noting that he looked much cooler than before, though he could use a bit more black in his outfit. Izuku chuckled and returned the compliment, admiring her own ensemble. She wore black breathes and a peach shirt with frayed edges, topped with a midriff black leather jacket featuring a buckle and a purple soundwave design down her arm. Her speaker boots were still present, now accompanied by red speaker gauntlets and headphones. Their moment was interrupted as Iida joined them, looking like a walking engine, which Kyouka found amusing given his speedster persona. Ochako approached, wearing her own costume, which made Kyouka feel a twinge of concern. She hadn't considered how a girl in a skin-tight outfit would be around Izuku all the time. Ochako, blushing, admitted she should have been more specific about her costume choice. Kyouka felt a mix of nervousness and frustration. She glanced at Izuku, who seemed unfazed, focused solely on her. It was as if he hadn't noticed the attention other girls received, and Kyouka couldn't help but feel a little envious. She mentally chastised herself, reminding herself that Izuku was different from the others. Izuku noticed Kyuka's distraction and asked if she was all right. She jumped slightly, assuring him that she was just a bit nervous. They shared a light-hearted moment, nudging each other playfully. From a distance, Toshinori observed his students gathering for their training. He felt a sense of pride watching Izuku interact with others, particularly with the purple-haired girl. It was unusual for Izuku to be so social, especially with girls. Toshinori wondered about the nature of their connection, considering that Izuku had previously struggled with social interactions. As the class continued to assemble, Toshinori made a mental note to discuss Izuku's social growth with him later. He noticed how Izuku's attention seemed to be solely on Kyouka, who was laughing at something he said, causing Izuku to blush deeply. When the rest of the class finally arrived, Toshinori shifted his focus to the training they would undertake. Kyouka found herself zoning out as questions flew around the group, only snapping back to reality when Toshinori presented her with a box. She reached inside and pulled out a piece of paper marked with the letter G. Excitedly, Ochako bounced over to Izuku, revealing that they were partners, both holding pieces of paper with the letter I. Kyouka rolled her eyes, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation at the situation. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder, and she turned to see Kaminari smiling at her, holding up a piece of paper with another G. Kyouka felt a wave of annoyance wash over her, realizing the universe was not making things easy for her. Izuku glanced back at Kyouka, feeling uneasy about Kaminari's presence, especially given his reputation for being overly flirtatious. However, Kaminari had not been the one to make any disrespectful comments about her. But he didn't exactly disagree. Although he didn't know Kaminari well, yesterday had been enough for Izuku to feel uneasy about Kyouka being around him. At least it was better than her being paired up with Mineta. Izuku felt genuinely sorry for Momo being matched with him. He wondered what could possibly happen next. The announcement came that Team A would be the heroes and Team D would be the villains. Izuku found himself facing Katsuki. While his classmates were oblivious, Izuku was silently panicking. He felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Ochako, her face filled with concern. They were outside the test building, using their preparation time to memorize the blueprints. He assured her he was fine, though he admitted to feeling nervous about going up against Kaken, knowing Iida would also be a formidable opponent. They needed to be cautious. Ochako asked if he meant Bakugo, the one who had been unpleasant to him and everyone else, but especially to him. Izuku nodded, acknowledging that while Kaken could be difficult, his skills and determination were undeniable. He was stronger and more confident than Izuku. Ochako tilted her head, suggesting that his confidence might actually be a disadvantage. Izuku agreed but felt that it only fueled his longing to surpass him. Ochako encouraged him, asserting that they would win, and Izuku smiled back, putting on his cowl as he headed into the building. In the observation room, Kyouka watched the interaction between her friends with narrowed eyes. She knew there was no real threat from Ochako, but it was hard to ignore the twisting feeling in her stomach. Kyouka wasn't usually prone to jealousy, she had many things others lacked, and she was grateful for them. Izuku was one of those things, but she hadn't considered how much she would have to share. Kaminari interrupted her thoughts, asking if she and Midoriya knew each other before you. Kyouka confirmed that he was her best friend, sensing a hint of nervousness from him. He then inquired if Midoriya had mentioned why he left the cafeteria the previous day. Kyouka grew suspicious, recalling that he had mentioned not liking the conversation about boys and girls. Kaminari seemed to fumble for words, and Kyouka smirked, revealing her quirk gave her heightened hearing, allowing her to detect when someone was lying. Just then, she noticed Katsuki attempting to sneak attack Izuku and Ochako. Izuku dodged skillfully, removing his now partially torn cowl and standing tall. He knew Katsuki would come for him, just as he had anticipated. Katsuki approached with a menacing grin, questioning how Izuku had even made it into 𝗧𝗂𝗧𝗏. He vowed to take him down just enough to avoid disqualification. Katsuki threw a punch, but Izuku activated full cowl, slipping into Katsuki's opening. He seized Katsuki's arm, lifting him effortlessly and throwing him over his shoulder. The surge of speed and strength from his powered-up state allowed for a decisive takedown, and Katsuki hit the ground hard, gasping for air. In the observation room, Kyouka cheered, drawing attention from her classmates, including Denki, Mina, and All Might. She crossed her arms, trying to hide her blush. Back at the fight, Izuku urged Ochako to move, and she sprinted towards her goal. He turned back to Katsuki, who was struggling to rise. Izuku noted that Katsuki always led with a right hook, having studied his moves. Katsuki's glare intensified as he declared he wouldn't be anyone's punching bag anymore. He was determined to show what he was capable of, embracing the meaning of Deku as a compliment. Kyouka watched him with a proud smile, even as Katsuki taunted him about being scared. Izuku took a deep breath, recalling Kyuka's encouragement and the new meaning she had given to Deku. He squared his stance, declaring he was no longer afraid. Katsuki demanded to know what he had said, and Izuku admitted he had lied about not wanting to compete. He crouched, ready to leap, and charged at Katsuki with newfound speed. Katsuki jumped to blast him, but Izuku dove to evade. Katsuki propelled himself back, and Izuku barely managed to cross his arms in defense as he was struck midair, landing hard against the wall. Katsuki rushed toward him, preparing for another attack. Izuku jumped to meet him, blocking a kick. Suddenly, Katsuki felt something wrap around his leg, realizing it was capture tape. He yelled in disbelief, questioning what was happening. The voice over the intercom confirmed that Bakugo had been captured, prompting Katsuki to shout back in frustration. He looked down to see the tape binding his ankle, recalling the earlier skirmish. That freckle-faced rival had managed to tie the tape around him in an instant. Izuku smiled to himself, realizing that without his newfound speed, he would never have been able to restrain Katsuki. All Might's voice echoed through the chaos, instructing Katsuki to exit the building. But Katsuki remained still, his expression fierce. Izuku felt the tension rise as Katsuki suddenly charged at him, propelled by explosive bursts. The impact sent them crashing through the wall, tumbling through the debris until they landed, Izuku on his back and Katsuki looming over him. Struggling against Katsuki's grip, Izuku felt the heat radiating from the blonde's hands. He questioned what Katsuki was doing, but the response was a torrent of anger, with Katsuki insisting that Izuku could never win and labeling him as useless. Izuku, despite the pain, managed to retort that being called Deku was a compliment. In a moment of defiance, Izuku struck Katsuki, sending him backward. Rising slowly, he winced from the pain of the tackle and the burns. Katsuki's rage intensified as he accused Izuku of hiding his quirk for years, claiming he was nothing more than a nuisance. All Might's voice cut through the noise, reminding Katsuki that he was captured and no longer allowed to fight. But Katsuki dismissed the warning, and Izuku, fueled by determination, challenged him to come at him. Katsuki, with a grin, prepared to escalate the conflict, but All Might warned him of severe consequences if he proceeded. The tension in the air was palpable as Katsuki paused, His gaze locked on Izuku. Eventually, he lowered his arm and walked away, leaving Izuku to exhale a sigh of relief. He couldn't shake the feeling that this confrontation had not ended as it should have. 15 minutes later, the battle against Iida unfolded smoothly, with Izuku and Uraraka working together effectively. Upon returning to the observation room, Izuku faced three immediate realities. Katsuki was absent, his peers were congratulating him, and Kyouka was approaching him with a fierce expression. She delivered a swift slap to his face, followed by a jab that made him wince. Kyouka was furious, questioning his decision to provoke Katsuki. Izuku attempted to defend himself, but her glare silenced him. All Might cleared his throat, redirecting their focus to the grading of the simulation. Concerned, Izuku asked about Katsuki's whereabouts. All Might explained that he had given Katsuki a warning since it was his first infraction, though he had stormed off claiming he needed to use the restroom. Kyouka pointed out that this was not Katsuki's first outburst, recalling a previous incident where he had attacked Izuku. All Might expressed his concern, acknowledging that he lacked the authority to punish Katsuki and would need to discuss the matter with Aizawa later. He then shifted the conversation to the MVP of the match. As Momo began to speak, Kyouka nudged Izuku, whispering an apology for hitting him, albeit a reluctant one. Izuku noted her lack of sincerity but appreciated her pride in him. Kyouka admitted that while she didn't condone his actions, she was proud of how he stood up to Katsuki. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging that Katsuki would likely be angrier than ever. Kyouka teased him about his bad luck, but Izuku countered that his luck had led him to her, which made him grateful. Kyouka rolled her eyes at the sentimentality, and Izuku explained that expressing feelings was one of the few ways he knew how to communicate. As the discussion shifted back to the match, Izuku prepared to take notes on the next group. Kyouka then asked about something that had upset him at lunch the previous day, prompting curiosity about the events that had unfolded. This concept could still be applied at the sports festival, but it might be more fitting if it occurred earlier, purely from a timing perspective. At this point, both characters are aware that their relationship could develop further. The decision leans toward waiting for the sports festival to maintain coherence. Kyouka had a pressing question on her mind. She wondered about a movie that others loved but she disliked, or perhaps one she adored that others found unappealing. For example, she had never been fond of Tim Burton's Batman and was curious about others' opinions. Izuku paused, contemplating his next move. He had mentioned that others had talked about Kyouka and the girls. Kyouka pressed for specifics, her curiosity piqued. Izuku hesitated, sensing her growing suspicion. He was reluctant to share details that might hurt her. Kyouka insisted, wanting to know what had been said about her. Izuku sighed, looking down at his feet. He felt trapped between wanting to protect her feelings and the need to be honest. Kyouka, however, was determined to uncover the truth. She sensed that whatever had been said would be painful to hear. With a heavy heart, Izuku finally admitted he couldn't share the specifics. Kyouka, frustrated but understanding, decided to confront the situation herself. As she moved toward Kaminari, Izuku rushed to stop her, urging her to reconsider. He explained that the comments were foolish and baseless, but Kyouka was not easily swayed. She insisted that if the rumors were false, there was no reason to worry. Izuku's concern only deepened as he reminded her that words could inflict deep emotional pain. Kyouka grasped his shoulders, pleading for him to share the truth, but he remained silent, unable to voice the hurtful words. As the announcement for the next teams echoed in the room, Kyouka stepped away, still troubled by the conversation. She spotted Kaminari waiting for her and prepared to seek answers. Kaminari leaned against the wall, seemingly relaxed, but Kyouka was anything but. She needed to know what had been said at lunch. As she adjusted her headphones, she cut off All Might's audio feed, demanding that Kaminari share what he knew. Denki stammered, trying to deflect her questions, but Kyouka pressed on, determined to uncover the truth. She reminded him that she was aware of the conversation and that it was beginning to frustrate her. She also hinted at Izuku's protective nature, referencing his impressive feats during their training. Finally, Denki relented, admitting that it wasn't him but Mineta who had made the comments. Kyouka's frustration grew as she demanded to know why he hadn't just told her the truth. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Ochako and Tenya watched the scene unfold on the screen, puzzled by the tension. Izuku, however, was consumed with anxiety, fully aware of the implications of the conversation happening before him. Kyouka's expression was unreadable as she absorbed Denki's words. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation until, in a sudden burst of emotion, Kyouka struck the wall, sending shockwaves through the room. The impact caused the wall to crack and debris fell, leading to a chaotic scene as Momo, Mineta, and the bomb tumbled down to the level below. Kyouka stormed through the rubble, asserting her demps in the situation before leaving the room in a whirlwind of emotion. All Might, taken aback, announced the victory of the hero team, but the atmosphere remained tense. Ochako marveled at Kyouka's strength, while Izuku attempted to reach out to her. However, Kyouka, feeling overwhelmed, requested to see the nurse. Her tone left no room for argument, and All Might granted her request. As she exited, Izuku tried to catch her attention, but she skillfully evaded him, offering a reassuring squeeze of his hand as she passed, silently conveying that she didn't hold him responsible for the turmoil. Only then did she take her leave. Izuku gazed at the door she had exited through, torn between following her and staying put. He wondered if she wanted to be alone and if he might get in trouble for pursuing her. Ultimately, he decided that she was his priority. However, it was evident that she didn't want him interfering. Having never dealt with an emotionally hurt Kyouka before, he felt uncertain about how to approach the situation. All Might, who was organizing the next team, called out to him. Izuku turned to face him, and All Might suggested that he could check on her if he wished. Grateful, Izuku thanked All Might and turned to leave, only to be interrupted by Kaminari, Momo, and Mineta returning from the test. Denki caught Izuku's eye and appeared anxious. Izuku turned away and made his exit. Denki rushed over, attempting to apologize, but Izuku brushed off his hand and continued out the door. While he didn't blame Kaminari, he wasn't in the mood to engage with anyone connected to the situation. His focus was on Kyouka, who needed immediate attention. He jogged down the hall, hoping to catch up with her, but she was nowhere in sight. Eventually, he arrived at Recovery Girl's office, where he found only the nurse. She greeted him with a teasing remark, and Izuku quickly clarified that Kyouka had come down to see her. Recovery Girl hadn't seen her, and just then, Aizawa entered the room. He informed Izuku that Kyouka had asked to go home early, clearly not in the right mental state to stay. She had refused to explain what had happened but mentioned that Izuku would be there. Aizawa asked if she had left because of him, to which Izuku hesitated, explaining that it was complicated and private, assuring Aizawa that Kyouka could handle combat. Aizawa interrupted, stating that he had seen students who couldn't manage combat before, and that wasn't how Kyouka had been acting. He expressed confidence that she would be okay and suggested that Izuku let her cool off for now. Aizawa also pointed out that Kyouka had left her uniform and backpack behind, which Izuku needed to take to her. Sighing, Izuku followed Aizawa out of the room, contemplating whether giving Kyouka some space would be beneficial. He understood that too much time alone with negative thoughts could worsen her feelings. When the final bell rang, Izuku sprang from his seat, eager to leave. Momo had retrieved Kyouka's uniform, and he grabbed her backpack from her seat. With both items in hand, he hurried out the door, only to be reminded by Tenya to walk, not run, in the halls. Once outside, Izuku sprinted toward the train station, his mind racing with the various issues he needed to address the next day. He had to deal with Katsuki, Kaminari, and find a way to explain things to Uraraka and Ida. He also contemplated how to protect Mineta from Kyouka, realizing it was more about whether he could protect him at all. But right now, his priority was Kyouka and how to show her that Mineta's words were unfounded. As he approached Kyouka's residence, doubt crept in. He questioned whether he was making a mistake. Just as he was about to knock, the door swung open, and Kyutoku, Kyouka's father, grabbed him by the collar, demanding to know what he had done to her. Izuku quickly protested his innocence, and Mika, Kyouka's mother, intervened, questioning whether he would harm their daughter. Kyutoku reluctantly released Izuku, who straightened his blazer and asked if he could speak with Kyouka. The parents exchanged glances before Kyutoku informed him that Kyouka hadn't come home. They had seen him approaching without her and assumed the worst. Izuku, deep in thought, suddenly had an idea. He handed the backpack to Mika and dashed down the street, leaving the confused parents behind. When Izuku reached 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Municipal Beach Park, the sun was just beginning to rise. He spotted Kyouka at the water's edge, still in her hero costume, her jacket and boots set aside, and her breathed legs rolled up. He wished she would wear the sleeveless peach-colored shirt outside of school. It suited her well. Removing his blazer and tie, he folded them neatly and placed them on the steps with his shoes before rolling up his breaths and sleeves to approach her. Kyouka's eyes weren't red, indicating she hadn't been crying, though her expression reflected a sadness that came from acceptance, an emotion Izuku recognized but felt distant from. He sat beside her, propping his elbows on his knees. Kyouka mirrored his position, resting her head on her arms and offering a faint smile. He informed her that he had brought her backpack and uniform, which he left at her house. She thanked him quietly, almost as a whisper. Izuku hesitated before addressing the issue with Mineta, but Kyouka interrupted him, asking him to stop. She turned her gaze back to the ocean, signaling that she needed space. Understanding the silence that lingered between them, Kyouka realized why he had chosen not to share his thoughts. She often struggled with listening, and this time was no different. As she stood up and began to pace on the sand, she expressed her feelings of hurt. She acknowledged that she was meant to be strong, yet the pain in her chest was undeniable. The emptiness within her made her long for someone else to reflect back at her in the mirror. Izuku rose to his feet and empathized with her, sharing that he had felt that way every day for 11 years. Kyouka sighed, recalling that he had once been quirkless, and she felt foolish for her own insecurities. She worried that she came off as petty, but Izuku reassured her that appearance mattered to them as future heroes. The sting of being called plain made her feel less special, as if she were quirkless again, dull and unnoticed. Kyouka shook her head, insisting that his feelings weren't true. Izuku acknowledged that he had come to terms with his appearance long ago, recognizing that those negative thoughts were merely tricks of the mind. Kyouka moved closer, expressing her frustration with how others perceived him. She revealed that she had sensed his discomfort around Uraraka, but he reassured her that she was wrong. To him, she was the most appealing girl he had ever seen, and he was in awe of her. His heartfelt words resonated deeply with Kyouka, allowing her to finally believe in his sincerity. She embraced him tightly, burying her face in his neck as tears fell. The sunset cast a warm glow over them, and the sound of the waves provided a calming backdrop. As they stood together, Izuku gently caressed her back, and Kyouka shifted her arms to wrap around his neck. As they began to lift their heads, Kyouka placed her hand on his cheek and leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his skin. Izuku felt a rush of warmth, and when their lips finally met, it was a gentle connection that felt profound. It was not an explosion of fireworks, but rather a warm fire igniting within them, spreading to one another. When they finally pulled away, Kyouka rested her head on Izuku's chest, and he laid his head atop hers. They remained in silence, processing the significance of what had just occurred. As the sun disappeared, Izuku attempted to speak, but Kyouka silenced him with another kiss, suggesting they figure things out later. He nodded, pulling her back into his embrace, marveling at the moment they had just shared. Kyouka laughed at his excitement, acknowledging the significance of their kiss. Izuku realized why she had felt uneasy around Uraraka, and Kyouka asked if she had any reason to worry now. He assured her that she never did, and she tightened her hold on him, finding comfort in his presence. As the night deepened, Kyouka expressed her reluctance to leave, though she remembered her parents might be concerned. Izuku understood the predicament, and they both knew it was time to face the reality awaiting them. Kyouka held Izuku's hand and looked at him with determination. She was ready to face whatever awaited her at home. She urged him to go back before his mother grew worried. Izuku nodded, but a question lingered in his mind about their relationship. Kyouka hesitated, fearing the uncertainty of their feelings and the potential impact on their friendship. They both shared concerns about whether they could truly meet each other's expectations. Izuku suggested they keep things casual for now, like a test drive. Kyouka's eyes lit up at the idea, Realizing it allowed them to explore their feelings without the pressure of commitment. They agreed to see how things developed, promising to return to their friendship if it didn't work out. Kyouka smiled, feeling a rush of excitement, but asked him to keep their budding relationship a secret from others, not wanting the attention at school. As Kyouka watched Izuku dash down the street, she felt a mix of joy and anxiety. Once inside her house, she quickly navigated through her parents' questions and retreated to her room, locking the door behind her. She sank to the floor, overwhelmed by the reality of what had just happened. For the first time in a long while, her heart raced with hope instead of doubt. She reminded herself to stay true to who she was and not to overthink things. Meanwhile, Izuku stood outside his apartment, battling his own worries. He entered to find his mother waiting for him, and he felt a rush of warmth at the thought of Kyouka. He decided to seek advice, retreating to his room to call 𝗬𝗏𝗍. When he asked for dating advice, he was met with surprise, as 𝗬𝗏𝗍 admitted he wasn't very experienced in that area. However, he expressed concern for Kyouka, wanting to ensure she was okay after seeing Izuku's behavior in class. Izuku explained their friendship and how it had developed over the past couple of months. 𝗬𝗏𝗍 was surprised he hadn't mentioned her sooner but was glad to hear about their connection. He reminded Izuku of the importance of keeping one for all a secret, especially now that he was starting a relationship. Izuku confessed they had just begun exploring their feelings, and 𝗬𝗏𝗍 congratulated him, offering support despite his limited experience. After their conversation, 𝗬𝗏𝗍 gazed out at the night sky, feeling a mix of happiness for Izuku and concern about the challenges that lay ahead. He knew the weight of one for all and the potential dangers it posed, especially with Kyouka now involved. He resolved to protect Izuku's happiness and find the right moment to share the truth about the risks associated with his quirk. The next day, Izuku approached Kyouka's house with a skip in his step, eager to see her again. He had woken up that morning filled with joy. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted his thoughts. Kyouka grabbed Izuku's hand and pulled him down the steps. It wasn't until they reached the sidewalk that Izuku noticed the dark silhouette of Kyotoku in the doorway. Once the house was out of sight, Kyouka paused. She expressed relief, saying it had been close. Izuku wondered if they should explain things to her parents, but Kyouka insisted they wait until her father calmed down. She reassured him that he didn't actually dislike Izuku, he was just projecting his feelings about his daughter growing up onto him. Izuku felt uncertain, questioning if that should comfort him. Kyouka's response was vague but encouraging. Feeling a bit shy, Kyouka pointed at Izuku's lips, hesitating as she asked if she could kiss him. Izuku, nervous but eager, agreed. He placed his hands on her hips while she gently held his face. Their lips met softly at first, then she leaned in more, deepening the kiss. Afterward, she stepped back, blushing and apologizing for her impulsiveness. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, feeling flustered. He admitted that Kyouka was handling their relationship better than he was and that he felt lost. Taking his hand, Kyouka led him toward the train station, determined to cherish their time together, even if it was temporary. They traveled in comfortable silence, each processing their feelings. Once on the train, Izuku broached the topic of their first date, suggesting tonight. Kyouka agreed, noting their free schedules as introverted teens. She mentioned needing time to prepare, and Izuku complimented her, which surprised her. Kyouka teased him about his unintentional charm, and they both laughed, recalling their first outing together. Upon arriving at 𝗬𝗏𝗍, they reluctantly released each other's hands, not ready for the attention that came with being seen together. Inside the classroom, Izuku noticed Katsuki's troubled expression and heard Kaminari whispering anxiously to Mineta about a potential problem. Kaminari explained that they might have offended Midoriya's girlfriend, who was not someone to take lightly. Mineta was confused, recalling past comments he had made about Jirou that had upset Izuku. Kaminari was clearly worried about the consequences. Just then, Kyouka and Izuku entered the classroom, and Kaminari froze, realizing they were in trouble. Kyouka approached the duo, ready to confront them. She reassured Kaminari that she wasn't angry with him but turned her attention to Mineta, warning him about his inappropriate comments. After her stern warning, Kyouka returned to her desk, feeling a mix of emotions but lighter than before. She glanced at Izuku, who was struggling to talk to Bakugo. Katsuki was dismissive, expressing his disdain for Izuku's approach and challenging him for the upcoming sports festival. Izuku felt disheartened but knew he had to prepare for the competition. Later, as they walked hand in hand toward the train station, Kyouka expressed her thoughts on Ida becoming class president, joking about the chaos that would ensue if they both held positions of power. Izuku laughed, agreeing that it would be a disaster. Kyouka recounted a moment of mischief during a panic, which made them both chuckle. As they reached the station, they reluctantly separated their hands, realizing they would be taking different trains for the first time in 2 months. They confirmed their plans for the evening, with Izuku promising a simple dinner and a movie, which Kyouka found cliché but effective. She suggested watching the movie at her place, and they both felt excited about their upcoming date. Izuku felt a sense of anticipation as he waved goodbye to Kyouka, who boarded her train. He would see her again in just a few hours. Reflecting on their first outing as friends, he felt a wave of nostalgia and confidence. He had been in similar situations before, and he reassured himself that he could handle this. Kyouka stood in front of her mirror, taking a moment to assess her appearance. Tonight was special. She had a date with someone she genuinely liked. It was important to her that she looked her best, so she began to prepare. She moved swiftly around her room, selecting makeup, jackets, and shirts, trying to put together the perfect outfit. Izuku had mentioned that the occasion wasn't particularly fancy, which relieved her since she didn't have a formal dress. After some deliberation, she laid out her chosen attire on her bed, but something felt incomplete. Just then, her mother entered the room, surprising her. Kyouka was startled but quickly regained her composure. Her mother suggested adding a pair of black, rhinestone fishnet leggings to her outfit, noting that Izuku would appreciate the look. Kyouka blushed at the comment but maintained her usual glare, questioning how her mother knew such things about him. Her mother playfully defended her observations, insisting that boys often couldn't help but notice. Kyouka, however, was not interested in discussing her father's preferences. They shared a light-hearted exchange, and her mother reminded her that they needed to talk about her new relationship. Kyouka sighed, realizing she couldn't avoid the conversation. She clarified that while they were dating, they weren't officially a couple yet. Her mother teased her about their closeness, prompting Kyouka to dismiss the comment with a playful demand for her to leave. Her mother laughed, wishing her well for the evening and reminding her that she would eventually need to discuss everything with her father. As Kyouka prepared, she could feel her heart racing with nerves. She hoped her father wouldn't add to her anxiety about the date. She resolved to have a conversation with him later, but only after she left for her outing. Meanwhile, Izuku stood at Kyouka's door, fiddling with the sleeves of his button-up shirt. He was uncertain whether to roll them up or leave them down, recalling All Might's advice about showing off his muscles. However, he felt that wasn't really his style, and he doubted Kyouka would care much about that aspect. Suddenly, the door opened, and Izuku was caught off guard, realizing he had been talking to himself. Kyouka appeared before him, dressed in a striking outfit that included lace-up black combat boots, a fitted black miniskirt, and fishnet tights adorned with rhinestones. Her top featured the logo of the band, Black Flag, and she wore a stylish black leather jacket with 3 white stripes down one side. Her accessories added an edgy touch, completing her look. Izuku's heart raced at the sight of her, and he felt a mix of excitement and nervousness as they prepared to embark on their evening together. The necklace Kyouka wore was a single 308 bullet hanging from a chain around her neck. Her already stunning face was enhanced by black lipstick and a hint of purple eyeshadow. In that moment, Izuku felt like the luckiest man alive. Kyouka smirked at him, gesturing to his arms. She noticed his sleeves were mismatched. One was rolled up while the other hung down. He was taken aback, realizing his indecision had led to this. Kyouka chuckled, closing the door behind her before rolling up his other sleeve. She complimented him, calling him lover boy. Izuku stammered, telling her she looked perfect, even better than perfect, struggling to find the right words. A smile spread across Kyouka's face, satisfied with her success. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. Suddenly, they were interrupted by Mika, who was taking pictures of them through the window. Kyouka quickly raised her jacket to hide her face and grabbed Izuku's hand, urging him to walk quickly away from the house. She apologized for the unexpected situation. Izuku reassured her that he didn't mind, humorously suggesting that if the roles were reversed, they would be escaping his apartment by boat due to his mother's tears. He preferred a picture over that scenario. Kyouka hoped there wouldn't be any more surprises like that. She looked up at Izuku, who was awkwardly avoiding her gaze. She asked him what was wrong and he hesitated, hinting at the surprises. 15 minutes later, Izuku smiled, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he admitted he had done something unexpected. Kyouka acknowledged that she hadn't answered his earlier question, expressing her appreciation for all forms of music but admitting she didn't particularly like jazz. They arrived at the Ruji Twilight Jazz Club, and Kyouka eagerly took Izuku's hand, pulling him inside. As soon as they entered, she flinched at the sound of free-form jazz playing from the stage. She groaned, expressing her disdain for the chaotic music, while Izuku laughed at her spirited criticisms. He had chosen this place with care, knowing it held significance for them both. Jazz was related to Kyouka's love for music, and it provided her an opportunity to critique and judge. After speaking with the greeter, they were led to a booth at the back of the dimly lit venue, adorned with dark wood paneling and maroon leather seating. The lighting was soft, with colors shifting above each table, while the stage at the front illuminated the room. Izuku had requested a booth in the back, anticipating that the other patrons would be there to enjoy the music, not to hear Kyouka's playful commentary. As they settled in, facing the stage, a new band prepared to perform. After ordering their drinks, the music began. Kyouka groaned again but also chuckled to herself, commenting on the drummer's apparent confusion. Izuku watched her, amused by her reactions, even as he felt somewhat perplexed by the music. He asked her why jazz had such a bad reputation. Kyouka paused, trying to articulate her thoughts. She explained that while jazz itself wasn't inherently bad, freeform jazz lacked the structure and emotional depth she sought in music. She wanted music to convey a message and evoke feelings, rather than just be a showcase for musicians trying to impress themselves. Izuku nodded, grasping her perspective. Inquired about her deep connection to music and why she hadn't pursued a career as a musician. Kyouka reflected on her journey, revealing that she had realized her longing to be a hero around the age of 10 or 11. Unlike Izuku, she hadn't had a hero obsession. Instead, she was drawn to the idea of saving lives and inspiring hope. She shared how her parents had helped her see that her passion for music and her aspirations as a hero were not mutually exclusive. They encouraged her to follow her heart, explaining that their love for music had evolved into something that could impact others. Kyouka concluded that being a hero and a musician were intertwined, as both sought to share messages and invoke emotions in people. Izuku listened intently, captivated by her insights. Kyouka blushed, realizing she had rambled on. He assured her that her thoughts were incredible and that he had never considered musicians in that light before. Pro-heroes had always defined heroism for Kyouka. There had never been any other concept for her. She smiled, leaning against Izuku, feeling a warmth in their connection. She expressed her happiness at being able to expand his perspective. Izuku felt a blush rise at their closeness but gradually wrapped his arm around her. He inquired about her parents, curious if they were heroes too. The thought made Kyouka chuckle, as the idea of her overprotective father and laid-back mother as heroes seemed amusingly strange. Yet she acknowledged the truth in it. She confirmed that they were indeed heroes and then asked Izuku when he realized he wanted to be one himself. Izuku hesitated, recalling a video of All Might he had seen as a child. Kyouka laughed, teasing him about his reaction when All Might announced he would be their teacher. Izuku defended himself, insisting he wasn't that obsessed. Kyouka found it debatable but encouraged him to continue. He reminisced about the video of All Might saving people, carrying them on his back, and how he had watched it repeatedly. He shared how he would plead with his mother to play it for him, captivated by the idea of saving others with a smile, feeling invincible and bringing hope while fighting against evil. It was a dream he found truly amazing. Kyouka then asked about his current motivations. Izuku looked puzzled, unsure of what she meant. She explained that reasons for wanting to be a hero often evolve over time. She shared her own journey, how her longing to save lives transformed into a deeper understanding of what she could offer through her music. She nudged him playfully, prompting him to reflect on his own reasons. Izuku fell silent, contemplating her words. He admitted he had never really thought about it, especially not in depth. He connected it to his quirklessness, a topic he found uncomfortable. Kyouka listened intently, sensing the weight of his thoughts. She understood it was best not to delve deeper into that subject tonight, as it was still early in their relationship. To lighten the mood, Kyouka took his hand, shifting his focus from his shirt to her fingers. She joked about how being quirkless might have been easier than enduring the music they were listening to. Izuku's eyes sparkled with joy, and they shared a laugh, enjoying the light-hearted banter. As the night continued, their conversation flowed seamlessly, with neither of them shifting from their comfortable positions. Kyouka playfully crossed her legs, noticing Izuku's brief glance before he quickly looked away, a small victory for her. Their discussions ranged widely, and after a while, Kyouka expressed disbelief at Izuku's revelation about his shoes, questioning if he bought the same pair in different sizes each year. He faltered, unsure how to respond. She teased him about the potential of the shoes being discontinued, and he reacted with mock horror. Later, Kyouka responded dryly to Izuku's question about her ears, pointing out that she couldn't pierce them. He suggested other areas of her ear could be pierced, leading to playful accusations about hidden attractions to piercings. They both avoided admitting their true feelings, shifting to another topic. After a while, Kyouka realized they had been at the restaurant for 2 hours without receiving any food. They both laughed at their oversight, realizing they had only been given a drink menu. Izuku was taken aback, and Kyouka found humor in their shared ignorance. As they prepared to leave, Kyouka suggested a plan for their next move. Izuku was confused, wondering if they could simply walk through the front door of her house. Kyouka insisted that no parents were allowed on their date, prompting Izuku to worry about what they would do next. Kyouka's smile grew as she proposed an adventurous idea. They found themselves climbing a tree in the side yard of a neighboring house, close enough to her window for a stealthy entry. Izuku gripped the branches, lifting himself higher, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness about their daring approach. It would have been much simpler if Kyouka hadn't decided she wanted another piggyback ride. Izuku didn't mind, but he questioned why she couldn't just climb up herself. Kyouka explained that, while she wasn't like most girls, she still cared about her outfits, which were expensive. Plus, someone needed to carry their bag of food. Izuku muttered under his breath about the importance of keeping her fishnets safe. Kyouka, with her super hearing, caught his words and asked if he remembered that she could hear everything. He expressed his concern about being in someone else's tree, and Kyouka reassured him that her neighbors were cool and wouldn't mind. He then brought up her mom, worried that she would hear them. Kyouka insisted that her mom would understand, but her dad was another story. Izuku felt guilty about hiding from her father, but Kyouka reminded him that her dad tended to overreact. She had left her window slightly open for situations like this. With her jacks extending to lift the window, Izuku carefully stepped inside, setting Kyouka down. As soon as the lights flicked on, Kyutoku appeared in the doorway, catching the two off guard. He remarked that if you had a course in stealth, they would need it as they were not very good at being discreet. He then expressed his protective nature over Kyouka, stating that he might be overbearing but was not oblivious. He asked Izuku to take care of her, warning him that if he ever hurt her, he would make him regret it. After Kyoutoku left, both teens stood in confusion, processing what had just happened. Kyouka was flabbergasted, wondering how her father had changed his stance in just a couple of hours. Izuku, relieved, felt he had used up all his luck for the rest of his life. Kyouka decided she would talk to her dad later and told Izuku to get comfortable while she fetched the movie. She found the film 𝗓𝗍 had recommended and turned back to see Izuku staring at her bed. She asked if he was okay, and he hesitantly asked where he should sit. Kyouka raised an eyebrow, reminding him that the TV was in front of the bed, so he could sit there. Izuku hesitated, feeling that this situation was different since they were now in a relationship. Kyouka acknowledged that it was a test drive and that it would only be awkward if they made it so. She reassured him that they had sat side by side before, and they should be comfortable now. Izuku, blushing, sat down, and they discussed the movie they were about to watch. Kyouka explained that it was an old sci-fi film from the late 1970s. Called Alien, which Izuku recognized as a science fiction horror film. Kyouka's eyes widened at the mention of horror, but she quickly brushed it off and prepared to play the movie. As the film began, Kyouka's reaction to the suspenseful scenes was intense. Izuku found her reactions amusing, but he also felt a rush of teenage emotions as Kyouka clung to him, completely absorbed by the screen. He realized that Kyouka was not a fan of horror films, as she nearly squeezed the breath out of him during the more shocking moments. Kyouka expressed her disbelief at how Ishido could enjoy such films, swearing more than usual in her discomfort. Izuku pointed out that even if she was scared, she was still captivated. Kyouka compared her experience to a germaphobe watching sewer footage, uncomfortable but unable to look away. As the movie progressed and the crew faced peril, Kyouka's comments became more colorful, often expressing her frustration at the characters' decisions. Izuku could feel the intensity of her grip as the tension built. It wasn't until the climax of the film that Kyouka seemed to return to her usual self, laughing as Ripley finally dealt with the xenomorph. Laughter filled the air as one of them realized the truth. It took a moment for her to comprehend that it was simply a person in a suit. She covered her face, trying to mask her embarrassment. Izuku chuckled, finding the situation amusing. He asked what she had thought it was. She shrugged, unsure, mentioning something about an animatronic. Meanwhile, an alien floated aimlessly through space, only to accidentally bump its face against the spacecraft with a loud thud. The absurdity of the moment made her burst into laughter, declaring it was worth the 2 hours of fright. Izuku was pleased to hear she enjoyed at least part of the experience. She expressed her love for it, despite her fear. He noticed her eyes widen in surprise when he pointed out that she had seemed terrified. She admitted her fear but also acknowledged that it was an unforgettable experience, blaming him for it. He reminded her that she had chosen the movie. She countered that they wouldn't have had to watch it if he had checked for food options at the club beforehand. Realizing she had a point, he conceded. She joked that if their relationship was to continue, he would need to accept that fact. However, she confessed that she had been quite scared throughout the film, playfully threatening him to keep it a secret while admitting she had enjoyed it. She declared she would avoid horror movies in the future. When he mentioned the sequel, she was taken aback, expressing her disinterest in seeing more of those creatures. He smiled, suggesting that their friend Ishido would have a different opinion. She agreed to watch it only if he was there, admitting she would have turned off the movie early if alone. As the credits rolled, the glow from the television highlighted her porcelain skin, making her violet eyes shine even brighter. Izuku felt a pang of regret for the garlic noodles he had eaten, hoping she wouldn't mind. They leaned closer, their noses almost touching. Their first kiss was gentle, a mere brush of lips, but the second was more earnest, their lips connecting fully. He apologized for the garlic, but she dismissed his concern, reminding him they had eaten the same meal. Without waiting for a response, she kissed him again, her hands cradling his face. He wrapped his arm around her waist, feeling content. After a moment, they pulled away, Kyouka resting her head on his shoulder as her heart rate began to slow. They remained in that comfortable position as the credits finished, returning the screen to the main menu. Izuku reflected on his past fears regarding intimacy. He had always been closed off from comforting touches, and before Kyouka, he struggled to be near anyone without feeling overwhelmed. Now, however, he couldn't imagine living without that connection. He recognized the difference between mere warmth and the warmth of another person, and he preferred the latter. Despite his newfound comfort, he still felt hesitant about where to place his hands, aware of the boundaries that existed unless their relationship deepened. Even then, he felt unprepared for that level of intimacy, fearing his heart might race uncontrollably. Kyouka's presence, her smaller frame fitting perfectly against him, was everything he had never realized he needed. She broke the silence with a question about whether he ever thought they would end up like this. He pondered her inquiry, considering both aspects of her question. He admitted that, in general, he had never expected it. After word got out about his quirklessness, most people, including girls, had ignored him. He had accepted long ago that a relationship was not in the cards for him, especially with everything else happening in his life. His focus had been on becoming a hero, and while he had thought about relationships, he didn't dwell on it. Kyouka frowned, expressing sympathy for his past experiences, acknowledging how cruel people could be. He reassured her not to worry, explaining that while he could analyze quirks, he was clueless about social cues. He hadn't realized there was something between them until their recent beach outing. Curious, she asked what had made him think there was a connection during their training. He clarified that he meant the night before last, when they had shared their kiss. She smiled but shook her head, teasing him about his density. He admitted he had been told that before and turned the question back to her. She hesitated, unsure of how much to reveal about her own feelings. She had been focused on getting into you, not pursuing anything else. When it came to their relationship, she confessed she had suspected he liked her, but it had taken her some time to fully realize it. She felt she had made the right choice in acknowledging her feelings, humorously noting her attraction to him, whom she likened to a walking stalk of celery. Izuku laughed, glancing at the time on her alarm clock. He sighed, realizing it was time for him to leave. She expressed her disappointment, wishing he could stay, admitting she wouldn't be able to sleep after the movie. He offered to call her when he got home, promising to talk for as long as she needed. Reluctantly, Kyouka got off the bed, and they made their way downstairs to the front door. Turning to her, Izuku felt optimistic about the evening. She agreed, stating that they had done well for their first test. She hugged him tightly, resting her head on his shoulder, thanking him for the night they had shared. Izuku planned the next steps ahead. He returned the hug, wondering if she intended to make him do something he disliked as a form of revenge for the movie. She seemed to know his thoughts, hinting that he assumed too much if he thought she would spoil any of her plans. He should have anticipated that response. After a final kiss, Izuku left, hoping to catch the next train before it departed. Kyouka closed the door and leaned against it, staring off into space as she reflected on the events of the night. Just then, her father appeared at the top of the staircase. He noticed Kyuka's unusual expression and teased her about not having a frown on her face. He joked about not recognizing her and mentioned that she would defend herself fiercely against anyone trying to replace her. Kyouka scoffed, assuring him that her usual demeanor was not going anywhere. Kyotoku entered the kitchen, filling a glass with water, and asked if she had a good time. Kyouka nodded, feeling better than she had hoped, especially since a certain someone had made an appearance. Her father turned to her, already anticipating the conversation that was about to unfold. He asked what had happened and where all of this had come from. Kyouka revealed that it was her mother who had sparked the excitement. She admitted to feeling anxious when her mother suggested that Kyouka was going on a date that night, leading her to go into dad mode. They both laughed at the memory of her being locked in the recording booth. Her mother reminded her of how special Izuku was to Kyouka, noting that he was the first person she had ever brought home, talked about openly, and spent so much time with. Her father acknowledged that Midoriya was a great kid, smart enough to see how amazing Kyouka was, and brave as well. Kyouka found his compliment oddly flattering. He assured her that Izuku was welcome anytime, as long as he made her happy. However, he also warned that he and Mika would test him from time to time, as it was part of being parents. Kyouka smiled broadly, thanking her father. He chuckled, pleased to see her happy, and kissed the top of her head before heading back upstairs. Kyouka pulled out her phone, following him to the second floor as she awaited a call from Izuku. In Jirou's personal recording studio, Kyotoku entered, and his wife looked up from the mixing table, asking if he felt better. He replied that he felt only a little better, but she reassured him that he would feel much better once he saw their daughter's relationship blossom. He sat beside her, taking her hand, and acknowledged that he couldn't have stopped Kyouka even if he had wanted to. Mika pointed out that while he couldn't stop her, he could have troubled her, as Kyouka cared about their opinions despite her indifferent attitude. She explained that Kyuka's feelings for Izuku would have taken precedence over their authority, which could have strained their relationship. Kyotoku admitted that he had patience, but Mika reminded him that Kyouka would now be more comfortable being open with them about Izuku. She expressed her fondness for him but emphasized the need to ensure their daughter received the best. Kyouka's eyes lit up as he realized what she meant. Parental tests were on the horizon. The next morning, Izuku awoke still feeling elated from the previous night. His date with Kyouka had gone perfectly, and as he approached her front door, his excitement to see her again was palpable. He knocked, but the door swung open abruptly, revealing Kyouka. She quickly pushed him away and closed the door behind her, urging him to come up with an excuse to avoid dinner with her parents the following night. Izuku stammered, unsure of what to say, admitting he wasn't good at lying. Kyouka insisted they needed to think of something, but before they could, her parents appeared. Mika smiled at Izuku, knowing he was caught. Kyoutoku asked if he would join them for dinner, and Izuku hesitantly agreed, feeling the pressure of the situation. Mika suggested that Izuku bring his mother along, but he interrupted, explaining that his mother was busy with work and suggesting they could meet another time. Kyouka narrowed her eyes at him but remained silent. They decided to leave, and as they walked to the station in silence, Kyouka turned to Izuku, asking if his mother knew about their relationship. Izuku sighed, fiddling with his fingers, and admitted that she did not. Kyouka grasped his hands, reassuring him that it was okay. Izuku felt uneasy about sharing personal matters with Kyouka. He reassured her that he wasn't upset, but he wanted to clarify his feelings. He mentioned that his parents would have remained unaware of their relationship if they hadn't witnessed a kiss. Privacy was important to him. Kyouka was curious if he was truly not upset. Izuku confirmed that he was not angry, but slightly concerned about how long he intended to keep this from her. He shrugged, admitting that he struggled to find the right moment to tell her. Kyouka inquired if anyone else knew about their relationship, aside from her parents. Izuku sighed but nodded, revealing that only his mentor, Toshinori, was aware. Kyouka squeezed his hands, surprised that he felt more comfortable confiding in Toshinori than in his own mother. Izuku looked out the window, quietly acknowledging that this was indeed the case. Kyouka sensed that there was a deeper issue regarding Izuku's relationship with his mother. She realized that it was significant, especially since it was his first relationship, and he couldn't even share it with her. Determined to understand, she asked what had caused the distance between him and his mother. Izuku turned back to her, taken aback by the question. He recalled that he had only mentioned something troubling about his mother. He hesitated, but Kyouka encouraged him to share. Izuku took a deep breath, expressing that if he wanted their relationship to flourish, he needed to be open with her. Kyouka playfully suggested that they should keep some things interesting over time. Izuku smiled, acknowledging her point, but felt it was important to share this part of his past now. He lowered his voice, careful not to attract attention from other passengers, and began recounting a painful memory. When the doctor informed him that he was quirkless, he felt utterly shattered. He described the emptiness he experienced, replaying his favorite video of All Might saving people repeatedly. When his mother checked on him, he had asked her if she believed he could still be a hero. Kyouka winced at the thought of his mother's response. Izuku expressed that he wished she had simply said no, but instead, she had cried and repeatedly apologized. Kyouka reflected on the implications of that moment, realizing it must have been difficult for Izuku's mother to answer such a question. Izuku's frustration surfaced as he admitted that no one believed in him, not even his mother. Kyouka understood that this anger was a part of him that he struggled with, especially when it came to discussing his past. Despite his heroic nature, he was still human, with feelings that could be hurt. Kyouka gently cupped his face and kissed him, both of them blushing afterward. She assured him that people believed in him now, to which Izuku expressed his gratitude for her support. She leaned against him, trying to lighten the mood by shifting the focus to the present, reminding him that he was now at you, with a quirk and dating someone special. Izuku's frown lifted as he laughed, acknowledging her words. Kyouka urged him to focus on the positive aspects of their lives, especially with the upcoming special training trip that Aizawa had mentioned. In the girls' locker room at 𝗧𝗵𝗲, the Class 1A girls were changing into their hero costumes, discussing what the special training might entail. Toru expressed her hope that it would go better than her previous battle test, where she and Ojiro had been eliminated quickly. Mina chimed in, excitedly anticipating seeing Kyouka showcase her skills again. Kyouka was startled by the sudden mention of her past performance, but Mina praised her for her impressive solo victory. Momo, brushing her hair at her locker, acknowledged her unexpected loss. Mina teased that Kyouka might have been trying to impress Izuku, but Kyouka dismissed the notion, focusing on her appearance in the mirror. As she adjusted her outfit and hair, she felt the pressure of wanting to look good for Izuku. Being self-conscious about her appearance was challenging enough, but being in a relationship heightened her longing to impress him. In her mind, Kyouka felt that things could be better. Perhaps some changes were needed. She grabbed her jacket and left the locker room, heading toward the front entrance of the school where a bus awaited her and the rest of Class 1A. Some boys were already there, including Izuku, who waved at her with a small smile and a hint of blush on his cheeks. Kyouka couldn't help but think how adorable he was as she approached him. They leaned against the gate, away from the others. Kyouka teased him, asking about his hero suit, which had been patched up after their last training session. Izuku explained that a student from the support course, 𝗵𝘃𝗲𝗵𝗃, had requested to see him to discuss changes and upgrades to his costume. Kyouka was surprised at how quickly they were moving forward with their suits. She then asked Izuku if he thought she should grow her hair out. He hesitated but ultimately said he liked her current hairstyle, which intrigued her. Curiosity sparked, Kyouka pressed him about why he liked it. Izuku stumbled over his words, trying to avoid the question, which only made her more suspicious. She wondered if he had seen a character with a similar hairstyle before. Then, a realization hit her. Was it because her hairstyle resembled that of Ramona Flowers from a movie? Izuku's flustered reaction confirmed her suspicion, and Kyouka couldn't help but laugh, teasing him about his crush. As they bantered, the bus horn honked, signaling it was time to board. Kyouka playfully patted his cheek as she walked past him, leaving him with a fluttering heart. He took a seat next to her, feeling grateful for the moment they shared. Kyouka ran her fingers through her hair, smiling to herself, but then her expression shifted as negative thoughts crept in. She worried she couldn't compare to the character she had just mentioned, feeling insecure about her appearance. Izuku noticed her change in demeanor and asked if she was okay, concerned that she looked pale. Kyouka reassured him, attributing her thoughts to dinner plans with her family. Izuku comforted her, reminding her that her parents had approved of him, which eased her worries. She found it strange how Izuku could make her feel secure yet also amplify her insecurities. Despite knowing he liked her, she struggled to understand why. Then, Izuku unexpectedly complimented her, saying he thought she was prettier than Ramona. Kyouka was taken aback but appreciated his words. They continued to navigate the conversation, with Izuku stumbling over his words, trying to clarify his feelings. Kyouka found his awkwardness endearing, realizing how unique he was. With him around, she felt a sense of reassurance. Later, at the USJ Mountain Zone, Kyouka faced a new challenge as villains surrounded her. It was unfortunate that trouble had found them so quickly. She was being used as bait to lure All Might, but she wasn't alone. Izuku stood by her side, and to her right was Momo, who was already creating a bow staff. Kyouka felt relieved to have strong allies with her. Momo asked if they needed weapons, and Kyouka requested a katana while Izuku opted for eskrima sticks. They prepared for the impending confrontation, and Kyouka admitted she had some knowledge of using a katana, having learned from anime. Izuku and Momo exchanged glances, acknowledging her unconventional training. As they stood back to back, ready to face the villains, Izuku's body began to glow with green lightning, signaling that they were ready for the fight ahead. Should they form a plan? Kyouka had one in mind. She connected her jacks to the hand speakers and declared her intention to take action. With a powerful punch to the ground, she unleashed sound waves that rippled through the landscape. The villains around them stumbled, their balance disrupted. Izuku couldn't help but smile at her fiery spirit. He agreed with her approach and leaped forward, striking a villain with his eskrima sticks. The impact, enhanced by a fraction of one for all, sent the thug flying into other villains, knocking them down. Izuku dashed toward more foes, sliding under them and sweeping their legs. He sprang back up, delivering swift blows to their heads, rendering them unconscious. Observing Kyouka and Momo effortlessly taking down their opponents, he felt a surge of confidence. A man with hooks protruding from his fingers attempted to sneak up on Kyouka from behind. Izuku quickly threw one of his 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sticks, hitting the man in the temple. He returned to Kyouka, resuming their back-to-back stance. He noted that if new hero students could defeat these villains so easily, they clearly lacked training and intelligence. Kyouka plugged in her boots, sending sound waves into the crowd, expressing relief at their advantage. They turned to check on Yaoyorozu, who was skillfully flipping over enemies, striking them with precision. Izuku remarked on her impressive skills, suggesting she might have been a ninja in another life. He hoped everyone else was managing as well as they were. In the flood zone, Denki clung to Mineta, urging him to stay focused. Mineta complained about the situation, feeling overwhelmed. Denki, desperate, suggested they might need to sacrifice someone. Tsu chimed in, advising Denki to threaten to shock the water. Denki hesitated but then charged himself up, sparks flying. The villains, realizing the danger, scrambled to escape the water. Denki was surprised at how well that tactic worked. In the mountain zone, a villain with a unique quirk launched his hands at Kyouka. Izuku leaped forward, grabbing the coil connecting the villain's hands to his body and yanking him toward them. Kyouka quickly plugged in her hand speakers, delivering a powerful punch to the villain's cheek, sending him crashing to the ground. Kyouka admired her own strength but winced in pain, realizing she needed better gear. Izuku scanned the area, wondering where Yaoyorozu was. Kyouka interrupted his thoughts, playfully covering his eyes and instructing him not to look. Momo explained that she had to create a shield to protect herself from the last villain. Izuku offered his jacket, but Momo assured him she could create another outfit. Kyouka sighed, reminding Izuku to keep his thoughts in check. Momo then announced he could look again, and Kyouka released her hands. They both felt relieved that the moment had passed. Kyouka suggested Izuku should consider changing his costume, but he defended its effectiveness. She urged him to think about it as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, a loud explosion caught their attention, revealing their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, in a vulnerable state. Izuku rushed forward, activating full cowl. Kyouka and Momo followed, with Kyouka jumping onto Izuku's back. He swiftly navigated the rocky terrain, allowing them to dismount safely. As Izuku stepped forward, he felt his power fade, leaving him confused. Kyouka pointed out Aizawa, who was barely able to look at them, his eye glowing red as he warned them to stay back. Izuku realized he might not be fast enough to save Aizawa from the approaching threat. Momo questioned the nature of the creature before them, while Kyouka expressed her fear of the various villains they faced. The grayish-blue-haired man turned to the teens, his unsettling presence making Izuku gulp nervously. Kurogiri appeared behind Shigaraki, reporting that one of the students had escaped. Tamura expressed his frustration, emphasizing their focus on capturing All Might rather than dealing with numerous heroes. Kyouka processed the information, understanding that someone was alerting the school and that help was on the way, but the villains were beginning to retreat. Izuku was taken aback by the thought that they might simply leave. They couldn't let them escape, they were after All Might. Momo's gaze shifted to Aizawa, his injured body evident. She then looked at the large creature pinning him down, untouched and imposing. It seemed they might not have a choice. Kyouka raised a hand, urging silence. She caught the tail end of Aizawa's words, something about wounding the symbol of peace's pride and leaving behind casualties. Her eyes widened as a dark portal appeared before her, an arm covered in severed hands reaching out toward her. Izuku's world slowed as the image of Kyouka in danger flooded his mind. His body tensed, a surge of colors igniting within him. He felt an overwhelming energy build up. He couldn't let anything happen to her. A powerful pulse erupted from him, electricity radiating outward. The force knocked everyone down, but it focused on Tamura, sending him skidding across the ground. As he came to a stop, he trembled from the residual energy. Tamura, still shaken, propped himself up and admitted that Izuku's move had caught him off guard, but it only fueled his anger. Momo crouched nearby, struggling to process how to assist her friends. Her mind raced, but she felt paralyzed by indecision. Tamura commanded his creature, ordering it to attack. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept through the facility. Dust swirled as a massive silhouette emerged from the clouds. All Might had arrived, and Izuku had never seen the pro-hero look so furious. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 chuckled to himself, recognizing the gravity of the situation. All Might had cut his meeting short after hearing troubling news from young Ida. He discarded his tie, warning the villains to surrender before unleashing his fury. Kyouka observed 𝗵𝗼, which remained unresponsive to All Might's arrival. Its vacant eyes stared ahead, revealing it was no longer human. It acted solely on Shigaraki's commands, a mere tool. If it was just a mindless creature, then... Kyouka lifted her sword and struck down at the exposed part of 𝗵𝗼. The creature let out a pained wail as it stumbled, trying to regain its balance. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 shouted at it, but 𝗵𝗼 no longer obeyed. It was clear that its regenerative abilities were struggling to cope with the injury. Izuku, Kyouka, and Momo found themselves near the entrance staircase, with Aizawa unconscious behind them. All Might stood protectively between them and the raging 𝗵𝗼, which continued to lash out at anything in its vicinity. Kyouka marveled at how quickly All Might had moved them. Izuku, concerned, wrapped his arms around her, checking if she was all right. She reassured him, relieved that her plan hadn't backfired. As they regrouped, Ochako rushed down the steps, asking if they were okay. Izuku confirmed they were fine, thanks to Kyouka. She suggested they help wrap Aizawa's injured arm with his scarf. Izuku turned back to the chaotic scene. All Might was focused on the rampaging 𝗵𝗼, while Shigaraki shouted commands to no avail. Izuku felt a sense of urgency. All Might was running out of time. 𝗵𝗼 charged at 𝗬𝗵𝗲, who vanished through a portal, leaving behind chaos. 𝗬𝗵𝗲, frustrated, ordered a retreat. All Might, seeing the threat, tackled 𝗵𝗼, slamming it to the ground with a force that shook the area. The creature flailed, still out of control, and struck All Might, who grunted but maintained his hold. Tashinori prepared to retaliate, launching a powerful strike, but 𝗵𝗼 remained unfazed, continuing its erratic movements. 𝗬𝗵𝗲 observed with interest, noting that 𝗵𝗼 was designed to withstand such attacks. Kurojirai suggested they leave, but 𝗬𝗵𝗲 halted him, wanting to observe from a safe distance. They vanished, reappearing at the mountain's summit. Izuku could see them from below, realizing they could easily escape from that vantage point. He took a step forward, preparing to run. All Might's voice rang out, urging him to stay still. The hero was focused on holding down the 𝗵𝗼, warning Izuku that the situation was too dangerous. He instructed him to find the rest of their class and ensure everyone got to safety. The 𝗵𝗼 suddenly flung its head back, breaking free from All Might's grip. It swung its fists wildly, striking All Might across the chest multiple times. The creature dashed toward the stairs with incredible speed, faster than anyone except All Might could perceive. The pro-hero tackled the 𝗵𝗼, sending them both crashing into the water of the splash zone. As they sank deeper, Tashinori struck down repeatedly on the 𝗵𝗼's head, but his efforts seemed futile. The 𝗵𝗼 managed to escape, kicking All Might in the stomach before swimming up and grabbing onto the bottom of the boat, tearing through the wood effortlessly. All Might hit the bottom of the pool and used the ground to leap out of the water and onto the boat, where he found 3 of his students, Tsu, Denki, and Minoru, still trapped. The villains they had scared off surrounded the water, creating a standoff. The 𝗵𝗼's arms smashed through the deck, shrieking as it tore through the wood like it was nothing. Tashinori quickly grabbed all 3 students and jumped back toward the entrance. Izuku rushed back from the landslide zone, bringing more of his classmates with him. The 𝗵𝗼 leaped from the boat, landing in the center plaza. It screeched and flailed, its movements erratic. All Might let the students step down and turned his attention back to the 𝗵𝗼, realizing that its mind had become completely unstable. His strikes had no effect, and the creature seemed to attack anything that moved, including the students. With its wild behavior, the potential for collateral damage was immense. Tashinori felt a heavy cough coming on, tasting BLD in his mouth. He knew he was pushing his limits and that this needed to end quickly. He turned to his students, instructing them to evacuate. He assured them he could handle the situation and that help would arrive soon. As the class began to exit, carrying the injured heroes with them, Izuku hesitated, knowing All Might's limits. Tashinori nodded at Izuku, signaling that he would be all right. Reluctantly, Izuku followed Kyouka and the others outside. All Might cracked his knuckles and called out to 𝗬𝗵𝗲 at the top of the mountain, acknowledging the 𝗵𝗲's shock absorption ability. He began to advance toward his opponent, expressing his determination. The villain had come with the monster, harmed his colleagues, and threatened his students. All Might admitted that this was the toughest opponent he had faced in years, but he would not accept defeat. The power of one for all surged through him, reminding him of his role as the symbol of peace. He zoomed toward the 𝗵𝗲, his fist pulled back, and delivered a powerful punch to its face. While the creature remained standing, it lost its balance. The 𝗵𝗲 retaliated, but All Might ducked under the attack and countered with an uppercut. He noted that the 𝗵𝗲 had lost control, its movements becoming erratic. All Might unleashed a flurry of punches, moving with incredible speed. The 𝗵𝗲 continued to lash out, but All Might was focused on exploiting its weaknesses. He reminded himself that the 𝗵𝗲's quirk was shock absorption, not nullification, meaning it had limits. If it was designed to defeat him, he would simply have to surpass his own limits. The 𝗵𝗲 wailed, opting not to use its limbs. It opened its mouth and bit down 𝗧𝗪𝙢𝙢𝐻𝑟d on one of All Might's fists, breaking several teeth but still managing to grip the hero. Toshinori grunted in pain but seized an opportunity. He grabbed the handle of Kyouka's sword still lodged in the 𝗵𝗲's head and yanked it free. The creature howled in agony, its regenerative abilities struggling to repair the damage. It was clear that whatever cognitive function it had was fading, and the potential for destruction in its remaining moments was too great to ignore. All Might declared that the 𝗵𝗲 would never have been able to defeat him, even at full strength. He pulled the creature down as he fell onto his back, placing his feet on the 𝗵𝗲's stomach and kicking it straight up into the air. He rolled back and leaped with full power, channeling one for all through his muscles. As he soared past the 𝗵𝗲, he prepared for his final strike. With a resounding shout, he punched the 𝗵𝗲 down toward the ground at blinding speed. The impact created a massive explosion, obliterating the lights and doors of the building. The center of the dome erupted, sending debris flying and causing the ground to shake for miles. Outside, Class 1A watched in awe as the dome began to crumble. All Might's strength was undeniable. Izuku regained his footing as the tremors subsided, anxiety creeping in as he wondered if the quake had come from All Might or the 𝗵𝗲. He feared for his mentor's safety. Izuku locked eyes with Kyouka, who recognized the determination in his gaze. She warned him that she knew that look. His, "I'm probably about to do something reckless" look. Despite her protests, Izuku felt compelled to check on All Might and sprinted toward the door. Kyouka groaned and chased after him, instructing Ochako not to follow and promising to bring him back. Inside the USJ, All Might chuckled as he cracked his neck, acknowledging that he was indeed getting older. It would have only taken 5 punches if he were still in his prime. He turned his gaze back to Tomura and Kurojiri, who were still on the mountain watching him. He challenged them, asking if they were going to come down and finish what their creature could not. He would wait. Kurojiri turned to Tomura, suggesting they could team up, but Tomura sighed, stating they were done here. He believed All Might was not weakened at all and ordered Kurojiri to get them out of there. Kurojiri hesitated but complied, a black portal appearing behind them. All Might frowned, realizing they were escaping. He felt immobilized, knowing that any movement would reveal his weakened state. He would have to save them for another day. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Toshinori craned his neck to see Izuku running down the steps toward him. The teen's eyes were fixed on the villains as their bodies vanished into the portal. All Might called out to young Midoriya, reminding him to wait outside with his classmates. Tomura locked eyes with Izuku, their gazes unwavering, and remarked that he would remember Midoriya's name. With those final words, they disappeared. All Might sighed in relief, returning to his weakened form when he suddenly heard Izuku call his name. He quickly flexed back into his hero form, feeling the strain return. Izuku, aware of what awaited him, braced himself for the reprimand. Kyouka had just smacked him on the back of the head, her glare intense as she scolded him for potentially endangering himself. Just then, another voice interrupted, suggesting that they should go back outside since the other pro-heroes would arrive soon. Young Jirou was handed back her sword, which was stained from the battle, but she declined to take it. Izuku eagerly reached out for it, explaining that it was a sword All Might had used in a significant battle, making it a collector's item. All Might shrugged and handed it over, watching as Izuku gazed at it in awe. He encouraged them to join their class. Izuku's eyes widened as he realized All Might was barely holding on. The dust from the shockwave concealed the steam rising from the hero's body. He quickly grabbed Kyouka's hand, urging her to leave the building with him. Once outside, Toshinori collapsed onto his back, blood pooling in his mouth. He spat it out and checked his wounds, startled by the approaching footsteps but calmed when he felt a familiar hand on his shoulder. Midnight crouched beside him, accompanied by other pro-heroes, asking if he was all right. Toshinori popped his neck, admitting he was as well as he could be these days. He groaned while standing up, with Nomuri assisting him. He explained that the creature they had fought was called Nomu, designed to kill him. Thankfully, he had not faced it at its full strength, as it had grabbed young Jirou, but she had managed to stab it in a vulnerable spot. Snipe commented on the creature's exposed brain being a significant design flaw. All Might noted that while Nomu lacked control over its actions, it also meant it could not control its strength. Every hit felt like being struck by a powerful force. Midnight pondered who could create such a being, and All Might frowned, knowing the answer left a terrible taste in his mouth. He feigned ignorance, saying it was uncertain. Izuku watched as Aizawa and 13 were loaded into ambulances, driven off for treatment. He, Kyouka, Ochako, and Tenya sat together on the ground near the entrance, waiting for a pro-hero to return and take them back to school. Suddenly, Izuku gasped, realizing All Might had not signed his sword. Kyouka shook her head, calling him a dork. Izuku pulled out his phone and saw a text from All Might, instructing him to meet in the teacher's lounge once they returned. Kyouka teased him about texting his mom, and he realized he should probably do that. Kyouka, whispering so the others wouldn't hear, expressed relief that this was the perfect excuse to avoid dinner with her parents. Izuku reminded her that they had agreed not to blow the situation out of proportion, and she playfully told him to stop being right. Despite the crisis, Izuku felt calm and happy in Kyouka's presence. He mentioned liking the sword and suggested they have another brainstorming session soon, as he had a new gear idea. Kyouka agreed, noting she had to deal with her mom after school but would come over later. Soon, Present Mike arrived to drive the bus, and the class boarded, the day's events lingering in their minds, though most did not fully grasp what it meant for the future. In the teacher's lounge, All Might closed the door and sat across from Izuku, asking if he was all right. Izuku replied that the villains did not seem very powerful, suggesting they were merely lackeys. All Might acknowledged this but warned that lackeys meant there was someone they followed. Izuku inquired about Shigaraki, and All Might expressed concern that he might not be the true threat they needed to worry about. Izuku's confusion grew as he pressed for more information. Toshinori sighed, admitting he had been avoiding telling him about the origin of One for All and the existence of All for One. 15 minutes later, Izuku held his head in his hands, trying to process everything he had learned. Toshinori apologized for not revealing this sooner, explaining how difficult it was to tell a child whose dreams he was fulfilling that there was a maniac out there trying to kill him. Izuku reassured him that it was fine but expressed his fear that Shigaraki now knew his name and felt foolish for it. Toshinori insisted that Izuku was not foolish and reminded him that he had technically defeated Shigaraki, though not thoroughly enough. He vowed that if Shigaraki was out there, he would defeat him before he could even mention Izuku's name. Izuku nodded, determined that even if he faced Shigaraki, it would change nothing, he would grow stronger and defeat him. Toshinori expressed his pride in Izuku, acknowledging that most would seek an escape from their responsibilities, but he believed Izuku was the perfect successor. Izuku, feeling a mix of gratitude and uncertainty, hesitated to share his thoughts. Toshinori encouraged him to speak up, sensing his inner turmoil. Izuku admitted that he felt selfish for wanting to voice his concerns. He revealed his exhaustion from constantly losing the few good things in his life, especially now that he had enemies as a hero. The weight of All for One's threat loomed over him, making him feel like a danger to those he cared about. He struggled with the idea of needing to end his relationship with Kyouka for her safety. Toshinori, sensing the gravity of Izuku's feelings, responded firmly. He urged Izuku not to let All for One dictate his life or his relationships. He shared his own experiences, reflecting on how he had devoted himself to being a hero at the expense of personal connections. Tashinori emphasized that love could be a source of strength, encouraging Izuku to embrace his feelings for Kyouka. As Tashinori stood, he placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's head, reminding him that part of his role as a mentor was to guide him away from the mistakes he had made. He acknowledged that his own power would eventually fade, but he wanted Izuku to stand strong with Kyouka by his side. Izuku absorbed Tashinori's words, recalling the precious moments he had shared with Kyouka. He resolved not to give up on their relationship, promising to fight for their happiness. Tashinori smiled, hopeful for their future together, while a shadow of concern crossed his mind regarding All for One's potential return. He vowed to protect Izuku and those he loved. Izuku, wiping his eyes, complimented Tashinori's wisdom, even if he claimed to struggle with emotional matters. Tashinori joked about his headache from processing everything and mentioned the challenges of managing his responsibilities. As he left, Izuku reflected on his feelings for Kyouka, determined to embrace their relationship fully. He knew he wanted to ask her to be his girlfriend, and now he just needed to figure out the best way to do it. This story will explore the gradual progression of comfort between the main couple. They are already at ease with one another, but navigating the complexities of being a couple and the intimacy that comes with it is a journey. Their emotional and mental connection will deepen, eventually leading to a physical bond. Next, they will learn to be comfortable with others. There will be moments where they must communicate with their classmates and rivals, like Katsuki, which may not go smoothly at first. The focus will be on their journey to form friendships beyond their own relationship, as Izuku and Kyouka tend to become so engrossed in each other that they unintentionally neglect their friends once they officially become a couple. Ultimately, they will need to find comfort within themselves. Kyouka will face challenges related to body image, often trying to push aside her negative thoughts. However, bottling up emotions can lead to greater issues. For a time, she will feel most at ease with Izuku, especially during NTMT moments, as she senses his affection. Yet, as established previously, Kyouka tends to keep parts of herself hidden, which complicates her journey towards self-acceptance. This will be a lengthy process, but it is essential to the narrative. While some may be uncomfortable with the themes of intimacy, it is important to note that these elements are integral to the story and not merely included for shock value. Izuku sighed as he entered his apartment, quickly removing his backpack and blazer to hang them on the hooks by the door. He left his shoes on, knowing he would soon head to Kyouka's house. However, he anticipated a delay if his mother was home. Suddenly, Inko rushed toward him, enveloping him in a tight hug that nearly took his breath away. She expressed her concern about a call from the school, worried for his safety. Izuku managed to gasp for air, reassuring her that he was fine and that everyone had come through the day without injury. He decided not to mention the close call he had with a villain, knowing it would only lead to more worry. Inko's eyes widened as she processed his words, her concern shifting to disbelief. Izuku realized he needed to make a quick exit. If he stayed, she would likely keep him there all night, fretting over him. He calmly began to loosen his tie while moving toward his bedroom door. He explained that he had no choice but to fight, given the circumstances. With only 2 professionals present and many villains attacking, he felt it was necessary to act. As he opened his bedroom door, he tossed his tie onto the bed and started unbuttoning his shirt. Inko's worry intensified as she questioned the risks he took. Izuku shook his head, opting for a black shirt and keeping his slacks on for efficiency. He tried to convey that he didn't want to get hurt, but as a hero in training, facing danger was part of the job. He reassured her that they had managed to fend off the villains without issue. Inko expressed her concern for his safety, urging him not to take unnecessary risks. Izuku pondered whether he was indeed being careless, realizing that his longing to leave the house was likely contributing to that impression. He understood that his mother was just being protective. He felt compelled to assert himself, stating that he was not fragile, despite her worries. The unexpected outburst surprised both of them, as he had never shown anger toward her before. It was a new experience for both mother and son. Realizing he needed to leave, he quickly grabbed a green hoodie, hurried past Inko, and exited the apartment before she could respond. Once outside, Izuku ran down the stairs, his heart racing. He paused on the sidewalk, placing his hands on his knees and taking deep breaths to steady himself. It was rare for him to feel overwhelmed like this. His emotions were something he had always kept under control, or at least that had been the case until now. With Kyouka by his side, someone he could confide in about personal matters, his emotions began to overflow. After 11 years of holding back, everything was now spilling out at an overwhelming pace. Izuku had initially planned to keep his feelings bottled up, thinking that one day he would simply fade away. It was a simple, effective, and painful strategy that had been necessary during his time of solitude. However, reverting to that old plan was no longer an option. The feelings of dread and loneliness still haunted him, but Kyouka had a way of keeping them at bay. He sensed that she wouldn't allow him to shut down again, especially since she could read him so easily. Even when he tried to keep his thoughts to himself, she could tell within moments if something was amiss. In Kyouka's room, just moments after Izuku entered, she turned to him and asked what was wrong. He raised his hands in exasperation, questioning how she could tell. Kyouka found it amusing. It hadn't taken long for her to notice just how unique Izuku was. Within a few months of their friendship, she had picked up on his habits, from his muttering tangents to his nervous stuttering. He often clicked his teeth together when lost in thought, but sometimes he would just stare blankly into space. It was a look that worried her, especially when she recognized it as the same expression he wore when his past was mentioned, a subject he clearly wished to avoid. Izuku appeared troubled as he walked through her door, and Kyouka sensed that something had happened while she was away. She swiveled in her chair to face him fully, dressed in black jeans and a long cardigan over a red t-shirt. She remarked that he was like a book she read every day, having memorized many of its chapters. Izuku scoffed lightly, closing the door behind him. He admitted that it was nothing major, but then added that it was a little significant. Kyouka, not convinced, pressed him for more information. He sighed and sat on the edge of her bed, revealing that he had gotten a bit upset with his mother. Kyouka recalled their earlier conversation on the train and asked if it was related. He confirmed that it was, albeit slightly. She moved closer to him, sitting beside him as she sought clarification. He explained that his mother had been frightened after hearing about their encounter with villains. While she was understandably scared, she had expressed her fears about him getting hurt, insisting that he shouldn't have fought. She believed he was becoming reckless now that he had a quirk, as if he thought he was invincible. Kyouka chuckled, reminding him that he had previously broken his bones without a second thought. Izuku defended himself, stating that his mother couldn't know about that, as it would only add to her worries. Kyouka pressed him, questioning why he didn't share such important information with her. He hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He finally admitted that if she knew, she would make him stop pursuing his dream of becoming a hero. Kyouka listened intently as he vented, recognizing that he was beginning to open up more frequently. She wondered if it was hypocritical to want him to express himself while she kept so much to herself. Izuku continued, revealing that he had been a shut-in for most of his life, both outside and at home. Kyouka realized how much he had been holding back, and she felt a sense of responsibility to help him. She gently turned his face toward hers, expressing concern that their earlier conversation might have triggered his feelings. He reassured her that it wasn't her fault, explaining that he had been grappling with these thoughts for some time. He acknowledged that his emotions had finally surfaced, and he worried that this would lead to awkwardness at home. He took her hands, expressing gratitude for her presence in his life and how she was the only one he had ever let get close. Kyouka shook her head, a smirk forming on her lips as she teased him about his tendency to charm her. They shared a laugh, lightening the mood. Izuku leaned in, placing a gentle, tentative kiss on her lips. Kyouka playfully reminded him not to get distracted, to which he responded with a light-hearted exclamation. She asked if it was really that difficult for him to talk to his mother, and he shrugged, lying back on the bed as he reflected on the challenges he had faced since that fateful day 11 years ago. It wasn't just her, everything at home and school felt overwhelming. Izuku had closed himself off, keeping his thoughts, feelings, and needs to himself. Kyouka lay beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. They were improving at sharing small moments of physical affection, just as they were with their emotional connection. She teased him about being the only person he allowed close, prompting a laugh from him, despite his embarrassment. He acknowledged that her charm played a role in his feelings but admitted that he saw an opportunity he couldn't ignore. He had managed to hold a casual conversation with her in Recovery Girl's office, something he had never done with anyone else. With her, he felt genuinely happy, and when she expressed interest in seeing him again, he realized how tired he was of being alone. After everything with Kaken, he had never experienced a true friendship until he met her. Although he wouldn't have shared so much about himself so soon if Kaken and his friends hadn't interrupted them at the mall, he was grateful for it. Sharing those details lifted a weight off his shoulders. He didn't want his first real friendship to start with lies. Izuku chuckled at her playful threat to hit him for being charming. He then reflected on his mother's attempts to connect with him, feeling guilty for not opening up. He understood her worry but questioned why he had reacted so strongly. Kyouka empathized with him, expressing her own struggles with feeling weak and useless, especially when it came from someone so close. She offered to be there when he spoke to his mother again, but he hesitated, wanting to introduce her at the right moment. He confessed he planned to sneak into his room through the window, only to realize it was locked. Frustrated, he covered his face, feeling overwhelmed. Kyouka found it ironic that he could face danger but struggled with an emotional conversation with his mother. She understood how daunting it was to suddenly have to share deep feelings after being closed off for so long. Kyouka offered him a place to stay for the night if he felt uncomfortable going home. His surprise was evident, and she quickly clarified that she meant the couch downstairs. He assured her he hadn't thought otherwise, though she knew he had. She promised to talk to her parents without revealing too much, knowing they would respect his privacy as long as she kept it vague. Grateful, Izuku thanked her, and she playfully warned him against calling himself a burden. She reassured him that while the topic of his mother might come up, she would keep it general. He felt a sense of relief, viewing it as a sleepover, something they both had little experience with. As Kyouka left the room, ruffling his hair, Izuku felt lighter. Despite the emotional weight of the night, he was glad to have her support. He knew that asking her to be his girlfriend would have to wait for a better moment. With everything going on, he couldn't risk bad luck affecting his first romantic experience. For now, he just wanted to be with Kyouka, who made him feel better about the situation with his mother. And now he just needed her to distract him from everything happening in his life. Kyouka was more than happy to help. In the Jirou household's personal recording studio, Kyotoku scribbled on a piece of paper while Mika sipped her tea. Kyotoku noted that they had all the standard questions prepared, future, goals, and so on. He wondered what else they could ask to assess his worth. Mika suggested a simple question about his favorite color. Kyotoku looked at her, puzzled, questioning its relevance. Mika smiled, teasing him about the possibility of a surprising answer. As they spoke, the door to the studio opened, revealing their daughter, her usual glare attempting to mask her nervousness. Kyouka announced that she had something important to discuss, insisting they couldn't refuse. Both parents exchanged glances, raising their brows and responding that they made no promises. Kyouka explained that Izuku was facing some personal issues and needed to stay over for the night. Concern washed over Mika as she bombarded her daughter with questions about Izuku's situation. Kyouka reassured her that it wasn't anything serious, no one was in danger, and it was more about Izuku needing some space. Kyotoku inquired if Kyouka was the only one Izuku wanted to be around, to which she acknowledged that they all knew her connection to him. Mika confirmed their support for Midoriya, expressing their affection for him and how he had positively influenced Kyouka. Kyotoku raised a finger to comment but was quickly silenced by glares from both women. Mika emphasized that if Izuku needed a place to stay, he was welcome. Kyouka felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, grateful for their understanding. However, Mika added a playful warning about boundaries, insisting that Izuku should not be in Kyuka's bedroom after a certain hour. Kyotoku humorously supported this notion, suggesting even earlier curfews. Kyuka's protest was met with laughter, and her parents playfully questioned Kyotoku's authority in the household. Mika instructed Kyouka to let Izuku know the guest room was available. Kyouka joked about offering him the couch instead, prompting Kyotoku to wince at the idea of putting Izuku in the doghouse so soon. Kyouka shrugged, leaning against the doorframe, but then realized her words implied a deeper connection with Izuku. Flustered, she quickly excused herself and hurried back to her room. Once inside, Kyouka flopped onto the bed beside Izuku, informing him that he could stay and had the option of the guest room or the couch. Izuku, slightly amused, noted that Kyouka hadn't intended to mention the guest room, but her parents had revealed it. Kyouka admitted it might have slipped her mind. Izuku chuckled and mentioned that she had some gear ideas earlier. Kyouka sprang up, rushing to her closet. As she rummaged around, Izuku took out his phone to text his mother about staying at a friend's house. Kyouka excitedly recalled using a sword during the recent attack, which Izuku recognized from her anime-inspired training. Suddenly, one of Kyuka's earphone jacks shot out from the closet, poking him, and he winced at the surprise. Kyuka's voice echoed from the closet, reminding him that it was crucial information to remember. She soon emerged, holding a small tuning fork, and proposed the idea of a tuning sword, an enlarged version of the fork, enhanced by her jacks to create vibrations that could cause destruction. She wondered if it was a silly idea. Izuku's eyes lit up as he expressed how incredible it sounded. Kyuka's smile widened at his enthusiasm. He jumped up, heading to her desk to grab paper and a pencil, eager to jot down ideas. Kyouka handed him the tuning fork, and he began sketching out concepts, asking for her input. Time passed as they collaborated on their creative project, both excited about the possibilities ahead. Kyouka gazed at their collaborative sketch, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She raised her hand for a fist bump, which Izuku returned with enthusiasm. She mentioned that she would send a request form to the support studio, hoping to get everything sorted after the festival. Then she indicated it was his turn to share. Izuku expressed confusion at her statement, prompting her to clarify that they needed to discuss the new power he had used to save her. He hesitated, explaining that he wouldn't exactly call it a new power, but rather a different reaction of his usual abilities. Kyouka pressed him, suggesting it was indeed a new power. He admitted that he didn't fully understand how he had done it, only that he wanted to protect her. Leaning against the chair he occupied, Kyouka wrapped her arm around his shoulders, expressing her gratitude and promising to make it up to him. He insisted that she was already doing enough by allowing him to stay over that night. She countered that it didn't compensate for preventing harm that could have come to her, especially after what had happened to Mr. Aizawa. Izuku felt that her agreement to go out with him added to the balance. Kyouka chuckled as she perched on the desk, suggesting they brainstorm ideas. Izuku raised a practical concern about creating gear for an ability he couldn't control. She acknowledged this but pointed out the potential of using 𝗧𝗵𝗲 sticks. He admitted he was more of a brawler but would consider it. Kyouka smirked, teasing him about his admiration for a certain hero. Izuku looked puzzled, prompting her to clarify that he had designed his costume as a tribute and was now trying to emulate that hero's fighting style. He shrugged, explaining that his quirk enhanced his physical abilities, which was why he fought that way. Kyouka playfully poked his forehead, suggesting that he could be more creative with his quirk. She noted that while she was trained to think outside the box as a musician, he had the potential to be innovative with his abilities. Izuku reflected on his struggles with his quirk and the challenges of adapting to change, acknowledging that he had been too focused on avoiding injury. Kyouka accepted his reasoning but encouraged him to consider weaponry as a backup plan. As she stood up, she playfully patted his chest, complimenting his improved listening skills. He questioned when he hadn't listened to her, to which she humorously replied that she would let him know when she figured it out. She then suggested a repeat of their previous night's dinner since her parents weren't cooking. Kyouka offered to pay for the food this time, clarifying that it wouldn't count as their second date. Izuku eagerly inquired if they would watch a movie, but she playfully refused, insisting he needed to practice his music instead. As Kyouka began calling a pizza place, Izuku felt a warm smile spread across his face. He knew that while some might argue that distractions could be detrimental, he believed that time spent with Kyouka was always worthwhile. 2 hours later, with pizza boxes peeking out of the trash, they sat at the piano, Izuku trying his best to play. Kyouka encouraged him, noting his improvement and suggesting they tackle guitar next time. He expressed hope that he could manage both instruments. she reassured him, emphasizing his unique qualities. Izuku took her compliment with a smile, and she playfully remarked on the cheesy lines he used. He shrugged, noting that it had worked on her. Kyouka teased him about the effectiveness of his approach, and he blushed, wondering if it was still working. Kyouka understood his unspoken question, aware of their mutual inexperience in dating. As they navigated their budding relationship, Izuku leaned closer, brushing his nose against hers. She closed the gap, their lips meeting softly. Izuku relaxed, feeling the stress of the day melt away. They shared gentle kisses, both content with the simplicity of the moment. As Izuku leaned over Kyouka, the small bench proved to be a challenge, and he accidentally fell off, pulling Kyouka down with him. They both landed with a soft thud. Izuku covered his face in embarrassment, apologizing profusely. Kyouka laughed, assuring him it was fine and that it wouldn't be the last awkward moment they would share. As he lay there, he felt her arms wrap around him, and he turned to see her playful expression, ready to embrace whatever came next. Did that mean they were finished? Izuku felt a smile spread across his face, relieved that he hadn't ruined the moment. He realized they still had time together. Kyouka used her jacks to pull him closer, hovering above him as they continued to enjoy each other's company. Both aware of the impending midnight when Izuku would have to leave. It was an unspoken agreement between them to make the most of their time. The next morning, at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, Izuku woke up earlier than the rest of the Jirou household. He decided to go for a morning run to clear his mind of his home troubles and focus on his feelings for Kyouka. He needed guidance on how to navigate this new relationship. However, the advice he received was less than helpful. He confided in Tashinori, expressing his eagerness to be Kyouka's boyfriend after just one date. But Tashinori's response was unexpected. He reminded Izuku that he needed to prepare for every possible outcome, including rejection. Izuku was baffled by the suggestion of wearing a wig for practice, feeling more anxious than amused. Tashinori, trying to lighten the mood, admitted it was just a joke meant to ease his nerves. But Izuku insisted that he needed to feel nervous to think clearly and come up with the right words. Tashinori encouraged him to consider simply asking Kyouka out like a normal person, but Izuku felt overwhelmed. He sat down on the concrete, legs dangling over the sand, admitting that he might be rushing things. Tashinori recognized Izuku's fear and asked what he thought could make Kyouka not want to be with him. Izuku hesitated, contemplating the possibility that if she learned too much about him, she might not like what she discovered. He wasn't ready to share the details of his past or his quirk with anyone, not even Tashinori. Tashinori reminded him not to let the burdens of his quirk control his life. He reassured Izuku that if Kyouka was meant to be by his side, she would accept him even when she learned the truth. Izuku was taken aback by the idea of telling her, questioning why Tashinori would support such a decision. Tashinori explained that if Kyouka was truly the one, he should trust her with his secrets. They shifted the conversation to Izuku's newfound ability, which had manifested in a moment of intense emotion when he felt a surge of power. Tashinori admitted he had never experienced anything like that with One for All, and they discussed the possibility that it might be excess power that Izuku needed to learn to control. As Tashinori received a message indicating it was time for him to leave, he reminded Izuku to be cautious with his powers and to reach out if he needed help. Izuku absorbed the advice, pondering whether it was really that simple to share his secret with Kyouka. He felt a strong connection to her after just one date and wanted to take their relationship seriously. However, he knew he had to take things one step at a time. His first step would be addressing his situation with his mother. He couldn't avoid her forever or rely on Kyouka's parents indefinitely. He would need to keep the details vague, avoiding any major revelations about his past. He felt guilty about the situation but knew he couldn't take back what had happened. Even after Kyouka had helped him feel lighter the night before, he couldn't bring himself to open up to his mother. It was just too difficult. His phone buzzed with a message from Kyouka, asking where he was since he wasn't in the guest room. While working out at the beach, Kyouka mentioned that she would join Izuku. After their session, breakfast would be ready when they returned home. With his parents not working until later, they would be dining together, making it a practice run for the dinner with his potential girlfriend's parents. The thought of it added to Izuku's growing list of challenges, and he felt as if he might crumble under the pressure. Kyouka groaned as she rested on her stomach, her face supported by Izuku's torso as he lay on his back. She positioned herself perpendicularly to him, her head resting on his chest. Normally, such closeness might have felt awkward, but after their previous night's activities, they were riding a wave of confidence. The fatigue from their training made movement difficult, adding to the moment's tranquility. Kyouka questioned her decision to join him for the workout, her voice muffled against him. Izuku, eyes closed, enjoyed the warmth of the sun and Kyouka's presence, suggesting that perhaps she wanted to improve her physical fitness. Kyouka dismissed the idea, claiming it was not the reason. Izuku chuckled, wondering if it was simply to spend time with him, to which she also responded negatively. He accepted the playful blame for her strength, earning a light shove from her. As she sat up straight, Kyouka stretched, popping her back. Noticing Izuku's gaze on her, she playfully called him out. He stammered, caught off guard, but then jokingly asked if he could admit to it since they were dating. Kyouka rolled her eyes, contemplating how workouts might be helping her appearance. She struggled to understand why Izuku found her attractive, but she decided to accept his feelings rather than question them. He brought her joy and kept her negative thoughts at bay, even if those thoughts sometimes crept back in. Kyouka clarified that when she said often, she meant a few times a day. Izuku suggested that constant would be more accurate, causing a blush to rise on her cheeks. She teased him about his flirting skills, and he admitted he was still figuring it out. Kyouka leaned closer, touching their noses together, hinting at a longing for a repeat of their previous night, though she hesitated, acknowledging their fatigue. Izuku agreed, leaning in to brush his lips against hers. They enjoyed the gentle, tentative kisses, losing themselves in the moment. Their previous night had been filled with practice, leaving their lips slightly swollen from the effort. Time had slipped away unnoticed, and now, with her parents absent, they had the freedom to explore their connection without urgency. As they kissed, Kyouka felt Izuku's hands lightly graze her waist, a clear sign of his growing comfort. It was a significant improvement from the previous night when he had been completely still. Kyouka appreciated his touch, as it was one of the few things that made her feel right in her own skin. However, she was aware of the boundaries they needed to respect as teenagers navigating their feelings. With a mix of excitement and caution, she placed her hands over his, guiding them to rest fully on her waist, signaling her willingness to explore this new step in their relationship. His thumb gently brushed over her tank top as he wrapped his arms around her waist, drawing them closer together. Kyouka's hands rested on Izuku's chest, her fingers gliding over his pecs and collarbone. Eventually, they needed to breathe, pulling apart to catch their breath. Kyouka propped herself up on her arms, her face hovering just above Izuku's. They exchanged glances for a moment, Kyouka observing the thoughtful expression on Izuku's face. He hesitantly raised his hands, just inches from her face, as if seeking permission. Instead of nodding, Kyouka swallowed nervously and leaned her face into his palm, curious about his thoughts. Izuku struggled to articulate his feelings, stammering about how surreal it felt to be in that moment with her. He expressed his disbelief that he could share such an experience, especially with someone as appealing as her. Kyouka felt a rush of emotions at his compliment, unsure if her heart raced from the praise or from disbelief. Regardless, she knew she needed to respond to his heartfelt words. Clearing her throat, a small smile appeared on her face as she told him she couldn't imagine sharing this moment with anyone else and acknowledged that he was quite handsome himself. Izuku smiled back, calming her racing heart. They decided it was time to leave, as Kyouka's mother would be expecting them back soon. As they stood up, brushing off the sand, they made their way to the sidewalk. Their list of activities to explore before deciding on becoming an official couple was shrinking rapidly. What they had just shared might not be considered traditional by most, but for two shy teenagers, it felt just right. Kyouka playfully hopped onto Izuku's back, wrapping her arms and legs around him, and he confirmed he was ready to go. Since the first time Izuku had given Kyouka a piggyback ride home, it had become a cherished tradition. After their training sessions, Kyouka would often climb onto his back to rest after a workout she was still getting used to. Izuku understood this well, having experienced the intensity of All Might's training firsthand. He had been careful to adjust the difficulty for Kyouka, not wanting her to endure the same level of pain he had. She wasn't in a rush like he used to be, so they aimed to keep their training challenging yet manageable. However, Kyouka had no intention of giving up her free rides. She teased him about how long he would continue to carry her after workouts, to which he replied that he would stop only when she asked him to. As they arrived at the Jirou household, Kyouka turned the doorknob and kept her arm around Izuku's neck as he carried her inside. After he kicked the door shut, he knelt down so she could dismount. Kyouka playfully asked if this looked like his room, and Izuku paused, smiling before heading up the stairs. They heard laughter as they ascended, and Mika appeared, coffee in hand. She joked about Kyouka having Izuku wrapped around her finger, expressing her surprise at how quickly Kyouka had managed to win him over. As they passed her, Kyouka gave a thumbs up, proudly stating that she had learned from the best. She urged Izuku to continue onward. Once in Kyouka's room, she thanked him and asked if he wanted to go first for the shower. Izuku looked confused, and she clarified that she could wait if he preferred not to use her parents' shower. He insisted it was fine for her to go ahead, and she nodded, entering her bathroom as the sound of running water filled the air. As Izuku left the room, Kyouka stood outside the shower, staring at herself in the mirror. She hesitated, her arms instinctively covering her body, feeling self-conscious even in the privacy of her own space. She reminded herself that Izuku found her attractive, but doubts crept in, causing her to struggle with her self-image. Determined to overcome her insecurities, she took a deep breath and slowly moved her arms away, only to find the mirror fogged up from the steam of the hot shower. This was a familiar sight, and Kyouka decided to let go of her worries for now. Izuku needed her, and his needs were more important than her own insecurities. She resolved to focus on him instead of her own doubts. After all, she had Izuku, who was always ready to offer affection and praise. With renewed determination, she stepped into the shower, pushing her inner thoughts aside for the moment. As she reached for her body wash, she noticed the subtle improvements in her muscle tone and definition, a testament to their training together. Feeling grateful for Izuku's support, she embraced the progress she had made and stepped into the warm water, ready to wash away her doubts. Meanwhile, Izuku enjoyed the comfort of the main floor, relieved that he had kept the training light that morning. He was thankful for the breathable clothes he wore, which allowed him to feel comfortable as he waited for Kyouka. The teen let out a groan as he settled onto the couch, finally allowing his muscles to unwind. A smile crept onto his face as memories of Kyouka's presence at the beach filled his mind. She had a way of making every day feel extraordinary. Each moment spent with her felt like perfection. So captivating was Kyouka that Izuku found himself forgetting his original troubles. His phone buzzed, pulling him back to reality. He picked it up to find a text message from his mother. He sighed, acknowledging the universe's timing. His mother's message expressed her regret over their last conversation, apologizing for any hurt she had caused. She conveyed her love and longing to talk in person, understanding that he might prefer to be with Kyouka at that moment. Izuku placed his phone down on the coffee table, resting his head in his hands. The situation had become a tangled mess, and he felt responsible. He wondered why he couldn't have just kept quiet. What could he possibly say to her after all these years? Mika entered the room, placing a plate of omurice in front of him, holding a dish for herself and a mug of coffee in her other hand. She settled across from Izuku on the other couch and offered him coffee. He politely declined, explaining that his heart raced enough on its own without adding to it. Mika chuckled, leaning back into the cushions as she took her first sip. She appreciated his gratitude for the meal and for allowing him to stay the night. She waved off his thanks, mentioning how happy he made her daughter. Izuku nodded, picking up the plate and beginning to eat. They sat in silence for a few moments, and Izuku felt the weight of the quiet pressing on him. What should he say? Did they need to fill the silence? The last time he tried to initiate conversation, he had asked Kyouka a rather foolish question. Perhaps Mika enjoyed jazz, but he quickly dismissed that thought, recalling how awkward he felt. He hesitated before commenting on the weather, and Mika's laughter caught him off guard. She found his awkwardness endearing, mentioning that Kyouka had been right about him. Izuku felt embarrassed, apologizing for his awkwardness. Mika assured him it was perfectly fine, explaining that everyone had their quirks. She asked if Kyouka was getting along with his other friends at school. Izuku explained that they primarily knew Uraraka and Ida, and while their interactions were mostly one-sided, they were managing well. Kyouka often filled in the gaps when he struggled to express himself. Izuku was still grappling with his shyness around others. He found it easier to speak freely with Kyouka, but in other settings, his thoughts often became jumbled. He attributed this to his disbelief that people genuinely wanted to engage with him. Mika noted that Kyouka had always been somewhat reserved, and she assumed Izuku was too. He confirmed that they were still getting to know Uraraka and Ida, not yet considering them close friends. Mika smirked, teasing him about keeping each other to themselves. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, stammering as he tried to respond. Just then, Kyouka appeared at the top of the stairs, dressed in ripped black jeans and a dark blue shirt. Her hair was still damp, and she made her way over to the couch, standing behind Izuku. She announced that the shower was free and playfully grabbed some of his omuris. Izuku chuckled, handing her the plate and reminding her not to eat it all. Kyouka ruffled his hair as he walked by, teasing him about his optimism. As he headed upstairs, Kyouka called after him, joking about how others might view his optimism as foolish. She laughed as he disappeared down the hall, closing the door to his room behind him. Kyouka sat down on the couch, enjoying her meal while noticing Mika's amused expression directed at her. Kyouka was surprised by the sudden change in Izuku's demeanor. Just moments ago, he had struggled to find his words, but now, with her presence, he seemed to engage effortlessly. She insisted that she wasn't being snarky, rather, she considered herself a professional sarcasm user, specializing in playful teasing. Snarkiness, she argued, was merely a tool for annoying others, while her approach was an art form. Mika, Kyouka's mother, chuckled at her daughter's wit and set her coffee mug down to smile at her. She understood Kyouka's point. Kyouka reflected on Izuku's behavior, noting that he rarely spoke in public, much like herself. However, there was something different about him. He seemed to respond positively only to her. Mika's grin widened as she stood up, announcing her intention to wake Kyouka's father. Kyouka felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful that her mother chose not to delve deeper into her relationship with Izuku. Their friends at school were still figuring out the dynamics of their friendships, but Kyouka believed things would improve with time. Her focus was on helping Izuku navigate his relationship with his mother, even if it meant simply offering moral support. Izuku preferred to handle things independently, and Kyouka realized that she didn't know his mother well. Their relationship was still in its early stages, and she understood that it might be too soon for her to get involved. Though she wished to label their relationship, Kyouka felt that things were progressing better than she had anticipated. Suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over her, tightening her chest. She recognized the feeling all too well, the fear that Izuku might decide not to commit. He would likely offer other reasons, but deep down, Kyouka couldn't shake the nagging thought that he might not find her attractive. Curling up on the couch, she pushed her breakfast aside, trying to suppress the rising tide of emotions. She had tried to lock away her thoughts earlier, but they resurfaced, clawing at her mind. Restlessness filled her, and she realized she couldn't handle this alone. While her mother believed Izuku relied on Kyouka for social interaction, she recognized that she needed him just as much. Determined to distract herself, Kyouka stood up to head to her room and wait for Izuku to finish showering. However, she paused at the stairs when she spotted his green zip-up hoodie hanging by the front door. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to take it, hoping it would alleviate her discomfort. Slipping the jacket over her shoulders and zipping it up, Kyouka felt a sense of calm wash over her. Although Izuku didn't wear cologne, she could detect the faint scent of her own perfume lingering on the fabric, likely from the previous night. The fragrance of violets enveloped her, and the realization that it was Izuku's jacket brought warmth to her heart. It felt comforting, and the oversized fit only added to its coziness. Suddenly, a click echoed through the air, and Kyouka turned to see her mother at the top of the stairs, capturing the moment with her camera. Mika declared that the picture would become her new home screen background, much to Kyouka's dismay. As she scowled at her mother and made her way to her room, she found it empty. The shower was no longer running, indicating that Izuku had finished. She called out to him, wondering if he was done. Izuku's voice came from the bathroom, a hint of nervousness evident as he confirmed he would be out shortly. He stood in front of the mirror, dressed in breathes but without a shirt, examining his reflection. Disappointment lingered as he wished for some standout feature, even attempting to create the illusion of contour by sking in his cheeks. He reminded himself that he was still young and that his features would change over time, but the annoyance remained. Shaking off the negative thoughts, he slipped on his shirt and exited the bathroom to find Kyouka strumming her guitar on her bed. He noticed his jacket on her and commented on it. Kyouka explained that she had simply felt like wearing it, but Izuku insisted she keep it, noting how easy it would be to find another one if he wanted. Kyouka's face lit up with a smile as she thanked him. Izuku settled onto the edge of the bed, and Kyouka leaned back against her headboard, resting her feet in his lap while she continued to play. With her eyes closed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had hoped Izuku would let her keep the jacket, and now she had a comforting reminder of him whenever he wasn't around. It was a tangible way to combat her anxious thoughts. As she glanced at Izuku, she noticed he had closed his eyes too, both of them savoring the peaceful moment together. Though he couldn't stay forever, Kyouka was content to enjoy their time together for as long as possible. She recognized that Izuku needed this relaxation, and she was more than willing to provide it. Hours later, Kyouka gently shook Izuku awake, reminding him that he couldn't avoid his mother forever. He jokingly suggested a stress test, but Kyouka laughed and offered to accompany him, willing to wait outside while he introduced her properly. Izuku hesitated, feeling he couldn't ask her to do that, but Kyouka insisted, stating that he would do the same for her. With determination, she reached out her hand, ready to support him. He sighed as he took her hand, allowing her to help him up. Together, they made their way to the door, Kyouka giving Izuku a reassuring pat on the shoulder. She reminded him that most conversations with parents weren't as daunting as they seemed. Izuku reflected on his situation, noting that he hadn't had a meaningful conversation with his mother in 11 years, and even longer with his father. Kyouka admitted she had no idea how the talk would unfold. As they descended the stairs, they passed by the elder Jirou, and Kyutoku, sipping his coffee, remarked that they would both return. They left the house and headed toward the train station. Once they arrived and boarded the right train, Kyouka turned to Izuku, asking if he knew what he would say. He admitted he wasn't sure, hoping they could simply apologize and move forward. Kyouka raised an eyebrow, pointing out that avoiding conversation was part of the problem. Izuku acknowledged that he wasn't ready to tackle everything just yet, feeling that it would take more than one discussion to address years of unresolved issues. He insisted he had more pressing matters to focus on. Kyouka challenged him, suggesting that was debatable. He replied that he and his mother would figure things out in their own time, though he had no idea when that would be. He decided not to mention his father. Kyouka placed her hand on his arm, assuring him that she would be there for support. Izuku smiled, a blush creeping onto his face as he leaned in to place a gentle kiss on her lips, expressing his gratitude. Kyouka blushed in return, smirking as she acknowledged his progress in initiating contact. He hesitated, feeling it was too corny to elaborate on why it helped that she was so captivating. Kyouka stifled her laughter, finding his words sweet despite their cheesiness. She encouraged him to express himself more freely, but he felt he had embarrassed himself enough for one day. Kyouka playfully nudged him, reminding him that he had no limits when it came to embarrassing himself. Izuku sighed, prompting her to laugh as they settled in for the train ride. As they arrived at Izuku's apartment, he took a deep breath, standing before the door with Kyouka nearby. She suggested waiting on the sidewalk, but he encouraged her to stay close, even offering her the chance to listen in. Kyouka was puzzled by his request, but he explained that she was the only person he confided in about these matters. He wanted her to be aware of everything, especially in case things went poorly. Gathering his courage, Izuku opened the door and stepped into the living room. His mother, Inko, was seated at the kitchen table with a cup of tea. She brightened upon seeing him, and after a brief moment of silence, She invited him to sit down. Izuku took a seat across from her, feeling the tension in the air. He began to speak about the previous day, but Inko interrupted, asking to go first. He nodded, allowing her to continue. She expressed her regret for their lack of communication over the years and acknowledged that her actions had contributed to their misunderstandings. Inko admitted she had treated him as if he were fragile, worrying excessively about him. Izuku leaned back, avoiding her gaze as he processed her words. He reassured her that it was understandable, given that he hadn't provided any reason for her to think otherwise. Inko felt a pang of guilt, realizing she still saw him as the little boy in his all-might onesie. She expressed her deep love for him, confessing her fears about his safety as a hero. Izuku recognized the weight of her concerns, feeling a surge of guilt for not considering her perspective. He had been so focused on achieving his dream that he had overlooked the worry and fear his choices instilled in his mother. In that moment, he understood the importance of balancing his aspirations with the feelings of those who cared for him. His mother was worried that he, an inexperienced teenager in training, could have faced a serious threat during a villain attack. He brushed off her concerns, feeling relieved that he had emerged unscathed. However, the reality of the situation struck Izuku hard. He had come dangerously close to death. The Nomu had seized him, and the command to eliminate him lingered on Shigaraki's lips. Kyouka had also been in peril. She was alive only because Izuku had been fortunate enough to gain a new ability. Kyouka, the best thing to ever happen to him, had nearly perished right before his eyes. Inko had almost lost her only child, and he had dismissed her worries because he didn't want to confront the truth. Inko expressed her feelings, acknowledging the pain she had caused him without realizing it. She admitted that a part of her still saw him as her little boy, which prevented her from recognizing the strong young man he had become. Despite her past words, she supported his dream. She urged him to understand that her fear stemmed not from a lack of faith in him but from the haunting thought that no parent should ever have to bury their child. Izuku felt remorseful, realizing he hadn't considered her perspective. He had been caught up in the exhilaration of finally succeeding, of becoming a hero, and had forgotten how close he had come to losing everything. He reassured her that she hadn't hurt him. Rather, the conversation had reminded him of his past struggles with being quirkless. But now, he had a quirk and was on his way to fulfill his dream of becoming a hero. He insisted that he had moved past those feelings, even though deep down, he knew it was more complicated than that. Kyouka, who had been listening from outside the apartment, raised an eyebrow in skepticism. She knew Izuku had already confided in her that it would take more than one conversation to address the issues he had with his parents. 11 years of emotional distance couldn't simply be resolved in a single discussion. Izuku had a unique capacity for forgiveness, even toward those who had bullied him, but this was a deeply personal matter that revolved around the core of his identity. Kyouka understood that her role as Izuku's emotional support was far from over, and she was more than willing to help him through it. She recognized that healing couldn't be forced, it would take time. Still, Izuku's disconnect from his parents seemed more profound than he had let on. She gently encouraged him to express his feelings, assuring him that it was okay to still be upset with her. She wanted to rectify her mistakes, and there was no need for sugarcoating. Izuku shook his head, insisting that he was genuinely happy and just needed to take a moment to reflect. Inko wiped her tears and chuckled softly, acknowledging that their conversation had been beneficial for both of them. Izuku agreed, feeling lighter after their exchange. Inko then suggested they spend some time together that evening, just the two of them. Izuku hesitated, explaining that he had made plans to have dinner with Kyouka's family. Inko understood, though she felt a twinge of disappointment. Izuku proposed they could spend time together the next day, and Inko smiled, taking his hand in hers, expressing her delight at the idea. They continued to chat at the table, enjoying each other's company. Although their conversation was light and casual, it marked a significant step forward in their relationship. Eventually, Izuku realized it was time to leave. Kyouka had been waiting outside for nearly an hour, and he wanted to prepare for the upcoming challenge of dinner with her family. After changing into a red button-up shirt and saying goodbye to his mother, he opened the door to find Kyouka sitting on the ground, engrossed in her phone. He apologized for taking so long, but Kyouka waved it off, explaining that she had been playing a game on her phone. As she stood up, she commented on how well his conversation with his mother had gone, but Izuku interrupted her with a tight embrace. The memory of Kyouka's near-death experience at the USJ flooded his mind, and he shook his head against her shoulder, promising to explain later. Kyouka playfully asked if later meant tonight or if it would be like his mother's tendency to keep things to herself for years. Izuku chuckled, assuring her it would be tonight. He admitted that the conversation had been more helpful than he had anticipated, and they had made some progress in understanding each other. Kyouka placed a hand on his cheek and asked if he wanted to face dinner with her parents together. With a grin, she jumped onto his back, declaring him her shrub-haired friend. Izuku protested, pointing out that they were going out, but Kyouka playfully jabbed him, prompting him to comply. As they made their way down the street, ready to face the evening ahead, Inko watched from the window, feeling a mix of happiness and concern for her son. She was glad to see him with such a wonderful girl, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there were still secrets he was keeping from her. The plans would require a departure from the original one-shot, but not in a significant way. The changes made in this chapter would not alter the core of the story. The narrative would still lead to the one-shot, albeit with some past events differing slightly. The essence would remain intact, and the story would flow naturally. It was important not to restrict creativity, especially when inspiration struck. This story would now be mostly based on the one-shot, with some elements altered or expanded upon. There was no need for concern, as certain key moments, like Katsuki's encounter with Kyouka, would remain unchanged. In Kyouka's room, she and Izuku were contemplating their next move. Kyouka leaned back against her bed, strumming her ukulele softly as she considered the situation. They would have to face her parents together, with the focus initially on Izuku. Kyouka believed her mother would be involved, as she and her father always worked as a team. Izuku was reminded that they had previously agreed not to overreact about a simple dinner, but Kyouka insisted that the stakes were higher than that. She predicted a confrontation, envisioning a dramatic showdown rather than a peaceful dinner. Izuku tried to reassure her, pointing out that her father had already accepted him. Kyouka, however, remained skeptical and suggested they avoid the situation altogether. She proposed they escape to the beach instead, but Izuku remained hesitant. After a moment of back and forth, Kyouka reluctantly agreed to face her parents. As she prepared to open the door, she hesitated, struggling with her nerves. Izuku offered his support, helping her turn the doorknob. Once the door was open, they stepped into the living room, where Kyouka's mother was enjoying her meal, and her father sat across from Izuku, who was visibly tense. Kyotoku's intense gaze made Izuku feel uneasy as he silently sat, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Kyotoku began to test Izuku with rapid-fire questions about Kyouka's preferences, each one met with a quick response from Izuku. Kyouka, sensing the tension, intervened to protect Izuku from further probing. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as Kyouka's father expressed his frustration, while Kyouka maintained her composure. Her mother, sensing the need to lighten the mood, shifted the conversation to a more personal topic, asking Izuku what attracted him to Kyouka. Kyouka quickly interjected, not wanting the conversation to delve too deeply into their relationship. Izuku, however, felt compelled to answer honestly, determined to show his sincerity. The dinner continued, filled with a mix of tension and awkwardness, but also moments of connection as they navigated the complexities of family dynamics and young love. When Kyouka entered Recovery Girl's office, Izuku was immediately captivated by her beauty. He recalled the moment she walked through the door, and in her seat, Kyouka blushed while clutching Izuku's former jacket. Her beauty led him to notice her jacks, and due to his unusual fascination, he couldn't help but inquire about them. After that, he felt he had embarrassed himself while trying to speak to her, but she seemed to find him unintentionally amusing. Izuku turned back to Mika and Kyotoku, who had raised his arm to look at the teen. They began to talk, and Izuku found everything about Kyouka to be simply unbelievable. Kyouka felt a comforting warmth in her stomach as she listened to his words. It was the same word he had used to describe her on the beach right before their kiss. He expressed that he had finally found someone he could genuinely converse with and even joke around with, something that had been foreign to him. Kyouka had a natural way of joking, and he found himself emulating her. He could go on for hours, but he didn't want to take up too much of their time. He was already rambling, but he wanted to convey that Kyouka had drawn him in step by step, with each step becoming more intriguing. What attracted him to her was everything about her. Silence filled the room as the members of the Jirou household were left speechless. Kyouka absorbed every word he spoke, ensuring that no negative thoughts could overshadow what Izuku had said. She then asked if they could have a moment alone. Mika, still slightly shocked, agreed. Kyouka quickly took Izuku's hand and led him up the steps, down the hall, and into her room. After closing the door, Kyouka turned to see Izuku looking panicked. He wondered if he had said something wrong, but before he could finish his thoughts, Kyouka grasped his face and kissed him. Izuku froze, unsure of how to respond, but Kyouka seemed to think everything was fine. He eventually kissed her back, wrapping his arms around her waist. They pulled away, and Kyouka rested her forehead against his collarbone, thanking him for his words. Izuku smiled, pressing his nose into Kyouka's hair, insisting it was no big deal and that he was just being honest. Kyouka leaned up to kiss him again, playfully telling him to stop being so good at this without trying. She smiled, noting that he had likely disrupted their plans and given them the upper hand. Curious, Izuku asked if she was sure, and Kyouka suggested they find out by using her jacks to listen in on the conversation downstairs. Meanwhile, Kyutoku expressed disbelief at how quickly Izuku had completed all their tests. They hadn't even reached the later rounds. Mika chuckled, running her hand through her husband's hair, mentioning that they still had some questions left. She noted that the Jirou women knew how to choose well. Kyutoku wondered what they should do next, as they had limited material left for the evening. Mika suggested that once Izuku passed the tests, they could get to know him better, without scaring him with intimidating glares this time. They both laughed, and Mika stood to grab Kyouka's childhood guitar, kissing Kyutoku on the head as she did so. She proposed that perhaps a role reversal was needed to make things more interesting. Back in Kyouka's room, she realized her mother had taken on the role of the intimidating figure. Izuku was confused, asking if that was bad. Kyouka explained that it was hard to tell since he had only faced her father before. She couldn't predict how her mother would act, but she would do her best to help him avoid tricky questions. They left the room together, and Kyouka took a deep breath when she saw her father holding her old guitar while Miko wore a serious expression. She warned Izuku not to make direct eye contact, but it was too late. They were already locked in a gaze. Kyouka quickly stepped in front of Izuku, guiding his gaze back to her. As they sat down at the table, Kyouka encouraged Izuku to keep his head down and focus on eating, believing they could win this. Izuku felt regret for not taking her to the beach, worried about the situation. Mika leaned forward, asking Izuku about his future plans. He stammered, explaining that he wanted to be a hero and would never take Kyouka anywhere she didn't want to go. Mika remained inscrutable, not giving him a clear response. Kyouka realized that with her father, Izuku could tell if he had said the right thing, but Mika was harder to read. Kyutoku smiled at Izuku's determination, surprising both teens. Mika then asked when a serious relationship should become more NTMT. Kyouka stood up abruptly, her hands slamming down on the table, signaling that the conversation had taken a turn. Both Kyouka and Izuku were blushing intensely. Kyouka felt overwhelmed as her parents erupted into laughter. She turned to Izuku, confusion evident on her face, and asked if he understood what was happening. Izuku stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, which only added to her frustration. Kyouka realized that he was clearly flustered, and she felt a sense of triumph at having thrown him off balance. Mika, wiping a tear from her eye, addressed Kyouka, claiming victory in their playful challenge. She noted that Izuku had exceeded their expectations, managing to overcome his usual social awkwardness when discussing Kyouka. Kyutoku leaned back in his chair, smirking as he confirmed that they had anticipated. Kyouka would see this as a competition. Kyouka protested, insisting that her parents were the ones who always made it a contest. Mika explained that while they had accepted Izuku, they still felt the need to test him occasionally, and they couldn't resist the opportunity to tease Kyouka. Kyouka felt momentarily speechless, glancing back at Izuku, who was now regaining his composure and offering her a shaky smile. Mika stood up to clear the table, inviting Kyouka to help her. Kyouka complied, but not without reminding her father to refrain from any more antics. Kyoutoku playfully refused to promise anything, which made Kyouka roll her eyes. She then reassured Izuku that he could easily handle her father if needed. As they moved to the kitchen, Kyouka began drying plates while using her quirk to put them away. She teased her mother about the traditional gender roles, to which Mika laughed, reminding Kyouka that her father often helped with chores. Kyouka countered that they had a dishwasher for a reason. Mika's demeanor shifted as she expressed her longing for the evening to go well, acknowledging that Izuku had performed admirably under pressure. Kyouka took a deep breath, agreeing that Izuku was indeed a great match for her. Mika then probed Kyouka about her serious demeanor during the evening, suggesting that Kyouka seemed worried about the outcome of their interactions. Kyouka expressed her fears that her parents might scare Izuku away or make him feel inadequate. She admitted that she was already attached to him and couldn't imagine going back to how things were before. Mika encouraged her to focus on the present rather than worrying about hypothetical situations. She reassured Kyouka that Izuku was genuinely interested in her, emphasizing that she needed to trust in their connection. Kyouka felt a mix of relief and uncertainty, knowing that her mother was right about Izuku's feelings. However, Mika then brought up a sensitive topic regarding the future of Kyouka's relationship with Izuku. She wanted to ensure that Kyouka was prepared for any eventuality, especially considering Kyouka's aspirations of becoming a hero. Kyouka felt embarrassed but understood her mother's concern. Mika reminded Kyouka that many teenagers move quickly in relationships, and she wanted her daughter to be safe. Kyouka felt overwhelmed by the conversation, insisting that they had only been dating for a short time. Mika reassured her that she just wanted to ensure Kyouka was aware of the responsibilities that come with relationships. Kyouka reluctantly promised to be cautious, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude for her mother's concern. Mika kissed her forehead and left the kitchen, leaving Kyouka to gather her thoughts. As she prepared to rejoin the others, she felt a sense of warmth knowing that her parents genuinely liked Izuku. This was just their way of having fun with him before he became too accustomed to it. The punk crossed her arms, leaning against the sink counter, acknowledging the situation. She understood. Now, she knew no parent was ever supposed to share such secrets with their child. But every time they did something embarrassing, it was important to take it in stride. It diminished their power over her. She encouraged her daughter to enjoy her time with her boyfriend, mentioning how much fun she and her husband were having. She playfully wondered how many times she could surprise him again. The daughter reminded her mother to stop breaking him, to which the mother playfully acquiesced. A soft smile appeared on Mika's face as she advised her daughter to stop worrying about if and focus on the present, especially regarding that boy. As she left, Kyouka could hear her mother calling out to Izuku from the kitchen, suggesting they watch Kyouka's home video concerts from when she was 7. Kyouka's eyes widened in disbelief, and Izuku expressed his reluctance to embarrass her. The purplet's expression softened, and she walked back into the dining room, envisioning a normal family gathering with Izuku and her parents at the table. She reflected on her mother's words about focusing on the present rather than the hypothetical. Clutching her green jacket, she took a deep breath, affirming her mother's advice. She approached Kyoutoku, snatching the children's guitar from his hands. Instead of watching videos, she suggested they perform together, emphasizing their musical family dynamic. Kyoutoku eagerly agreed, declaring it a test for Izuku, and rushed upstairs to gather more instruments. Izuku sighed, expressing his limited piano skills, and Kyouka reassured him as she led him to the couch, where they settled in together. She promised he would do fine. He was puzzled by her sudden enthusiasm, but she playfully hinted at explaining later. Kyoutoku returned with a collection of miniature instruments, excitement radiating from him. Kyouka encouraged Izuku to join in the fun, while Mika and Kyoutoku prepared their own instruments. Kyouka humorously noted how her father struggled to accept that she was growing up, and Kyoutoku playfully declared he would remain in denial. As the family began their musical night, Izuku found himself bewildered by the chaos that ensued. Instruments were broken, and the atmosphere was filled with laughter and joy. Kyouka reassured him that everything had been broken before and that they had someone to fix them. Mika defended her enthusiasm, claiming it was passion. Izuku was still trying to comprehend the loudness of the night, questioning the laws of physics. Kyotoku encouraged him not to worry and praised his efforts, pointing out that his toy keyboard remained intact. Mika urged Izuku to embrace the moment, as he was the first outsider to join their family music night, making it a rite of passage. With encouragement from Kyouka, Izuku took a deep breath and snapped the keyboard in two, prompting cheers from the family. They laughed together, the night filled with warmth and camaraderie. As the evening wore on, Mika checked her phone and noted the late hour. She suggested Izuku head home, but he expressed his enjoyment of the evening. Kyouka stood up with him, suggesting a quick trip to the beach. She assured her parents it was important but not concerning. Kyouka hesitated but ultimately allowed them to go, realizing Kyouka had already left with Izuku. At Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, Kyouka sat on the stairs leading down to the sand, relieved that the evening's events were behind them. Izuku joined her, sharing that he felt at home with her, a sentiment that brought her comfort. She inquired about the hug he had promised to explain, and Izuku, leaning back, acknowledged that his mother had been right about many things. Izuku was overwhelmed by the memories of what had happened at the USJ. The thought of the danger they had faced loomed over him, and he couldn't shake the fear of losing someone he cared about. He recalled the incident with Mr. Aizawa and felt his heart race. The realization that Kyouka had been in danger too weighed heavily on him. He felt a surge of panic as he thought about what life would be like without her. The fear of being alone again gripped him tightly. Kyouka noticed the distress in Izuku's expression and realized he was having a panic attack. She quickly moved closer, placing a hand on his chest and pulling him into an embrace. She gently rested his head against her, stroking his hair to help calm him down. She wanted him to know that they were both safe. She reminded him that she was there, because he had saved her, and that was what truly mattered. Izuku's breathing began to steady as he listened to her words. He lifted his head to meet her gaze, feeling a bit more at ease. Kyouka leaned in, resting her forehead against his, checking if he was all right. He assured her that he was fine, apologizing for his earlier outburst. Kyouka asked if panic attacks were common for him, and he admitted that they had been a part of his life for years, but lately he found comfort in her presence. She smiled, realizing that she had a calming effect on him. It was a mutual bond, they were each other's source of strength. The warmth of that thought filled her with excitement. Kyouka then suggested that their relationship could be seen in a similar light, and Izuku agreed, understanding the implications of her words. Kyouka hesitated but then expressed that they should not overthink their feelings for one another. They had already crossed a threshold, and it was time to embrace it. Izuku shared his fears of something ruining their moment, but he recognized that Kyouka was a positive force in his life. He asked her if she wanted to be his girlfriend, and she confidently affirmed her feelings. As they shared a kiss, the world around them faded away. They were lost in the moment, feeling a deep connection that made them forget their surroundings. When they finally pulled away, Kyouka joked about how her parents would react to her being late, and Izuku playfully responded, relieved that they were both still alive after their emotional encounter. They both acknowledged that their earlier moments had been special, but this one felt different, more intense and meaningful. Kyouka stood up, and Izuku offered to walk her home, but she insisted he should be cautious about his own family. They playfully debated the what-ifs of their situation, but ultimately decided to focus on the present. As they walked toward the train station, Izuku shared his concerns about the upcoming sports festival and the challenges he would face. Kyouka reassured him that their teacher was watching over him and that he would be safe. They exchanged playful banter, and Kyouka's laughter filled the air, lifting Izuku's spirits. Despite the uncertainties ahead, they felt a sense of confidence in each other, ready to face whatever came their way together. Especially after they trained hard, and Izuku had that new power up his sleeve, even if he had no idea how to activate it. Kyouka pointed out that it was better than nothing, and he could defeat their opponent with just a finger. Izuku chuckled, acknowledging her point. As they walked down the street, their futures were uncertain, but they were prepared to face whatever came next. They had each other. The following day, Kyouka slipped on her black pantyhose and shoes, stretching her arms overhead as she yawned. Her jacks extended, slipping into the sleeves of her uniform blazer still on the bed. They lifted the clothing, allowing her to slide her arms into the sleeves and button up. Kyouka's friend Mika leaned through the open door, teasingly announcing that her boyfriend was there. Kyouka initially denied it but then smiled, realizing the truth. She quickly got ready and headed downstairs to find Izuku, who was checking the latest hero news on his phone. When he heard her footsteps, he looked up and greeted her shyly. Kyouka adjusted Izuku's improperly tied tie, fixing it for him. He admitted he still didn't know how to tie it properly but hadn't tried to learn, hoping she would continue to help him. She chuckled, pleased with the arrangement. Just then, Kyutoku, Kyouka's father, interrupted from the couch, jokingly complaining about the morning's sweetness. He teased Izuku about owning a gun, which turned out to be a Nerf gun. Kyouka rolled her eyes and took Izuku's hand, leading him out the door while playfully bidding her father goodbye. As they walked down the steps, Izuku expressed his concern about Kyutoku's intimidating presence, recalling their first meeting when he had been dressed ominously. Kyouka reassured him that her father wouldn't actually harm him and pointed out that he should be more afraid of her. Izuku took a deep breath, realizing she had a point, especially since she would be the closest to him if anything went wrong. Kyouka playfully kissed him on the lips and whispered that she hoped he would never find out what she would do if he messed up. They continued down the sidewalk, a chill running up Izuku's spine. As they approached Hi, Izuku suddenly stopped, realizing they hadn't discussed whether to be public about their relationship at school. They exchanged glances, both thinking about the potential reactions from their classmates. They decided to keep their relationship private for now, opting to act like best friends in public. Once in the classroom, Izuku wondered if they could make it through the day without anyone discovering their secret. Kyouka pointed out that they had never been comfortable with public displays of affection anyway. They took their seats, and Ida, their class representative, called everyone to order. Kyouka mentioned the upcoming sports festival and her concerns about it happening after the recent attack. Izuku speculated that it might be delayed if not cancelled. Just then, Katsuki entered the room, demanding that Izuku perform well in the first two events, reminding him of their upcoming rematch. Kyouka, annoyed by Katsuki's taunts, confronted him directly, demanding he shut his mouth. Izuku, startled, tried to intervene, but Kyouka continued to stand her ground, challenging Katsuki's arrogance. The tension in the room escalated as Katsuki clenched his fists, clearly irritated by her boldness. Izuku sighed, feeling exasperated by the question directed at him. Kyouka smirked, observing the situation. She noted that at that moment she was looking at someone loud, arrogant, and annoying, someone with a superiority complex who was being unkind to her best friend. However, she anticipated that in a few seconds he would be much quieter, as Mr. Aizawa was about to enter the room. She warned him that he was already on thin ice with their teacher. Katsuki growled, glaring at Kyouka, his frustration evident. Before he could respond, Ida called out to the class, announcing that it was time to begin. The door slid open, revealing Aizawa, who was wrapped in bandages. Katsuki sneered and took his seat, still fuming. Izuku glanced at Kyouka in panic, but she shook her head, signaling him to wait. She leaned closer and whispered that they would discuss it after school, suggesting it was best to keep their conversation private for now. Izuku hesitated but ultimately nodded, recognizing the wisdom in her words. Aizawa approached his desk, his voice muffled by the bandages as he greeted the class. Mina raised her hand, expressing concern about his condition, likening him to a mummy. Aizawa dismissed her worries, insisting that his well-being was not important. He then reminded the class that the sports festival was still on, which surprised everyone. He explained that they needed to show the public and villains that they were not afraid and still believed in their crisis management protocols. There would be increased police coverage compared to last year, but they could not skip this event. It was a vital opportunity for the students. Momo perked up, excited about the chance to be seen by heroes across the country. Aizawa confirmed that they would have the opportunity to be scouted for internships with professional heroes, emphasizing the importance of not wasting this chance and encouraging them to train hard over the next 2 weeks. He then moved on to the day's first lesson. During lunchtime, the class buzzed with excitement about the upcoming festival. Kyouka and Izuku made their way toward the door, trying to ignore Katsuki's relentless glare. Kyouka noted that everyone was thrilled about the event. Just as they were about to leave, Ida interrupted, reminding them that this was their chance to prove themselves. He animatedly moved, prompting Kyouka to awkwardly acknowledge his enthusiasm. As Kyouka reached for the door handle, Ida stopped them again, asking if they would wait for 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. Kyouka apologized, explaining that she just wanted to escape the noise. Ida understood and called for 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, who had a determined look on her face. She encouraged her friends to do their best in the festival, and they exchanged glances before Ida expressed concern for her well-being. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 reassured them that she was just determined, jumping up and pumping her fist in the air. Kyouka took her by the shoulders, urging her to get lunch, questioning if she was determined enough for that. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 confidently affirmed her readiness, and they headed to the cafeteria together. As they walked down the steps, Izuku turned to 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, asking why she wanted to be a hero. Kyouka smiled, appreciating that Izuku was taking the initiative to start a conversation. However, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's expression shifted, and she hesitated before revealing that her motivation was tied to her family's financial struggles. She explained that her parents owned a construction company that was struggling, and she wanted to help them improve their situation. Ida quickly defended 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏, stating that there was nothing wrong with wanting a better lifestyle. Kyouka began to speak up but caught herself, realizing she didn't want to undermine 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏's feelings. When 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 encouraged honesty, Kyouka felt the pressure of the moment. She acknowledged that while it was a good reason, she worried that such motivations could lead to corruption in the hero industry. The atmosphere grew tense as Izuku flinched at Kyouka's words. Ida reacted strongly, insisting it was unfair to accuse 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏. Izuku clarified that Kyouka was not accusing her but merely ensuring 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 understood the challenges ahead. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 seemed uncertain, grappling with the implications of their conversation. She ultimately agreed that Kyouka had a point, acknowledging the risks involved in pursuing a career as a hero. Kyouka felt a knot in her stomach, realizing the weight of their discussion. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 then turned the question back to them, asking why Kyouka and Izuku wanted to be heroes. Kyouka hesitated, unsure if 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏 was trying to shift the focus. She eventually expressed her longing to bring hope and make people smile. Izuku echoed her sentiment, sharing his aspiration to be like All Might. Ochako expressed her longing for her smile to bring hope to everyone, which left both her and Ida wide-eyed. The brunette was surprised and remarked on the similarity between their sentiments. Ida suggested that perhaps they should become a hero duo or even start a hero agency together. The couple exchanged glances, both blushing, and Ochako noted that their aspirations were much nobler than simply seeking wealth. Kyouka quickly interjected, apologizing for her earlier comment, but Ochako reassured her that it was fine and acknowledged that Kyouka's words had reminded her of the potential pitfalls she needed to avoid in her journey to help her parents. She expressed her gratitude, calling Kyouka awesome and pointing out that she was already on her way to achieving her goals as a hero. Kyouka was momentarily speechless, wondering if her bluntness had actually been helpful. Izuku then asked if they were ready for lunch, and Kyouka, still processing the moment, sat down on the steps with her head in her hands, feeling regretful about her earlier words. Izuku joined her, suggesting that the conversation had gone well and that Ochako seemed to appreciate it. Kyouka reflected on how they were not very good at making friends and laughed weakly, contemplating the idea of their own hero agency. She grinned at Izuku, suggesting that it didn't sound too bad, even if their skills seemed mismatched. Izuku reassured her that they would find a way, citing their performance at the USJ as evidence of their potential. After a brief moment, Kyouka leaned in and shared a quick kiss before standing up, eager to ensure that lunch would not be awkward. Later, after school, Izuku turned to Kyouka with a look of panic, expressing concern about their earlier encounter with Katsuki. Kyouka remained unfazed, stating that Katsuki deserved the confrontation since he had bullied Izuku. She insisted that if Katsuki was Izuku's enemy, he was hers too. Izuku hesitated, trying to explain that Katsuki hadn't bullied him in a while, but Kyouka challenged him, pointing out that his past actions still counted as bullying. Izuku fidgeted, trying to rationalize Katsuki's behavior, but Kyouka firmly stated that it was attempted murder. Izuku, realizing the implications, hoped they wouldn't have to face Katsuki in the upcoming sports festival. Kyouka, taking his hand, expressed her confusion over why he was defending Katsuki, especially after calling him out. Izuku admitted it was a long story, one he promised to share after the festival, as he felt it would distract them from their current focus. Just then, All Might approached them, interrupting their conversation. He playfully acknowledged their intertwined hands, causing them to quickly separate. He requested to speak with Izuku privately for a few minutes, assuring Kyouka that Izuku would return shortly. Izuku, blushing, agreed to go with All Might, leaving Kyouka to occupy herself with her phone. As they walked away, All Might whispered an apology for not catching Izuku during lunch and mentioned the need to discuss the sports festival. Outside the school, Kyouka noticed Katsuki approaching her. He made a disparaging remark about Izuku, and Kyouka, unfazed, challenged him about his attitude. Katsuki dismissed her, insisting he didn't care about her opinions and wanted her to stay out of his way. Kyouka, unimpressed, retorted about his arrogance, prompting Katsuki to walk away. She called after him, playfully using the nickname he despised, enjoying the thought of getting under his skin. The wind picked up around her as she returned to her phone, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Izuku stood in a state of panic, his body faintly glowing from his quirk. He pleaded for calm, explaining that he had arrived as quickly as possible, but the situation had already changed. With his hands resting on his knees, he sighed in relief, having seen the others talking from the window and fearing the worst. Kyouka, ruffling his hair, laughed and reassured him that even the troublemaker was smart enough to avoid confrontation in that moment. As she took his hand, they began walking down the sidewalk toward the train station. She noted that at this point, the troublemaker was all talk and no action. Izuku expressed concern that they might eventually reach a point where the troublemaker would act. Kyouka noticed the fear in his eyes and nudged him gently, encouraging him not to worry. She believed the troublemaker was actually intimidated by her. Izuku chuckled at the thought, finding it hard to believe that the troublemaker could be scared. Kyouka reminded him of a previous conversation, playfully suggesting that one day she would have her boot ready for him if he crossed the line. Izuku laughed, not wanting unnecessary conflict but admitting he would look forward to that day. They entered the train station, boarded the train, and found their seats. Kyouka then asked about his time with his mother the previous night. Izuku described it as fine, nothing extraordinary, but nice, more than they had done in years. He mentioned that his mother had given him strange looks, as if she suspected he was hiding something. Kyouka pointed out that he was indeed hiding things, specifically mentioning someone with purple hair who was quite significant in his life. Izuku leaned back in his chair, acknowledging her point. Kyouka then suggested that they should add, "Introduce me to your mom," to their list of things to do after the sports festival, and Izuku gave her a nervous smile, grateful for her understanding. Determined not to waste any time, Kyouka declared it was time to prepare for their beach outing. A few hours later at 𝗧𝗵𝗲 Municipal Beach Park, the sun was just beginning to rise, casting a warm glow over the water. Izuku found himself unexpectedly tackled into the sand. Kyouka, sitting on his stomach, encouraged him to fight back, admitting she felt ready for a challenge. Izuku, pulling a pillow from his shirt, agreed that it was time to step up, noting that the pillow had lost its effectiveness. Kyouka playfully mentioned her growing strength, teasing him about almost throwing him over her shoulder. They both lay back in the sand, Kyouka resting her head on Izuku's shoulder, enjoying the moment. Izuku buried his nose in her hair, appreciating the comfort of their closeness. After a while, Kyouka shared her thoughts on how Izuku had been through many emotionally draining days. She suggested they set aside time each week to talk about his past, offering a safe space for him to express himself without pressure. Izuku propped himself up, curious about her idea. Kyouka explained that she wanted to help him feel better, emphasizing that it was important for him to let things out at his own pace. She envisioned their time together as a way to learn more about each other while supporting him. Izuku considered her proposal, feeling a mix of uncertainty and hope. He agreed to try talking about his past weekly, acknowledging that it might be challenging for him. Kyouka smiled, encouraging him as they decided to head home, both feeling satisfied with the progress they had made. A couple of days later at the beach, Kyouka urged Izuku to push himself harder as they trained under the midday sun. She insisted they both needed to prepare for the upcoming sports festival. Izuku, determined, drew more power from One for All, feeling the familiar sting in his muscles but knowing he had to keep going. He rushed toward Kyouka, playfully shoving her back. She managed to stay on her feet, sliding backward as he continued his assault with quick punches. Kyouka dodged skillfully, but when she countered with her jacks, Izuku leaped to avoid her attack. However, her jacks caught his ankles, pulling him down into the sand. Recovering quickly, Izuku grabbed her jacks and pulled her in, using his feet to push her back. Kyouka was sent tumbling through the sand, but both were energized by the friendly competition, ready to continue their training together. Afraid that he might have gone too far, Izuku quickly got up and checked on Kyouka. She knelt on the ground, a playful smirk on her face. He noticed one of her jacks was extended, wrapped around his knee. The jack nudged him in the back of the knee, causing him to buckle and fall back down. Kyouka playfully positioned herself on top of him, her knees resting on his biceps, declaring her victory. Izuku smirked back, his body glowing with energy as he effortlessly lifted Kyouka off him, placing both hands on her waist and tossing her a few meters into the air. As she descended, he caught her in a warm embrace, claiming his own victory. Kyouka rested her head against his chest, admitting she had no intention of escaping. Izuku took a deep breath, relaxing as he lay back in the sand, asking if she was ready to leave. They both agreed it was time to go, and Izuku carried Kyouka on his back as they made their way back to the urban streets. As they walked, Kyouka expressed her concerns about her growing strength and durability. She wondered how effective her jacks would be against someone like Todoroki or Kirishima, doubting they could make an impact when his quirk was active. Izuku pondered the situation, suggesting that perhaps she could win by making it an out-of-bounds situation when suddenly, their attention was drawn to a group of kids nearby. 3 children were chasing another child down the sidewalk, disappearing around the corner of a shop. Kyouka quickly jumped off Izuku's back, urging him to follow her. He snapped out of his thoughts and followed her around the corner, only to freeze at the sight of a familiar public playground. It was the same playground from 11 years ago, where Katsuki and his friends had bullied another boy. The child trying to escape was struggling to climb the monkey bars while the bullies grabbed his feet, attempting to pull him down. The boy protested, explaining he hadn't meant to burn anything. One of the bullies, with small tusks protruding from his mouth, shouted back, blaming him for having a stupid quirk. Kyouka approached the group, demanding to know what was happening. A blonde boy attempted to dismiss her, but her fierce glare quickly silenced him, leaving him trembling. The boy named Aki reluctantly pushed the tusked child forward, who explained that he had accidentally burned Aki's rare all-might trading card with his quirk. Kyouka knelt down to the boy on the monkey bars, her expression softening as she asked him what had happened. Teo wiped his tears, revealing that his quirk caused him to sneeze fire, which had led to the unfortunate incident. Kyouka then addressed the other children, asking if the world was ending because of a destroyed card. She reminded them that while such things might feel significant to kids, it was not worth bullying someone over. She pointed out that everyone has things they cannot control, including the tusks of the boy who had been bullying Teo. Kyouka emphasized that they should not let such incidents ruin friendships, especially since they had all been friends until moments ago. She encouraged them to apologize to each other and return to being friends. The boys exchanged apologies, with Teo expressing regret for burning the card and Aki for his actions. Once the situation was resolved, Kyouka warned them to leave before she called their parents. The boys, relieved, ran off, laughing and smiling as they went. Kyouka approached Izuku, placing a hand on his back and commenting on how children have short memories. She noticed he seemed lost in thought and asked if he was okay. Izuku acknowledged her, admitting that she had handled the situation well. Kyouka shrugged, stating that kids can be foolish but can also learn from their mistakes. However, she noticed Izuku's vacant expression hadn't changed, prompting her to call his name. He turned to her, suggesting it might be a good time for their first serious conversation. Kyouka agreed, asking if he wanted to go back to her place. Izuku didn't respond immediately, instead walking to another spot on the playground and staring at the ground. Reflected on how he hadn't been there in 11 years, having stopped coming after a significant event. Kyouka followed him, curious about what was on his mind. Izuku crouched down, moving pebbles aside to reveal something surprising. Kyouka knelt beside him, noticing the faint scorch marks in the dirt. Izuku felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his heart racing. Sensing his distress, Kyouka quickly pulled him into a comforting hug as they sat down together. She understood what he was feeling and worked to calm him before panic could fully take hold. Kyuka's anger flared as she glared at the marks, expressing her frustration over the past incident. Izuku tried to reassure her, reminding her that they were just kids at the time and didn't know better. Kyouka pointed out that what happened was more than just childish roughhousing, suggesting it was a serious matter. Izuku insisted that 4-year-olds fighting didn't rank high on anyone's list of priorities, and nothing could change the past. He asked if they could move on from that part of their history. Kyouka sighed, realizing he wouldn't change his mind. She asked what he wanted to talk about instead, and Izuku simply shook his head, feeling the weight of the moment. They were picking on a kid, but Izuku stepped in, only to become their target instead. That moment marked the first time after his quirkless diagnosis that he felt truly helpless. He couldn't do anything. One boy, who could extend his fingers, held him in place. Izuku's breath hitched as he recalled the experience, his throat tightening. Kyouka pressed against him, resting her head on his shoulder to help ease his panic. Another boy with wings had held him upside down by his foot, and the memory of what Kaken had done flashed in his mind. Izuku's expression hardened, bitterness creeping onto his lips. He felt as if he were swimming with all his might, yet still sinking. This situation was beginning to feel like torture. The sense of uselessness was more tormenting than anything they could have inflicted upon him. But Izuku placed his hand back on the marks, taking a deep breath before nodding to himself. Even with a quirk, it was difficult to feel truly useful when he could barely use it without risking injury. Kyouka reassured him, insisting he was never useless and still wasn't. Izuku reflected on the matter, realizing that whether he was perceived as useless or not didn't truly matter. What mattered was how he felt and how others viewed him. Kyouka opened her mouth to argue but found herself at a loss for words. He wasn't entirely wrong. She urged him to prove them wrong, to show himself he wasn't weak. They thought he was incapable, and he had started to believe it too. Kyouka took his face in her hands, looking into his eyes, and urged him to make the sports festival a personal message to himself. Izuku's eyes widened as he recalled All Might's words from a few days prior. His mentor had encouraged him to use the sports festival to send a message to the world, but now Kyouka wanted him to make it a personal declaration. It was an opportunity to break through the barriers in his mind. He resolved to do his best, and Kyouka smiled, brushing her nose against his. They shared a moment of connection, feeling a renewed sense of purpose. As they prepared to leave, Izuku felt a mix of excitement and lingering worry about the upcoming sports festival. He and Kyouka had just over a week to prepare, and if he wanted this to be his message, the work had only just begun. He was grateful to have someone by his side to help lighten the load. On the day of the sports festival, Izuku and Kyouka stood at the front gate, ready to face the challenges ahead. They had trained diligently, both feeling confident in their progress. Izuku still didn't know the exact extent of One for All's power he could wield, but he knew it was more than when he first mastered full cowl. Kyouka had strengthened her jacks, improving her control and speed, and her newfound fighting skills had grown significantly. Although she hadn't mastered it yet, she acknowledged her progress. Kyouka turned to Izuku, asking if he was ready. He admitted he was nervous, and they shared a brief kiss before breaking apart. She expressed her longing to confront Mineta, eager to teach him a lesson. Izuku reminded her of her promise not to harm him unless he misbehaved again, but Kyouka was confident that the chances were high. Suddenly, Katsuki approached, hands in his pockets and a fierce glare directed at Izuku. Kyouka laughed and challenged him, and Katsuki growled at her before maneuvering around them. He warned Izuku that if he lost before facing him, he would still come after him. Kyouka encouraged Izuku to show Katsuki what he was made of, and he replied with a mix of determination and humor, acknowledging his strengths. As they made their way to the building, they knew a long and eventful day awaited them, but they were ready to face it together. It truly hurt. The strain and burning in his muscles were part of the challenge. To provide some perspective, Izuku reflected on the situation. He had not forgotten Shoto's declaration of war. It was right where it was meant to be. After rereading the manga multiple times, he realized he had overlooked Shinso, but he was present now, and that was what mattered. They could hardly last 10 minutes without something occurring. Izuku acknowledged Kyouka's observation as they surveyed the hallway. Numerous students in their tracksuits were gathered outside the Class 1A prep room. When Izuku and Kyouka arrived, Katsuki was still attempting to push through the crowd. Kirishima, who was waiting outside the door, called out an apology for Katsuki's behavior, explaining that he was always like this. He turned to Katsuki, urging him to consider the upcoming festival and not create unnecessary conflict. Katsuki was determined to reach the top and dismissed the opinions of others, confident that their judgments would not matter when they ultimately lost. He stormed into the prep room, slamming the door behind him. Kirishima followed, shaking his head. Kyouka mused about the competition, questioning what they expected to gain from observing them, as they were unable to take any action at that moment. Izuku speculated that perhaps they were trying to intimidate them. His gaze wandered over the crowd until it landed on a weary-looking student with wild indigo hair who was staring directly at him. Breaking the gaze, Izuku walked with Kyouka into the prep room, noting that some of the students clearly were not in the hero course and wondered why they were so invested in the event. Kyouka explained that while it was rare, some students from other courses could perform exceptionally well and transfer into the hero course. They took a seat at one of the empty tables, the noise of their classmates filling the air. Kyouka added that the reverse was also true, with hero course students sometimes transferring out. Izuku's concern grew as Kyouka expressed that they now had even more to worry about. She hoped nothing else would happen, but she sensed that something would. Just then, Todoroki approached their table, his expression as unreadable as Kyouka's. He claimed to be stronger than Izuku, by most standards. Kyouka scoffed at his arrogance, while Izuku struggled to find his voice, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected confrontation. Todoroki pointed out that while Izuku's quirk made him stronger and faster, he barely utilized it without risking injury. He noted that all might seem to be watching Izuku closely. Izuku's heart raced as he realized everyone within earshot was listening. Todoroki stated that he wouldn't pry into Izuku's situation but made it clear that he intended to defeat him. Jirou, coming up behind Todoroki, questioned why he was instigating conflict just before their turn. Todoroki shrugged off Ijirou's concern, declaring he had no intention of pretending to be friends. Kyouka stood up, but Izuku gently urged her to remain seated, his eyes focused on the table. He was clearly anxious but deep in thought, preparing to say something significant. Gathering his courage, Izuku stood and addressed Todoroki, expressing confusion over the sudden animosity directed at him. He acknowledged Todoroki's strength and experience, admitting that everyone in the room was more capable than he was. However, he was determined to change that perception. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the weight of his classmates' attention. He declared that he had been underestimated his entire life and was tired of it. He asserted that everyone in the room aimed to be the strongest hero, including himself. He vowed not to fall behind and to fight with everything he had, regardless of who stood in his way, whether it was Todoroki or anyone else. Todoroki raised an eyebrow but nodded in acknowledgement. Katsuki remained silent, giving Izuku an unreadable look before turning away, seemingly uninterested. Izuku returned to his seat, his heartbeat gradually slowing as he narrowly avoided a panic attack. Kyouka, wide-eyed, expressed her astonishment at his speech. Izuku was taken aback by her reaction, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Ochako grabbed Izuku's shoulders, startling him. She praised his speech, exclaiming how impressive it was to hear him speak so passionately. Tenya joined them, commending Izuku for his rebuttal against Todoroki. Grateful for their support, Izuku excused himself and stood up, heading for the door. Kyouka, curious, asked where he was going. He admitted he needed to find the bathroom. As he exited, Kyouka quickly followed, stating she would check on him. Tenya reminded them that they would be called out soon and encouraged Kyouka to return in time. She acknowledged him and stepped out into the hallway, relieved to find that most of the crowd had dispersed. However, she quickly realized Izuku was nowhere to be found. A remaining student with indigo hair pointed her in the right direction, noting that Izuku looked unwell. Kyouka thanked him and headed down the hall, but he interrupted her again, asking if she was close to Izuku. Without slowing her pace, she replied that it was none of his business. He accepted her response with a smirk as she disappeared around the corner. Shinso expressed his gratitude for the assistance he received in achieving victory. He tucked his hands into his pockets as he strolled down the hallway toward his preparation room. Fortunately, the nearest restroom was a single toilet, allowing anyone to enter. The last thing Kyouka wanted was for Ida to reprimand her for stepping into the boys' bathroom. She knocked on the door, and a familiar voice responded with a groan. Kyouka opened the door and entered, kneeling beside Izuku, who was leaning over the toilet bowl. Thankfully, it maintained impeccable cleanliness. Kyouka gently rubbed Izuku's back in soothing circles and asked if he had managed to feel better. Izuku lifted his head, spitting out the last remnants of his discomfort. He admitted that he hadn't eaten breakfast out of fear of becoming ill, but he had brought mints just in case. Kyouka smiled at his preparedness and helped him to his feet, guiding him to the sink where he rinsed his mouth and popped a few mints in. They settled against the door, their bodies close together in the quiet space. Kyouka inquired about what had happened, and Izuku explained that he had reflected on her words about sending a message to everyone, including himself. He revealed that a comment made by Dry Ice had triggered feelings of inadequacy, prompting him to speak out. Kyouka reassured him that Dry Ice had been unreasonable and that seizing the opportunity to confront Bakugo was commendable, even if he hoped he wouldn't regret it. Izuku admitted that speaking to Bakugo felt liberating, unlike during their battle training when he had been fueled by adrenaline. He confessed that he had pushed aside his fears, only for them to resurface later. Kyouka chuckled and took his hand, expressing her pride in his progress. Izuku thanked her, acknowledging that he couldn't have done it without her support. They shared a moment of connection, resting their foreheads together. Kyouka playfully mentioned that her admiration for him made her consider kissing him, even with his less-than-fresh breath. In a flurry, Izuku retrieved his mints and quickly chewed them before swallowing. Kyouka then leaned in, and they shared a few soft kisses before she pulled away, teasing about their location. Izuku, eager to lift her off the floor, gently placed her in his lap, signaling his intentions. They continued to share tender kisses until the intercom announced the call for first-year students to head to the stadium grounds. They reluctantly separated, leaning their foreheads together, both breathing heavily. Kyouka moved her hands to Izuku's shoulders, asking if he was ready. He chuckled and stood up, leading the way back to the prep room where their classmates were gathering to exit. Tenya and Ochako approached them, urging them to join the group as they made their way toward the light at the end of the tunnel. Uraraka checked in on Izuku, noting that he seemed different from before. He reassured her that he was just nervous, especially as he spotted Todoroki and Katsuki nearby. As they emerged from the tunnel, the crowd erupted in cheers and applause. Present Mike announced their arrival, prompting Aizawa to remind them not to embarrass him. Izuku took a deep breath, overwhelmed by the number of spectators. Kyouka nudged him, encouraging him to focus on her, and he assured her that he always did. After the announcements of the participating classes, all attention shifted to the stage where Midnight awaited to make further announcements. Kyouka observed the reactions of her classmates, noting how some were still captivated by Midnight despite having been taught by her for weeks. She glanced at Izuku, who remained unfazed, and she playfully patted his head, expressing her appreciation. Midnight quieted the crowd and introduced Katsuki Bakugo to deliver the athlete's oath. Kyouka rolled her eyes, knowing his reputation, while Izuku acknowledged that Bakugo had scored the highest in the entrance exams. As Katsuki declared his intention to win, the crowd reacted with mixed feelings, but Izuku sensed something deeper behind Bakugo's words. As Katsuki passed by, he bumped shoulders with Izuku, leaving him to ponder whether Bakugo was truly worried about his potential to succeed. Midnight continued the event, emphasizing Bakugo's confidence as the first event was about to commence, with words appearing on a large screen behind her. Obstacle course. All 11 classes were set to participate in a 4-kilometer race around the stadium to qualify for the next round. The instructor gestured to the side as a large gate opened, prompting students to move quickly to the starting line. The school emphasized freedom in all things, including these challenges, stating that as long as no one ran out of bounds, anything was fair. Runners were called to the starting line, and the race would begin in 1 minute. Izuku and Kyouka joined the rest of their classmates, both stretching in preparation. Kyouka turned to Izuku, reassuring him that he should focus on doing his best since he was incredibly fast. Izuku hesitated, expressing concern about the competition and the possibility of them being separated. Kyouka appreciated his concern but insisted that he shouldn't worry about her. Izuku, however, firmly stated that they had promised to do their best together. He acknowledged that while the final event was one-on-one, they could support each other in this race. He wanted to show the world that they were a team. Kyouka was taken aback but smiled, realizing he was serious about their partnership. She agreed to work together, and Izuku offered to give her a ride. As midnight signaled the start of the race, Izuku took a deep breath, feeling his body begin to glow with energy. He crouched into position, and Kyouka hopped onto his back, finding her preferred mode of travel useful in this moment. 𝗵𝘃𝗄 announced their alliance to the crowd, which sparked excitement among the spectators and fellow runners. With a burst of green light, Izuku and Kyouka surged ahead, but as they passed through the gate, they encountered an icy patch on the ground that caused Izuku to lose his balance. Kyouka quickly used her 𝗧𝗪𝗓 to stabilize him, warning him about Todoroki's attempts to sabotage the race. Once steady, Izuku propelled himself forward, swiftly overtaking many other students. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of Katsuki, who looked surprised at Izuku's newfound speed. Suddenly, Kyouka felt a tug on her 𝗧𝗪𝗓 and turned to see 𝗵𝗏𝗏 hanging on. After a brief encounter, she retracted her 𝗧𝗪𝗓, sending him rolling away. As they continued, Izuku abruptly stopped, kicking up dust as he skidded to a halt. Kyouka looked ahead and saw several zero-pointer and villain bots blocking their path. Izuku expressed his concern about facing the zero-pointers, admitting he wasn't strong enough to take them down yet. Kyouka suggested they simply needed to get past them. Just then, they noticed 𝗵𝗏𝗏 clinging to Todoroki's leg, pleading for help. Todoroki freed himself from 𝗵𝗏𝗏's grasp, sending him tumbling into the path of a villain bot. Kyouka burst into laughter at the sight, finding the moment amusing. However, the atmosphere shifted as a large explosion erupted nearby, with Katsuki launching attacks at the other students. Izuku quickly maneuvered around the villain bots, determined to escape the chaos. As they neared the exit, Todoroki's ice spread across the ground, freezing one of the zero-pointers and causing it to tip over. Izuku urged Kyouka not to stop, despite the danger looming above them. With a surge of determination, Izuku charged forward, pushing his body to its limits. Kyouka used her 𝗧𝗪𝗓 to propel them both forward, narrowly avoiding the falling zero-pointer. They landed safely, and 𝗵𝘃𝗄 announced their daring move, highlighting their talent and bravery. As explosions continued to echo around them, Izuku and Kyouka pressed on, knowing that every second counted. Kyouka jumped back onto Izuku's back, and he sprinted towards the next area. A two-pointer blocked their exit, and Kyouka instructed Izuku to toss her over it. Acting quickly, he lifted her up, allowing her to land safely on the other side. Kyouka used her 𝗧𝗪𝗓 to disable the two-pointer, creating an opening for Izuku to strike. He jumped and punched through the bot's neck, landing back beside Kyouka as they prepared to continue. With the next area in sight, Izuku asked if their classmates were close behind. Kyouka looked back and spotted Todoroki, 𝗵𝘃𝗄, and others trailing not too far behind, ready to join the race. Izuku focused intently on the fall area, contemplating the jumps between the pillars. He knew he could make it, but the others were closing in fast. Katsuki could easily propel himself over the pit, and Izuku needed a quicker solution. As he scanned the tightropes connecting the rock pillars, an idea sparked in his mind. He asked Kyouka if her 𝗧𝗪𝗓 were strong enough to support both of them. With a hint of reluctance, she affirmed they were. With determination, Izuku raised his power just enough to avoid cramping, and then he leaped off the edge, soaring over the dark pit and past several pillars. Kyouka extended her jacks as far as she could, wrapping them around a tightrope near the end of the area. She adjusted them carefully to avoid hurting herself and secured her grip around Izuku with her legs. As they began to fall, Kyouka's jacks caught them, swinging them with momentum. With a swift release, they launched toward the other side, and Izuku barely managed to grab the ledge, hoisting them both up to continue their race. Mick's voice echoed through the arena, praising their teamwork and noting that it was a historic moment for you. Toshinori watched from the stadium, amazed by Izuku's performance. He had not been heavily involved in Izuku's training for the festival, so witnessing his progress was a revelation. Kyouka had already proven her capabilities, especially with her swift victory in battle training. Together, they had maintained a significant lead, each contributing to their success. As they approached the finish line, excitement surged through them, but suddenly, Izuku's eyes widened as he spotted the minefield ahead. He quickly halted just before entering it, realizing they had no choice but to go through. Glancing back, he saw Todoroki halfway across the tightropes and Katsuki preparing for an explosive jump. Kyouka suggested a cautious approach, sensing the locations of the mines. Izuku trusted her instincts and jumped to the indicated spot, relieved when no mines detonated. They continued this careful navigation until the dreaded sound of an explosion echoed behind them. Izuku recognized Katsuki's voice, indicating he was closing in. Kyouka pointed out a central spot in the minefield, but Izuku hesitated as he noticed Katsuki and Shoto racing toward them. He proposed a theory about the mines, suggesting they were not as dangerous as they appeared, but Kyouka was wary of the risks involved. As the tension mounted, Katsuki and Shoto reached the minefield, managing to avoid triggering any mines. Katsuki, fueled by determination, aimed his hand at Shoto, but before he could act, Izuku landed in the safe spot Kyouka had identified. With a swift motion, he used Kyouka's jacks to gain an advantage, launching himself forward as the mines exploded behind them. The blast propelled Izuku and Kyouka into the air, but they lost control and were headed toward more mines. Kyouka reacted quickly, shooting her jacks out to secure a safe landing just outside the danger zone. They tumbled to their feet and broke into a sprint, entering the final stretch of the race. Izuku leaned forward as he ran, allowing Kyouka to hop back on. Meanwhile, Katsuki and Shoto recovered from the explosion. Shoto skillfully maneuvered around the mines, creating a path of ice to guide him to the exit. His strategy worked, allowing him to cross without triggering any further blasts. However, Katsuki remained frozen in disbelief, grappling with the reality of Izuku potentially winning again. His expression shifted from shock to fierce determination as he focused on Izuku and Kyouka nearing the finish line. The thought of finishing behind them was unacceptable. The chaos erupted with a thunderous roar as a massive explosion lit up the minefield, sending shockwaves through the air. Izuku, Kyouka, and Shoto turned to witness the entire area engulfed in flames, a vibrant sphere of color racing toward them. Katsuki had unleashed an explosion so powerful that it triggered all the mines in the field, propelling him forward with incredible speed. Izuku felt a surge of adrenaline and urgency. He didn't hesitate, pushing his body to its limits, muscles burning and bones vibrating with the strain. It was a bittersweet realization that he hadn't fully tapped into the potential of One for All, but he had to make it work. Shoto, unable to escape entirely, conjured ice in front of him and shifted to the side, but the force of Katsuki's blast still knocked him off his feet, shattering his ice and leaving him vulnerable. As Katsuki barreled toward them, the tunnel ahead seemed to glow ominously, the heat of the explosion chasing them. Izuku knew this was their moment. He leaped forward, twisting in midair as time seemed to slow. He could see Katsuki's fierce expression, the flames liking at his hand as he reached out. Something ignited within Izuku, and he moved his hand forward, pushing Katsuki back, declaring his victory. Both boys tumbled through the air, and then the announcer's voice boomed, declaring their triumph. They hit the ground hard, skidding across the dirt as smoke billowed around them. The announcer proclaimed Izuku, Kyouka, and Katsuki from Class 1A as the first to finish, with Shoto not far behind. As they caught their breath, Izuku groaned, feeling the warmth from Katsuki's earlier grip on his face. He turned to see Kyouka nearby, who teased him about his decision to turn around. Izuku laughed, grateful for her support, acknowledging that Katsuki would have targeted her if he hadn't intervened. Katsuki sat a few meters away, his expression a mix of frustration and determination, revealing the toll the training had taken on him. The announcer continued, urging the audience to focus on the tunnel as more contestants emerged, many appearing disheveled and covered in dirt. Ida and Uraraka approached, with Ochako excitedly praising their teamwork. Kyouka credited Izuku for his determination, while Ida expressed his disappointment in his own performance but recognized the value of collaboration in such a competitive event. After reviewing the footage, the announcer revealed the results. Kyouka was declared the first-place winner, having crossed the gate first, much to her surprise. The crowd erupted in cheers as Ochako celebrated her victory. Izuku was named second, and he felt a sense of pride despite the competitive nature of the event. Up in the teachers' viewing area, Tashinori reflected on their performance, recognizing their growth and potential. Katsuki was announced as the third-place finisher. Izuku and Katsuki exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, while Shoto stood nearby, his demeanor cold and distant. Kyouka stepped in front of Izuku, urging him to focus on the upcoming events rather than the tension between them. Katsuki walked away, muttering under his breath, while Izuku pondered the reasons behind Shoto's apparent hostility. As midnight took the stage, the atmosphere shifted. She announced the conclusion of the first event and introduced the next challenge, the cavalry battle, where contestants would form teams and strategize for victory. The excitement in the air was palpable as they prepared for the next round of competition. Use your quirks and abilities to snag other teams' headbands to gain their points and add them to yours. Each of you has been assigned a point value based on your placement in the previous event. Last place has 5 points, second to last has 10, and so on. However, for our first place winner, there would be a reward of 10 million points. All eyes slowly shifted to Kyouka, who buried her face in her hands. Izuku stood beside her with wide eyes, already aware that he would be on Kyouka's team, making him a target as well. They had 15 minutes to form their teams, and Izuku and Kyouka exchanged glances, then looked out at the sea of other students staring directly at Kyouka. Izuku wondered about their chances, and Kyouka grimly concluded that they were in trouble. Kyouka shook her head, pondering their next move. Izuku took a deep breath and looked over at his friends. Tenya gazed down in thought before looking back up. He expressed his refusal to join them, stating that he had been behind Izuku since the entrance exam and had not recognized Kyouka's strength until now. He declared that he needed to add one more declaration of rivalry, indicating that Todoroki and Bakugo were not the only ones who saw Kyouka as a rival. As he walked away, Kyouka squinted in confusion, questioning how she could be considered a rival when she had ridden on his back during the race. Izuku explained that Tenya likely saw her determination to win, and their teamwork made them a formidable duo. Kyouka then turned to Uraraka, who assured them she would help, believing it was best to work with friends. Kyouka smiled but was taken aback when Izuku's expression shifted to something unusual. He expressed how heartwarming it was to remember he had friends. Kyouka rolled her eyes with a smile, understanding that having people who cared about him was a new experience for Izuku, and it was positively impacting him. She playfully tugged at his sleeve, whispering that he looked odd in that moment. Izuku's face turned even redder at her comment, leading to a humorous exchange about her compliment. Suddenly, a girl with goggles and pink hair appeared in front of Kyouka, startling her. Kyouka instinctively prepared to defend herself, but Izuku stopped her. The girl eagerly proposed teaming up with them, and Kyouka was about to decline when Izuku raised an eyebrow, questioning her habit of creating nicknames based on hair color. The girl, 𝗵𝗃, introduced herself as the future queen of the support gear industry, claiming she could be useful for their situation. She showcased her gear, pulling out various items from a large backpack. Kyouka was impressed, realizing it was a good idea to utilize support gear, which could give them an advantage over others. Izuku nodded, considering the unpredictability that support gear could bring to their strategy. As he continued to think aloud, Kyouka smirked, knowing this was typical behavior for him. Mei, excited by Izuku's quick thinking, stepped closer and offered him a chance to look at her gear. Kyouka observed as Izuku became flustered by her proximity. She understood that he was generally nervous around everyone, except for her. When Izuku reached into the bag and pulled out a jetpack, he recognized it as being based on a hero's gear from his neighborhood, which made him smile. Mei encouraged him to explore more of her equipment, and Kyouka felt a sense of relief, realizing that Mei might be a valuable addition to their team. Izuku was quiet and reserved due to his social inexperience, while Mei was loud and unabashed because of hers. When it came to hero-related conversations, their contrasting personalities created a unique balance. Mei spun around, exclaiming that she would grab the rest of her gear. She had even more equipment, claiming she was the future queen and joking that she wouldn't remember anyone's names. Kyouka introduced herself and her friends, Izuku and Ochako, but Mei quickly shortened their names to Koko, Zuko, and Chalk, which made Kyouka and Ochako exchange amused glances. As Mei dashed off to gather more supplies, Ochako commented on how interesting Mei was. Kyouka agreed, noting that Mei seemed like she would be a great asset. Izuku, still focused on the gear, nodded in agreement, expressing his thoughts about how to utilize everything for their horse formation. Kyouka observed the other teams starting to stack themselves, with riders stepping onto their teammates' hands. She considered the logistics of being the rider and how it differed from riding piggyback on Izuku. Then a thought struck her. She asked if they needed to stick to a full 4-person horse formation. Both Izuku and Ochako listened intently as she explained that they only needed 1 horse and 1 rider, allowing for flexibility in their strategy. Izuku realized that their main focus should be on defense and evasion rather than attacking, especially since they were not the primary targets. Kyouka pointed out that they had an advantage with Mei's air support, and Izuku acknowledged that anyone using it would need to keep up with him. They discussed the need for a way to keep the support connected to the team. Ochako then recalled that Mei had a grappling hook 𝗧𝗪𝗧 during the obstacle course, which sparked Kyouka's interest in how they could utilize it. Just then, Mei returned with a larger duffel bag filled with gear, ready to contribute. Izuku inquired about any projectile weapons in the bag, and Mei excitedly revealed a unique firearm she had created. Kyouka suggested that Mei could fly above the crowd to showcase her inventions, which thrilled Mei as she prepared to make adjustments. As the countdown began, Izuku secured his headband and prepared for the formation. Mei launched her harpoon into the ground, allowing Izuku to follow her instructions to detach the sharp end. With teamwork, they fastened the jetpack to Mei's 𝗧𝗪𝗧, and Ochako activated her rocket boots to hover above the ground. Kyouka secured herself to Izuku, ready for the challenge ahead. Tetsu from another team called out, questioning their unconventional formation, but Midnight clarified that as long as they adhered to the rules, they were within guidelines. Kyouka praised Izuku for his strategic thinking, and they all confirmed their readiness for the upcoming challenge. As the countdown continued, Izuku focused on the other teams, particularly Katsuki and Ida. He recognized the potential threat Ida posed with his speed and the rollerblades likely crafted by Yaoyorozu. Izuku reminded himself that One for All enhanced not just his speed but also his physical strength, giving him confidence as they prepared for the competition ahead. Ida continued to pull weight behind him, though the rollerblades made it easier. Shoto faced a challenge in creating ice with Ida positioned directly below and in front of him. Izuku understood the strategy. Whenever they confronted their opponents, they needed to stay to the left of Ida's team. If Shoto attempted to target him, Ida would obstruct his ice. All eyes were on their team. Kyouka and Mei were right. The spotlight was on them. Izuku knew he couldn't hesitate now. He had to be prepared to prove himself once more like he did during the race. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of energy as One for All flowed through his veins, tightening his muscles with the strain. Kyouka's hand gently moved from his shoulder to caress his cheek before returning to his shoulder, unnoticed by others. A smile appeared on Izuku's face. With a countdown, he felt ready. Begin. In an instant, Izuku surged forward, weaving through the students before many had even moved. Kyouka glanced back, noticing the ground where they had been standing beginning to sink. Someone's quirk was at play, but they managed to evade it. It seemed Todoroki had learned from the race, He anticipated Izuku's sprint. A massive wall of ice formed ahead, but they were prepared. Kyouka called out for 𝗬𝗧𝗏, who responded quickly. With a swift motion, Ochako interlocked her hands, flipping them around and pressing them against Izuku's back. He leaped, and Ochako activated her quirk, propelling them high above the ice. Kyouka groaned at Katsuki's loud call, expressing her frustration with his constant shouting. As they soared, Katsuki approached, unleashing explosions from his hands. He shouted about Izuku's arrogance, but before he could finish, a small ball of glue splattered onto his face. 𝗧𝗏 quickly pulled him back to his group with his tape. Mei, adjusting her weapon, announced that the glue was non-toxic, though she questioned its safety. She proudly showcased her jetpack, crafted by herself. As Ochako deactivated her quirk and they began to descend, Kyouka turned to Mei, incredulous at her promotional antics. They landed safely, aided by the rocket boots, and resumed their run around the perimeter of the area, with Izuku leading the charge. The commentator highlighted their unconventional formation, noting their impressive performance thus far. Eraser, observing from the sidelines, contemplated the uniqueness of their strategy, having never seen a duo quite like Izuku and Kyouka before. Shoyuta, known for his critical nature, felt his perceptions shifting. He had always been tough on his students, especially Midoriya, but now he recognized their growth. Jirou, too, was surpassing expectations, demonstrating remarkable improvement alongside Midoriya. Their bonds seemed to fuel their progress, and he resolved to keep an eye on them. Back in the field, Kyouka leaned closer to Izuku, discussing their strategy with urgency. They had 10 minutes left, and if they maintained their pace, they could secure victory. Suddenly, Izuku pointed out Shoji ahead, who was preparing to intercept them. Azui's tongue shot out from Shoji, aiming for Kyuka's headband. Kyouka quickly countered, using her jacks to intercept the tongue just in time. Mei shouted about a minefield ahead, and Kyouka squinted in confusion until she spotted Minetta's hairballs scattered on the ground. Realizing the tactic, Kyouka urged Izuku to keep moving. They had to jump over the obstacles, just as they had done during the race against Todoroki. With Ochako's assistance, they soared into the air once more. As they landed, Izuku noticed Katsuki was not pursuing him but targeting someone from 1B, a student whose confident demeanor unsettled him. Kyouka sighed in relief, grateful that Katsuki was focused elsewhere. However, Ochako's expression shifted to concern as she spotted Hagakure, Tokoyami, Shoji, and Koda waiting ahead, surrounded by the purple orbs. Kyouka realized Toru was without her top and urged Izuku to close his eyes. Confused, he complied, while Kyouka called out to Mei. Hearing her name, Mei began firing at the opposing team. With Tokoyami leading, Dark Shadow emerged, clearing the glue bundles. Kyouka recognized her jacks had improved but were still not strong enough to match Dark Shadow. She instructed Ochako and Mei to slow their descent, and they adjusted their positions, preparing for the next move. Kyouka glanced back to see Shoji's team rushing toward them, with Mineta preparing to throw his projectiles. To their right, Todoroki's team was finally catching up. She turned to Izuku, asking for ideas. Izuku, unable to assess the situation with his eyes closed, felt the urgency. Kyouka looked down at Toru and then at Momo, who was approaching with her jacket wide open. While Izuku had seen Momo in her hero costume before, he knew that Toru's appearance was not visible to anyone. Kyouka, however, was unfazed. She instructed her teammates to keep their eyes closed but be ready to attack. When Izuku asked how they could do that, Kyouka realized he had forgotten about his legs. Despite her frustration, she decided to focus on their escape. Kyouka called out to 𝗵𝗃 and 𝗬𝗧𝗏, urging them to fly at full speed toward Hagakure. Mei activated her gear, propelling them forward as they launched at blinding speeds toward the opposing team. Tokoyami was caught off guard as Izuku kicked hard into him while Kyouka sent her jacks toward his forehead. With the other team stunned, Kyuka's group made their escape. She shouted back to Hagakure, urging her to cover up just as a sudden light flashed from their right, causing their hairs to stand on end. Kaminari lit up the field, shocking other teams while Shoto froze them in place. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a wave of electricity rushing toward them. Mei could dodge the hit, and Ochako was behind them, but Kyouka was exposed. Izuku's instincts kicked in, and he jumped in front of Kyouka just as the electricity struck him. He felt the sparks hit his chest, his muscles tensing as the electricity coursed through him. But then he felt nothing. When he opened his eyes, he noticed his body glowing and sparking with yellow electricity, which then turned green and dissipated into him. Kyouka asked what had happened, but Izuku was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Ochako shouted a warning just as a gust of wind rushed past them, ripping Kyuka's headband from her head. She turned to see Shoto's team skidding to a halt far behind them, their mouths moving. Her jacks focused on the sounds. Kyouka caught Shoto's fragmented question, and Ida explained that it was a secret technique he had been waiting to use, though it stalled his engines. Midnight announced that there were 10 seconds remaining. Kyuka's jacks perked up as she realized Ida's engines were stalled. Izuku's eyes widened, and he quickly activated One for All, feeling a shooting pain in his muscles as he prepared to act. As the countdown continued, Mei took her cue, smiling as she pressed the button on her 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏. She flew toward Shoto's team, firing her weapon at their feet. With their speed slowed and Mei's aim true, glue clusters began to hit the right side of each person. Ida was now stuck to the ground, leaving them vulnerable. Shoto looked at his team in panic. Ida was immobilized, and Momo was half covered in glue, struggling to think of a solution. Kaminari was the only one not affected, but he was dazed from his earlier attack. Shoto turned back to see Izuku's team charging toward them. Izuku's determination intensified, lightning flaring around him as he led his friends. They were on a direct path to collide with Shoto's team. Kyouka prepared her jacks, ready to grab the headbands. Just then, Katsuki soared through the air toward them, and Kyouka groaned in disbelief. The pressure mounted as Shoto's instincts kicked in, heat radiating from his free arm. He shot his arm out, flames beginning to billow. Izuku felt the heat and quickly leaped up, kicking Shoto's hand away as flames burst around them. Their momentum carried them over Shoto's team, and Kyouka reached down, grabbing the headband around the dual quirk user's neck. With the countdown nearing its end, Kyouka triumphantly declared she had it just as Katsuki shouted that the headband was his. The time ran out, and all teams came to a halt, except for Katsuki, who fell face-first into a cluster of glue. Mei celebrated from above, having successfully secured the headband. Katsuki growled as he sat up, realizing Izuku's team was breaking formation. Kyouka looked at the headband, her stomach dropping when she read the score. The announcement rang out. Team Jirou had secured first place with over 10 million points. Izuku froze, turning to his teammates, who were equally stunned. They all looked at Ochako, who pointed toward Mei, who had just landed with the winning headband raised high. She addressed the support industry seating area, celebrating their victory. Izuku's jaw dropped, tears forming in his eyes, but Kyouka quickly wiped them away, chuckling to herself about Mei's future in the industry. Midnight announced the standings, with Team Todoroki in second, Team Bakugo in third, and Team Shinso in fourth. Before moving on to the next event, she declared a 1-hour lunch break. Kyouka unclipped her 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗏 and handed it back to 𝗧𝗵𝗲, grateful for her support. They wouldn't have achieved victory without her and her team. It was clear that a new nickname was in order for those impressive skills. The pink-haired girl confidently stated that her team was the best, explaining how she had simply swooped in to collect the headbands. With a determined look, she walked away, preparing for the special plans she had for the final event. Izuku approached Kyouka, letting out a sigh of disbelief. It was hard to believe they had pulled off such an impressive feat. Kyouka shared his sentiment, but before she could finish her thought about enjoying a break, Shoto interrupted them. He stood behind them, his usual serious demeanor evident, and requested a private conversation with Izuku. Kyouka felt a pinch of frustration, wishing Izuku would stand his ground. However, Izuku gently stopped her, agreeing to follow Shoto. As they walked away, Kyouka felt restless, knowing Shoto had been a persistent challenge throughout the day. She decided to follow them through the crowd, managing to keep them in sight as they made their way into the stadium building. Once inside, Kyouka rounded a corner and was surprised to find Bakugo, who seemed to be eavesdropping on the conversation as well. He gave her a blank stare before returning his attention to the floor. Kyouka opted to remain silent, leaning against the archway to listen in on Izuku and Shoto's discussion. Izuku stood against one wall, while Shoto faced him from the opposite side. The light from the exit illuminated the hallway, and Izuku avoided Shoto's intense gaze. He awkwardly mentioned that when someone asks for a conversation, they typically engage in dialogue. Shoto raised an eyebrow, prompting Izuku to clear his throat and apologize, attributing his nervousness to Kyouka's influence. Kyouka couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at his words. Shoto surprised Izuku with his admission of feeling overwhelmed. He explained that in a moment of instinct, he had used his left side, something he had sworn not to do. He recounted the moment he had seen Izuku trapped, feeling like an animal caught in a trap, and how he could have seriously harmed everyone, including his own teammates, if not for Izuku's intervention. Izuku was taken aback by Shoto's honesty. Shoto continued, recalling his experience witnessing All Might in action, describing the overwhelming pressure and electric atmosphere that surrounded him. Kyouka realized that she had felt that same energy during their battles, especially when training with Izuku. It was a different sensation from what she had previously associated with intimacy. While All Might's quirk remained a mystery, it was clear that it enhanced his abilities, much like Izuku's. Kyouka found herself questioning the timeline of Izuku's quirk development, especially given his struggles with anxiety. Suddenly, Shoto posed a shocking question, asking if Izuku was All Might's illegitimate child. The three of them exchanged wide-eyed glances, caught off guard by the suggestion. Kyouka almost laughed at the absurdity of it, knowing that Izuku had his own issues with his father. However, a thought crossed her mind as she recalled Izuku's impressive impersonation of All Might, realizing the resemblance. Izuku panicked, denying the accusation. Shoto's words were sharp, suggesting that if Izuku were indeed related to the #1 hero, it would only fuel his longing to defeat him. Izuku was confused, trying to understand Shoto's motivations. Shoto revealed that his father had forced his mother into a quirk marriage, using her abilities for his own gain. He expressed his resentment towards his father, feeling like a mere tool created to surpass All Might. The weight of his words hung heavily in the air, and Kyouka felt a mix of shock and sympathy for Shoto's painful past. As Shoto shared the scars of his upbringing, Kyouka and Katsuki listened in stunned silence. Izuku struggled to find his voice, grappling with the gravity of Shoto's confession. Shoto explained that he didn't harbor hatred for Izuku, but if defeating him without using his left side was necessary to deny his father, he would do it without hesitation. Izuku felt a knot form in his stomach after hearing Shoto's story. He realized that many people face struggles far greater than his own. It surprised him to learn that someone he believed had everything, 2 quirks, a father, a family, was also carrying a heavy burden. In that moment, Izuku sensed that Shoto felt just as empty as he did. Shoto paused and turned to face Izuku, waiting for him to continue. Gathering his courage, Izuku spoke as clearly as he could. He acknowledged that while he had received help from others, it was only in the past year that he truly began to rely on them. He expressed his longing to be like All Might, but admitted there was someone else in his life now, someone he couldn't imagine living without. He wanted to be like them too. Katsuki raised an eyebrow, glancing at Kyouka, who was blushing. Izuku continued, sharing that although he couldn't fully understand Shoto's experiences, he could relate to his convictions. He felt a strong obligation to the people who had supported him, vowing not to let them down. He had already lost so much and was determined to fight with everything he had. Shoto regarded him for a moment before nodding and turning away. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart as he walked back to the archway and sat against the wall in the stadium hallway. Just then, Katsuki passed by without a word. Izuku called out, inviting Kyouka to join him. Kyouka hesitated but eventually approached him, taking a seat beside him. She asked if he had known she was following him. Izuku admitted he had a hunch and asked if she had heard everything. Kyouka confirmed she had and expressed her disbelief at the situation, noting how it made his own issues with his father seem trivial. Izuku sighed, leaning his head back against the wall. Kyouka took his hand, reminding him that everyone's struggles were significant in their own right. He acknowledged her point but insisted that it wasn't fair for Shoto to keep such a part of himself hidden. Kyouka was about to respond but Izuku interrupted, recognizing the hypocrisy in his statement. Kyouka teased him about the classic, "do as I say, not as I do," scenario. Izuku admitted that it was a recurring theme in his life. Kyouka reassured him that he would figure things out, as long as Frozone learned to be less difficult. She then asked if he meant what he had said about the person he couldn't imagine living without. Izuku smiled, leaning in to share a tender moment with Kyouka. She rested her forehead on his shoulder, and they enjoyed a quiet moment together until Kyouka brought up Shoto's theory about All Might. Izuku quickly dismissed it, but Kyouka pointed out that Shoto didn't know everything about his past, especially regarding his quirk. Izuku contemplated this, recalling All Might's advice about building a circle of trust. He felt that if Kyouka was the one, he should share everything with her. He began to promise to tell her more, but Kyouka interrupted, reminding him that he had said that before and that he couldn't back out this time. She stood up, encouraging him to join her for food. As they walked to the cafeteria, Izuku hesitated, recalling the earlier incident in the bathroom. Kyouka insisted he needed to eat, playfully arguing that he wouldn't want to embarrass himself during a fight. Izuku joked about the potential consequences of not eating, but Kyouka countered with a humorous scenario where he could secure a victory in an unexpected way. As they entered the cafeteria, Momo caught their attention, asking Kyouka for her measurements for a cheerleading outfit. Kyouka was bewildered, demanding to know what was going on. Momo explained that they would be performing a cheer for their classmates, but when she mentioned Minata's involvement, Kyouka shot a glare at him and Kaminari, who were sitting nearby. Minato dropped his chopsticks, realizing they needed to escape. He panicked, unable to move under Kyouka's intense gaze. Izuku, sensing the tension, glared at them, causing them to flee in a hurry. Kyouka decided not to pursue them, knowing their time would come. Momo expressed her disbelief at being tricked and lamented her gullibility. Izuku reassured her that it was understandable, given the antics of those two. He noted that at least they had avoided being fooled this time. As they continued their conversation, Izuku's thoughts drifted, imagining Kyouka in a cheerleading outfit. Kyouka caught onto his distraction, teasing him about it. Izuku snapped back to reality, awkwardly suggesting they get food. He walked away, feeling flustered, while Kyouka rolled her eyes, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Despite the earlier comments, she was determined to get her revenge on Minato and Kaminari.